Chapter 261. Everyone went their separate ways here, each looking for their own troops. Yan Fangxiu found his division as well. The flags of the Wind Extinguishing Brigade were planted in various locations throughout the second-line military camp, fluttering in the wind. As the vehicle entered the camp, under the guidance of the soldiers, he arrived at a military tent. Colonel Prabhup, who had just received the news, came out to greet his old partner. The two embraced each other tightly. Prabhup clapped Leroy on the back, laughing and said, "I've finally waited for your return, now I can lead the troops boldly and charge ahead with confidence." Leroy just smiled, pulled Prabhup, his fellow townsman and colleague, into the command tent. Right away, he saw a military sand table. Leroy asked, "What's the situation now?" "I rushed here immediately after leaving the school and didn't get a chance to hear the latest updates on the way." Prabhup replied, "I was just about to tell you. 3 days ago, the fully equipped Wind Extinguishing Brigade, along with the 2nd Motorized Infantry Division that had completed motorization and organization, and the Beast Slaughter Group, set off and arrived at the front line of battle. It's worth mentioning that the 3rd Independent Regiment finally regained their dearly missed title, Beast Slaughter Group. This was thanks to the battle hero from their own ranks, Arrow Rakrisha, who had killed the Beastman Fleet General. That kid has risen high now. Not only did he receive the 2nd Wind Extinguishing Medal in the entire army, but his rank also went from sergeant to senior warrant officer. He was supposed to be promoted to an officer to lead a unit, but he declined it himself. He said he only knew how to be a soldier. There was nothing to be done. The highest military rank for NCOs in the Alliance Army was originally Sergeant Major, but for him, they especially created the ranks of Sergeant Major, Senior Sergeant Major, and Special Sergeant Major, making Lacroix the only Special Sergeant Major in the entire army, commonly known as the Soldier King. And he, with the unit that reclaimed the title of Beast Slaughter Group, arrived here last night. They did not engage in battle immediately, mainly because they needed to rest briefly after a rapid march of over 100 kilometers, and they also needed time to devise an overall battle plan and to wait for the commissars who were still in training. Now, everything is ready, all that's missing is the call to attack. The commander-in-chief of this battle is Colonel Yan Fangxiu. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 7th and 8th divisions and brigades gathered together, forming a corps, and Yan Fangxiu, the current highest military official of the Alliance Army, naturally took on the responsibility of corps commander. His pressure is quite significant. The enemy on the opposite side is not a big concern, a ragtag bunch, and even if numerous, facing the massive army assembled by Yan Fangxiu, there should be nothing to fear, right? However, the fervent expectations of the military governor made him feel the pressure. This battle, as per the military governor's instructions, had to be fought quickly, to produce significant results, and to be decisive, without any dragging on. There is a political need for this. War is an extension of politics after all. Beyond that, although the military governor did not explicitly state it, if the casualties were too great after the battle, even if they achieved all the pre-war objectives, he feared that he would not reap any benefits. Nevertheless, he did not shy away, and still adopted the guiding principle of rapid defeat, comprehensive annihilation to formulate the battle plan. He called it Central Blossom. And the spearhead unit for that Central Blossom, the Wind Extinguishing Brigade, took on the role without hesitation. Chapter 262. I plan to gather all the tank platoons from each combat battalion of the brigade. Over 50 tanks will form an armored fist that, under the cover of artillery, will smash hard into the center of the enemy's defenses. Once we achieve a breakthrough, our mechanized units and motorized troops will quickly follow suit. We must open up a 30-kilometer deep wound in the enemy's position within a day's time. That's the only way to create conditions for the subsequent friendly forces to break through and encircle them. Prabhup revealed his plan to his old partner. After listening, Leroy thought about it and had no objections. That was truly Prabhup's style, charge in and pierce through the enemy. If you have no objections, then it's settled. We set out tomorrow morning. The troops have rested for 2 days now, which is enough. Hopefully, those new recruits that just joined us will prove their worth and not cause any trouble. As it turned out, the new recruits did not disappoint Prabhup. Compared with the veterans who had participated in numerous brutal battles, these freshly arrived warriors were somewhat green, but their level of military skills was absolutely adequate. Early the next day, as dawn was breaking, the 1st Brigade set off. The earth-shaking artillery fire blanketed the enemy's positions. The soldiers and leaders of the anti-governor alliance were stunned by the ferocious bombardment. In previous encounters with the 7th and 8th Divisions, they had already experienced the power of Alliance artillery. But at that time, the two divisions combined only had about 50 guns. However, it was precisely because of the existence of these 50 heavy guns that an anti-Governor Alliance army of 70 or 80,000 men were unable to advance an inch. It was manageable to defend, relying on fortifications and anti-artillery bunkers, they could just about resist. But when it came to offense, without the counterbalance of artillery and the lack of armored unit cover, those 50 heavy guns were enough to annihilate any attacking force they sent, no matter how large. After losing a number of men, they realized they couldn't fight like that anymore. But before they could come up with new tactics, the Alliance's iron fist had already struck. This time, the rebels' troops were huddled in their usual anti-artillery bunkers and fortifications when the artillery came. They thought it would be like the artillery strikes they had been enduring every day for the past half a month. Although painful and deadly, they believed they would just have to endure it, and then it would pass. But in reality, it was nothing like that. This time, the shelling was much denser and longer lasting than ever before. This couldn't possibly be the work of 50 guns. Indeed, it was not. At this moment, 10 artillery battalions from within 5 divisions were able to join forces, and the number of guns firing simultaneously exceeded 300. All the artillery units from 5 division-level brigades were almost entirely concentrated. The combined artillery position bombarded relentlessly in the direction where the wind-extinguishing brigade was about to launch an assault. Within an hour, 100 rounds were fired, 30,155 mm howitzer shells slammed into the 8 km wide enemy positions. On average, every 30 centimeters or so, a 155 mm howitzer shell would land. There was hardly room for all the shells. What about the anti-artillery bunkers? If hit directly, even a slightly shallow dugout would collapse. Those lucky enough not to be hit directly would still have to deal with the earth shaking and soil falling down. After who knows how many tremors, these dugouts might collapse too. Not to mention that not all soldiers could stay in bunkers, some could only wait in trenches, or even just foxholes. A direct hit from one of these shells means a group of people would lose their lives. And these 30,000 shells were just the prelude to the attack. When the bombardment ceased, out of a half-buried concrete bunker within the trench, emerged an officer of the anti-Governor Alliance army. He was disheveled, deafened by the artillery, and even had dried blood clinging to his ears. Just then, at least 10 heavy shells had landed near the bunker. Luckily, none had directly hit the bunker, or he would have lost his life. Unfortunately, both exits of the bunker leading to the trench had been hit by shells, which deafened him, and shrapnel from the artillery pieces killed several staff officers beside him, also severing one of his arms. Holding his still bleeding arm, he stepped out of the bunker to see a trench full of corpses. Some were wailing, but many more were silenced, and there were even parts of people for which the rest couldn't be found. Staggering, he climbed onto the firing step and looked in the direction of the Alliance army. He saw 50 steel beasts spaced 20 to 30 meters apart advancing towards the trench in a skirmish line, coming on with great momentum. Following behind these cannon-toting steel monsters were countless armored fighting vehicles, so many that he couldn't make out the exact number. Further back, many trucks loaded with infantrymen were even less discernible. He shouted loudly at his soldiers to come out and fight, to block the enemy's advance, but he couldn't even hear his own voice. He was deaf. Nobody responded to his call. At least where he stood, there were no survivors left. What to do next? His dazed and buzzing head had not yet figured out a plan when he saw a tank turn its gun barrel and aim right at his location. Chapter 263. He stared blankly at the pitch-black muzzle as it emitted a burst of orange flame, and then everything went black, and he knew nothing more. Following the charge of the troops, Colonel Perbuff, who was several hundred meters away from the front line where they were engaging the enemy tanks, risked poking his head out and surveyed the battlefield with his binoculars. He had just witnessed that scene. He swore under his breath, "Damn it, do you have to fire a shell every time you see a mosquito? Do you think shells are free?" He seemed a bit down. It wasn't really because the tankers were wasting ammunition, but rather, "Damn it, the artilleryman did all my work. What am I here for?" He sat back down inside the tank, not too pleased. Leroy, next to him, of course understood what his old partner was like. He smiled, patted Colonel Perbuff on the shoulder, and comforted him, "If a problem can be solved with shells, there's no need to solve it with lives. I think this is pretty good. Besides, if you want to fight, it's not like there's no battle to be fought. Artillery brothers are capable, but can they really finish all the work? What Leroy said certainly made sense. To say that each artillery shell was less than 30 centimeters across was an exaggeration. The enemy's position wasn't just a single line, even the most amateur and foolish commander would know to construct in-depth defenses. They were bombarded quite badly, but it really wasn't enough to wipe out the soldiers on an 8-kilometer wide, at least 3-kilometer thick defensive line. In fact, the wind-extinguishing brigade still encountered resistance. Enemies began to show themselves, and some lucky ones who had survived the artillery fire had, under the strong orders of their officers, emerged from their shelters, fortifications and bomb-proof shelters to launch counterattacks against the attacking forces. However, this counterattack was as effective as a tickle. The artillery positions of the anti-Governor Alliance army were nowhere to be seen, whether they had been obliterated under the previous 30,000 heavy artillery shells or not. At this moment they were absent. The soldiers did have some makeshift anti-armor weapons, like rocket launchers and explosive packs, but there weren't many, and their power was not sufficient. Those rocket launchers, whether targeting walkers or Challenger tanks, were no more effective than tickles unless they could strike very close and hit the precisely vulnerable parts like tank tracks, wheels, or the thin rear armor. The explosive packs had to be placed by someone getting close. But that was difficult, because to ensure accuracy and potency, one had to get very close to the armored units. However, the enemy's tanks and armored fighting vehicles were not turtles. They moved faster than a person and had much fiercer firepower. Not to mention the tank cannons, the machine guns on tanks, the autocannons, and grenade machine guns on armored fighting vehicles, all posed explosive threats to light infantry. Without fire cover, relying solely on light infantry, they'd be torn apart before they could get close. If there were some exceptionally lucky or tenacious individuals who could wait to rush out when tanks passed by, their chances of success would likewise be virtually impossible. The wind-extinguishing brigade's coordinated tactics between infantry and tanks, the armored assault, was their specialty. The infantry of the Alliance army were no slouches either. This time, the wind-extinguishing brigade's combined infantry and armor tactic was an armor-led charge, with tanks in front, mechanized infantry alighting to fight in the middle, and armored fighting vehicles at the rear. On each side of the tank, there would usually be 1 or 2 squads of infantry following. The firearms in their hands would teach those who thought the tank's cannon was not turning fast enough and who wanted to strike from the side a lesson. At the same time, the armored fighting vehicles further back served as the major firepower support for the infantry. At the same time, the tank units would not make the mistake of getting cut off. They often maintained a 2,100-meter distance from the infantry. After capturing a position, the tanks would stop for a while and wait for the infantry to catch up. Once the infantry had arrived, they would complete the capture and clearance of the surrounding area. After that, the tanks would move out again, break through a stretch of the line, and the infantry would follow. So on and so forth. Once the motorized troops caught up, they would proceed to sweep away the already scattered enemy forces for the final clearing. This tactic, even for an enemy position with a solid defense, was not easy to hold off, let alone for the current anti-Governor Alliance army. They were, to begin with, a ragtag group pulled together from various settlements, with visible disparities in equipment, morale, training, and experience. After being plowed by 30,000 rounds of artillery fire, there weren't that many survivors. What's more, even those who were still alive had already reached the brink of morale collapse. Honestly, if not for the officers' strict orders to resist, they might have run away or hidden to wait for a chance to surrender. But, were these officers of the anti-Governor Alliance army not afraid of dying? Clearly, they were. In some areas, when the soldiers fled, the officers tried to call them back, but it was futile. So they simply followed and ran away too. Some officers, after yelling at their soldiers to go out and resist, were the first to slip away. Some officers simply led their men and ran outright. Overall, the anti-Governor Alliance army, after suffering from terrible artillery bombardment, was still able to organize the remaining personnel to carry out a certain degree of counterattack, which was quite impressive considering their motley crew status. However, under the assault of armored troops, this resistance was swiftly crushed. Soldiers who ran to the sides were mostly ignored by Prebuff's men, who had no time to care about matters on the flanks of the battle line, whereas those who ran aimlessly backward were chased down by the armored forces, which was clearly very bad. 2 legs can't outrun wheels. Especially after the enemy's resistance became weaker and weaker, Prebuff adopted a bold, aggressive tactic, no longer maintaining close coordination between the infantry and armored troops, loosening tactical discipline and emphasizing attack speed. Armored personnel carriers began to surpass the slower Challenger tanks to the front, engineer battalions riding armed trucks also rapidly caught up, and where something was not crushable, the engineers disembarked to fill in trenches and build temporary roads. This was actually very dangerous, but they did not encounter any danger. Merely 2 hours after the Wind Extinguishing Brigade was fully engaged in combat, the entire unit had breached the central area of the enemy's defense line. 8 kilometers wide, 4 kilometers deep, completely torn apart. At this point, Commander Yan's Central Blossom tactic had also been initially successful. The enemy's line, which was about 50 kilometers wide, now had a blossom right in the middle, with an 8-kilometer wide bulge punched out from the center. All this, from the artillery strike to the armored forces completing their assault, all happened within 3 hours. Next, it was time for the next phase of the Central Blossom tactic, wrapping dumplings. The bulge had been created, of course, in preparation for annihilating the enemy. The Wind Extinguishing Brigade did not stop after breaching the defense line. Once past the difficult terrain and enemy resistance in the trench area, the path beyond was much clearer. The mechanized units of the Wind Extinguishing Brigade picked up great speed on this open ground. 5 hours later, the vanguard of the Wind Extinguishing Brigade had already advanced 50 kilometers. By that time, it had only been 8 hours since the bombardment began. 8 hours, not even enough for the two segments of the anti-Governor Alliance army to mount any effective response. But Yan Fangxiu's follow-up attack plan was already underway. The 2nd Motorized Infantry Division rapidly followed through the bulge created by the Wind Extinguishing Brigade. Leaving a part of their forces to defend the central bulge, the rest of the troops, along with the Wind Extinguishing Brigade, began to encircle in the due north and due west directions. This was the rear of the two divided enemy forces. At the same time, the 3rd Beast Slayer Independent Regiment and the 7th and 8th Garrison Divisions, with the support of artillery fire, started a fierce overall offensive. The enemy troops began to falter on a massive scale. The center had been breached, the flanks had lost contact, the rear was encircled, and the front was being overwhelmed by ferocious artillery fire. Under multi-directional pressure, they became dumpling fillings. Yan Fangxiu spent half a day on Central Blossom, and another day to wrap a solid dumpling. With thin skin and a thick filling, but the meat inside the dumpling could not break through the seemingly sparse dumpling skin. Surrounded, they held out for 3 days. No supplies, no ammunition, no reinforcements. A motley crew expected to fight until they had no bullets left, no food, until every man was dead? Not realistic. By the 4th day, large-scale surrenders began within the enemy troops. By then, this dumpling with thin skin and a thick filling was thoroughly cooked. Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Yesterday's content was missing a part about Lacroix's promotion, which was just 2 sentences. I don't understand where it went wrong, but the review deleted it. This is the 2nd time content was deleted without my knowledge, it's very annoying. I have already re-uploaded it. Chapter 264. 4 days ago, my unit completed the established combat plan and annihilated more than 80,000 rebel forces, of which over 9,000 were killed and more than 70,000 were captured. Our military casualties numbered 415, including 164 killed in action. Currently, our Central Group Army is continuing to advance southwest as planned, with the goal of completely disarming 77 known survivor settlements in that direction and liberating 2 million people in the Central Province. This goal is optimistically estimated to be achievable within 1 month. Please rest assured, Governor, we will complete the mission. Gu Heng glanced at the report sent back by Commander Yan and then set it aside. He wasn't surprised by the outcome, so it didn't stir anything within him. At most, he had compared it with the war report interface generated by the system. From this war, Gu Heng had earned 774 points of grace, quite a good sum, recouping the cost of training those 70 political commissars. However, the numbers of kills and captures submitted by Yan Fangxiu were slightly different from those in the system's war report, but the difference was minor. This discrepancy was normal statistical error. The numbers tallied by the system came from metaphysics, an external aid. The report submitted by Yan Fangxiu was after manually counting the numbers. Captives were easy enough, just count the heads, but kills were much harder to confirm, especially since most of the enemy casualties actually died from artillery fire. How could one confirm how many people made up a pile of mangled flesh when the bunkers were demolished and their occupants buried, or when bodies were blown to pieces? Close enough. In any case, the so-called Central Group Army, which had been incorporated into this operation, totaled around 38,000 people, seemingly facing an enemy 2.5 times its number. But in reality, there was a huge gap between the two sides in terms of training, experience, and equipment. This was a battle they couldn't lose unless Yan Fangxiu was incredibly stupid. Such a performance was quite normal. As things stood, Commander Yan was certainly not stupid, but rather had done quite well. After the annihilation of those more than 80,000 people, the rebel forces in the central province were like grasshoppers after autumn, unable to bounce back for long. When it boils down to it, they were nothing more than disparate settlements, with populations ranging from a few hundred to a few thousand, or at most a few 100,000, with weak productivity and dire poverty, barely managing to survive. It was only the special conditions of the wasteland that allowed each household to have some weapons, so that when threatened, they could raise a large army to resist. But after this wave of resistance had been crushed, with their so-called alliance army's characteristics, it was impossible for them to form a second troop. They claimed to be against the alliance, but in reality, they were the loose alliance. The alliance, said to be an alliance, had rapidly been transformed into a highly centralized polity under Gu Heng's rule. The mobilization capabilities of the two could hardly be compared. Moreover, losing 80,000 young and able-bodied men among the rebel forces, which totaled a population of 2 million in Central Province, was akin to losing 4% of their total population. How could a hastily formed coalition withstand such a blow? Previously, the alliance had hardly exerted itself, and more than 10,000 men were enough to hold back these 80,000, now, with a little more effort, those 80,000 were gone in 4 days. Even capturing 80,000 pigs might take this long. Wouldn't the leaders and people of those settlements be shaken? They must be scared to death. Gu Heng judged that, from now on, Yan Fangxiu's actions would hardly be obstructed. It was likely that under each city's walls, white flags would be raised in surrender. Even if those fellows wanted to keep resisting, their civilians probably wouldn't agree, and even if the civilians did agree, it would be extremely difficult for them to muster tens of thousands of guns again. However, although the subsequent actions should go smoothly, and the whole war was not difficult, Gu Heng still decided that, unless something unexpected happened, he would promote Yan Fangxiu to the rank of brigadier after he returned from this battle. A commander of a group army in the alliance was just a colonel, which was quite unsatisfactory. In less than half a year, Yan Fangxiu had risen from a minor naval captain to the rank of brigadier, the same rank as Captain Yelizaya, who had dispatched him to the border. This significance, tisk tisk. One wonders what Yelizaya would think when she saw it. Although there's a big difference between them. A proper first-class Imperial Navy brigadier is far from being a brigadier in a minor planetary defense army. But, while the significance may not be great, the rank of the planetary defense force is still recognized by the Empire, and Yelizaya would have to pinch her nose and call him brigadier. Quite interesting. Bringing his thoughts back to the war, there was another matter that required Gu Heng's attention. They had captured 70,000 prisoners. These prisoners were currently being transported over. To accommodate these people, the construction team in Revival City would build a large prisoner of war camp near the new recruit training base. These prisoners of war could not be treated in the same way as previously captured marauders. Most of them were not marauders and had not committed serious crimes. Being part of the rebel forces was something done by the leaders of each settlement. Whether they volunteered or were mobilized, or even conscripted, in the end, they were mostly poor commoners, civilians. As enemies, there were no pleasantries, but now, as prisoners, there was no need to be too harsh. Chapter 265. All were subjects of Gu Heng, 70,000 able-bodied youth, all precious labor. Gu Heng issued an order to Tadeus, instructing the military governor to prepare the relevant work plan, ensuring it was perfected before the prisoners of war arrived. The overall objective was to assimilate these people, whether by selecting a portion to be transformed and trained as new soldiers or by ensuring they were problem-free before dispersing them as civilians into factories. Both were possible. With subordinates at hand, Gu Heng no longer needed to take care of everything personally, he simply had to review their work. Tadeus indeed presented a corresponding plan the next day. The general approach was that all prisoners of war would be assigned appropriate jobs in Revival City for a month as punishment. They would be allocated to construction sites, to cargo sorting and transportation centers, to factories, in short, wherever labor was needed, they could be placed. In this aspect, Tadeus would coordinate and communicate with the production department's personnel. They would enjoy an 8-hour workday, would not be mistreated or cursed at, and would receive the same treatment as regular workers. They would not lack for occupational safety gear, food rations, or medical care. But they would receive no pay and no personal freedom. After work, they must return to the prisoner of war camp, then undergo 4 hours of ideological education from the military commissars, instructors, and part-time lecturers from Loyal Air Academy, who would make them understand their past actions were wrong, their former suffering was caused by the rulers of their previous settlements. The governor came to unite all the Rage Owl Star people, the alliance wouldn't harm them, on the contrary, as long as they properly reformed, a beautiful and bright future awaited. These weren't empty words, for they were underpinned by tangible systemic advantages. During the day, these prisoners would labor alongside the residents of Revival City in factories or on construction sites. They would learn what life was like for the residents of Revival City, stable job ranks, no worries for food and clothing, an additional salary to improve their standard of living, and if they worked long enough or performed exceptionally, they would see promotion opportunities, a tangible upward mobility. Life was hopeful and something to look forward to. The best days were yet to come. After receiving societal education by day and ideological education by night, after a month of being prisoners of war, these paupers drafted from various settlements would likely have changed. Then, based on their performance in the camp during that month, assigning them ranks and integrating them into the city should proceed smoothly. After reviewing Tadeus's plan, Gu Hang hardly made any modifications. With a grand gesture he approved it. At the end of the approved document, he added a note for Tadeus to summarize this prisoner management experience, to serve as a standard procedure for similar future occurrences. This matter was thus considered concluded on his end. It was now time to wait for the results. As for his own tasks, he still had unspent grace points. After returning to the surface, he spent 500 points on training 50,000 new soldiers, 1,000 points on Loyal Air Academy, 700 points on training commissars, and with the recent completion of the campaign, he gained 774 points, leaving him with a total surplus of 32 grace points. Still quite a lot. After considering, Gu Hang decided to draw a technology card. Technology is the primary productive force. His territory could support nearly 100,000 well-equipped troops with just over 2 million people, but was that really because of his, Gu Hang's, charm? No matter how charming, can one conjure armored vehicles, tanks, or food? In truth, the role of the Wuxing City industrial base was immensely significant. Its development hinged on the technology system's black box, which directly produced entire production lines. And drawing technology cards, according to the system's sinister mechanism, essentially every tier of the card pool is limited and can be depleted, so there is strategy in drawing cards. Currently, the card pools available to Gu Hang were the 10/100/1000 tiers. The 10-point tier had a basic probability of 10%, an Air Force probability of 90%. Expecting one basic level for every 100 points, the cost-performance ratio actually wasn't bad. The 100 tier, with a basic level at 50%, an advanced level at 10%, expecting an investment of 1,000 points to get an advanced level, 200 points for a basic level, and probably a basic level for every 500 points on a second guess, the cost-performance ratio was rather dismal. The 1,000 tier, with a basic probability of 40%, an advanced probability of 30%, and the higher elite probability at 30%. This was a card pool he hadn't drawn from before. The cost-performance ratio maxed out, investing 1,000 points guaranteed a technology. Getting basic level might be a bit disappointing, but the probabilities for advanced and elite levels were not low, scoring big if successful. Gu Hang was a bit eager, but decided to start off with 100 points of grace to draw a 10-point card, to try his luck. Luck was indeed on his side, he scored within 80 points. Basic level technology, LR5 optical energy gun family. The sect of mechanics, fulfilling the order requirements of the Star Realm Army, developed the new generation of optical energy rifle family. It can be easily modified with different accessories to form continuous fire speed shooting laser guns, laser rifles, energy storage rifles, laser pistols, and other functional firearms. Great stuff! The LR series of laser guns are also the basic weapons configuration of the Star Realm Army. But unlike the G9, which is also a basic weapon configuration, the LR is much more high-end and much more expensive. If the G-series kinetic rifles are given to the $5 Good Brothers, troops pulled to fill the lines, then the troops widely equipped with the LR5 laser guns can be considered the main force of the Star Realm Army. Without going into details, the damage of this thing is almost the same as the HS series electromagnetic rifles, it's just that the electromagnetic rifle launches metal spikes, while the laser gun is a pure energy weapon. But whether it's one or the other, when shooting green skins, you definitely won't encounter the situation with the G series rifles where it takes dozens of shots to kill one green skin. Shooting a common green skin kid without a helmet, if you aim well, one shot one kill. Shooting the torso, 5 or 6 shots will do the job. Overall, this is a weapon that improves the firepower of light infantry, and even after sufficient allocation, the basic firearms power increases significantly, enough to cause a qualitative change in the entire army's combat capability. Gu Heng had just been feeling a slight regret, wishing he had drawn the LR5 instead of the G9 initially. With the LR5, who would need the G9? However, upon further thought, he changed his mind again. Back then, it was better to have drawn the G9. Good stuff always has one problem, it's expensive. The Imperial Taxation Department would take away 4 tax currency per LR5 individual soldier set. You should know, the Department of Taxation takes only 5 tax currency per person. I wonder if I should say the LR5 is too expensive, or that in the eyes of the Department of Taxation, human life is too cheap. As for the price of the G9, let's say 5 sets for 1 tax currency. The manufacturing cost of a set of individual equipment centered on the LR5 laser gun is 20 times that of a G series kinetic rifle. If he had directly drawn the LR5 at that time, Gu Heng's plan to massively produce weapons would have probably faced big trouble, unable to produce so many guns. Moreover, even now, there's a problem with the LR5, guns can be made, but there are no conditions to manufacture the ammunition, the high-energy batteries. The finished black box would directly generate them with batteries, but not so on the production line. Headache. This is what happens when you rely entirely on black boxes for your industrial system, you draw certain technologies but are helpless to implement them. Nevertheless, this problem is not unsolvable. Gu Heng had a former genius mechanic, Ms. Wu Jiarong. This mechanic, whose name is very similar to his cousin's, has actually come up with some results recently. She has conquered the production line process for synthetic starch. At the same time, she has also come up with a production plan for energy storage batteries. This thing, while having performance gaps compared to the high energy density batteries used by the Star Realm army, is not unusable. It just means that a magazine's bullet count would drop from 80 to 15. Furthermore, if the high power charging shot is used, one shot can deplete a fully charged battery. But again, it's about solving the issue of having nothing at first. Whether it's good or bad, we'll discuss it later. Who knows? Maybe next time I'll draw the production technology for high-energy batteries. However, although drawing the LR5 laser gun family is something to be happy about, it didn't come without a cost. It was not just the 80 points of grace, but the critical point was that the 10-point newbie prize pool had been completely depleted. After this, the probability of winning at 10 points of grace is only 1%. The expected value is a basic level technology for every 1,000 points, only a fool would continue to draw. Afterward, Gu Heng began to set his sights on the 1000 bracket. He had high expectations for it. There's a high probability of drawing an advanced or elite level treasure, but if the draw is for a basic level, that would be a real loss. Hope I get a bit luckier. Chapter 266. He was actually a bit conflicted. He wanted to produce some impressive elite level technology, but he worried that even if he lucked out in the lottery draw, the current industrial level of his territory wouldn't be capable of assimilating it. Let's not even talk about elite level tech. Even the advanced level technologies they drew before, the bomb guns and the controllable reactors, could currently only be produced in small scales using finished black boxes, and could not be mass-produced. While a mother black box could indeed spit out a production line wasn't a black box. You couldn't simply input basic raw elements and expect a finished product to come out. Both of these items required alloy ceramic steel as an industrial material, a higher grade alloy that they currently couldn't produce. But even if they couldn't establish a production line, just having a black box to create some impressive stuff that would still be incredibly valuable. Anyway, it's not certain I'll get one, so why worry? Just go ahead and draw. Gu Heng started his first 1000 tier lottery draw. His luck was average, not particularly good but not too bad either, and he drew an advanced level technology. Wind Falcon Rapid Attack Vessel, Advanced Level. This is a type of multi-purpose combat flying vehicle that uses partial anti-gravity technology combined with high-energy engines to achieve extraordinarily high performance. Depending on different equipped modules and weapons, it can serve as a high-speed fighter jet, a ground bomber, a support gunboat, or a small troop carrier. Seeing this, Gu Heng's grin almost split his face. The Wind Falcon rapid attack vessel could be considered one of the main flying vehicles of the Star Realm Army. Within the Imperial military, there is no independent Air Force unit. Similar roles are either on some space carriers, participating in swarm space battles, which is maritime navigation, or assigned to the Star Realm Army as support and a fire supplement to ground troops, which constitutes land navigation. Gu Heng's army had always been lacking in aerial power. Even though they had inherited over 20 various aircraft from the old Alliance army, these were either propeller-driven fixed-wing aircraft or helicopters. The operational capability of these crafts. It's not fair to say it was lacking, but there were too few of them, and they never played an important role in any of Gu Heng's previous battles. However, the Wind Falcon rapid attack vessel was different. With this black box, it meant that Gu Heng could produce a large number of flying vehicles. Moreover, its performance far surpassed the aircraft currently available to the Alliance Army. Take, for example, the domestically produced helicopters. A homemade rocket launcher might easily shoot one down. In the past, not deploying helicopters in combat was because they were of little help and too easily shot down. A downed aircraft meant one less vehicle available for Gu Heng's rapid operations. It wasn't worth it. But that wouldn't be a concern anymore. Homemade rocket launchers hitting the Wind Falcon? That'd be impossible. Firstly, because it wouldn't be able to hit it, as it might fly even faster than jet aircraft, with high-energy engines and anti-gravity technology enabling it to reach astonishing speeds. It could hover in place, directly strafe left, right, or up and down, which surpassed traditional fixed-wing aircraft in terms of maneuverability. Using a mechanical aim or a non-fire controlled anti-aircraft gun to hit it would be incredibly difficult. Only a barrage of bullets would have any chance. Secondly, even if it did get hit, it wouldn't necessarily suffer much damage. The Wind Falcon is called a rapid attack vessel, not just a plane. Its armor isn't thin at all, and while maybe not quite tank level, it probably isn't much less sturdy than a Strider combat vehicle. A Wind Falcon enhanced with anti-gravity technology could carry thick armor and still fly. Against your rocket-propelled grenades, anti-aircraft cannons, and even anti-air missiles, the thick armor might not bring it down. Similarly, its excellent carrying capacity means the Wind Falcon can be equipped with many weapons. Air-to-air missiles, air-to-ground missiles, laser cannons, railguns. When equipped with these, it's like a combat vehicle in the sky, with even more ferocious firepower. Pilots would be additionally equipped with a servo skull to assist in fire control. When needed, after shedding some of the heavier munitions, it could transport an interstellar warrior strike team, or even an entire infantry platoon, for airborne operations. After deploying the paratroopers, it could continue to fly and circle above the paratroopers to provide support. This is a flying weapon with top-level performance. Of course, there's still one problem. Currently, it can only be made with a black box, and they can't set up a production line. If they could set up a production line, they would lack ceramic steel for the outer armor, they would lack the anti-gravity engines and high-energy engines, as the grindstone engine would be insufficient. The military factories in Wuxing City can now produce some missiles on a small scale thanks to Wu Jiarong tackling some of the technical challenges herself, but the output isn't high. They can't produce laser cannons or railguns. The servo skulls used as a fire control system currently can only be manually crafted by Wu Jiarong, with a production rate that leaves much to be desired. Lacking these components means the military factory can't manufacture them. They can only rely on the finished black box to slowly churn them out, estimating to create one vessel per week. The problem Gu Heng was worried about, producing high-level technology, nevertheless happened. Yet, it could still bring benefits. One vessel a week, that was still worth it. Just a few Wind Falcon rapid attack vessels could almost have a decisive impact on a localized war. After drawing out the Wind Falcon rapid attack vessel, Gu Heng noticed that the probability of drawing advanced level technology became 20%, basic level was at 50%, and elite level remained at 30%. Chapter 267. The rules are the same as the 100 tier. After getting a hit, the probability of the corresponding technology level drops, down to the next level. The only slightly good news is that it only drops 10% probability, much better than the previous two tiers. Gu Heng drew twice more. Luck was good once and bad another, getting him a basic and an elite level. The basic level was particularly bad, yielding a resource detection technology blueprint. Unlike the technologies obtained previously, This included not only the production of finished black boxes and mainframe black boxes, but also an extra item, a full set of detection knowledge encyclopedias and tutorials. The latter was quite impressive. Gu Heng immediately thought that with these, he could form several resource detection teams to explore what valuable resources lay within the lands under his control. According to the technology's description, teams equipped with detection devices and who have learned the knowledge can mark the value of the land. Protein soil fertility, what is suitable to plant, and detection and mining plan suggestions for mineral resources are of utmost importance. The ruins of cities from before the war will one day be picked clean. Discovering new metal deposits and researching how to dismantle and reuse the materials from the towering buildings in the city ruins are of significant importance. For these tasks, Gu Heng planned to have Ozania take charge. She could establish a National Resources Bureau under the Production Department, specifically responsible for the exploration, planning, and utilization of various resources. Although only one basic technology was obtained from the 1000 tier draw, if the relevant detection technology could find a major mine, it might break even. Thus, Gu Heng was not disappointed. The actual results proved that the detection technology was well worth the price. Within just a month, after Ozania organized a group of people who had experience in this field, learned the detection knowledge, and equipped finished black box produced devices, they immediately began to see returns. The abandoned cave where the abandoned cave society had lived before the war was rediscovered after redetection, revealing deep metal deposits with quite good reserves. Although the mining difficulty was a bit challenging, they quickly developed a corresponding mining plan. Patel, the head of the Wuxing City Abandoned Cave District, took this seriously. He promptly dispatched corresponding construction teams, who, with the help of relevant machinery, began excavation and construction of the new mining area. If all goes well, the new mining area will be put into production in 3 months. By that time, the raw material costs for the Wuxing City heavy industry base will significantly decrease. The minerals extracted directly from the new mine carry extremely low transportation costs. Furthermore, this exploration team will also develop a comprehensive plan for the dismantling and resource recycling of the massive high-rise ruins after an on-site study. This isn't just about picking up trash, it includes 2 major aspects: the utilization of the many buildings left behind from the high-rise ruins and the utilization of the low-energy storms. The former mainly targets those buildings that have survived the war and a century of low-energy storms baptism and still stand strong. It's obvious that the durability of these buildings is extremely strong. Although it will bring high demolition costs, the materials composing the buildings are also of higher value. The high-strength concrete can be recycled as new construction materials after being crushed, useful for building bridges, paving roads, and constructing new buildings. The buildings also contain a large amount of metal, which can be directly recycled. However, the recovery of these materials is secondary, the more important relevance is the utilization of low-energy storms. The high-rise ruins are a frequent site of low-energy storms. Rubbish Town was established because it is on the edge of the storm-prone area, avoiding the storm's path, but when the storm erupts every month or 2, all utilization work on the high-rise ruins stops. However, the benefit brought by the storm is the hot ash stones left in its wake, which can be collected for fuel. According to the exploration team's research, the low-energy storm itself is a resource. The main specialty of the Rage Owl star used to be the psychic energy field, a direct source of high-grade energy, spirit gas, which is very valuable. But the wars destroyed those psychic energy fields, releasing uncontrolled energy that resulted in low-energy storms. These storms carry intense energy, making it difficult for living beings to survive through them. Even with sturdy shelters, one must stay put with stocked food until the storm's end. Just letting these energies dissipate into the atmosphere and turn into some hot ash stones is a waste. They should indeed hold higher value. If it just remained an idea, then it would still be wishful thinking. Recognizing the nature of the low-energy storm is one thing, but utilizing it effectively is another. However, during Gu Heng's third 1000 tier tech card draw, he pulled a nice item. Compressed Energy Crystal Block, Elite Level. This is an application of advanced energy, capable of extremely compressing various types of energy into energy crystal blocks of different specifications and sizes. Its energy density far exceeds nuclear power and is stable and easy to utilize. It's the energy foundation commonly seen in starships and heavy ground weaponry. Chapter 268. It's settled. This thing is the ultimate solution to the energy problem. When it's actually applied, the energy crystal prototype that is manufactured is just an empty metal framework. Placed on an energy compressor, the compressor connects to a power source, and immediately the energy starts getting drastically compressed and fills into this metal framework, forming a beautiful blue crystalline body. This thing is the compressed energy crystal block. Essentially, this technology is not limited to any specific type of energy. Even if connected to a power station, it could also significantly compress electrical energy. Of course, that's not usually done. The energy density of power stations, even nuclear power plants, is relatively too low. Generally, energy crystals are used to generate electricity, and one single energy crystal can last a long time. But this is but a very minor application. The main thing is, after manufacturing a sufficient amount of compressed energy crystal blocks, they can be directly sent to space to power starships. Some high-level equipment, such as the Star Realm Army's ultra-heavy tanks, and various types of Titan mechas, also use this type of energy. Not to mention other things. If Gu Heng built a device in the low-energy storm zone that could collect the spiritualized gases from the storms, and then connected it to an energy compressor, just the low-energy storms from the high tower ruins alone, blowing once a month, a single month's worth lasting 1 week, could produce energy crystal blocks worth over 40,000 tax currency. What concept is this? Rage Owl Star's annual imperial tax is only 5 million. If this low-energy storm could be truly converted into an energy mineral resource as Gu Heng planned, turning waste into treasure, then just the production here, by selling the energy crystals, could solve 1/10 of Rage Owl Star's annual tax revenue problem. Moreover, once this model gets going, it wouldn't be limited to the high tower ruins but could be expanded to the entire Rage Owl Star wherever the low-energy storms cover. And there are far too many such places. How did the people of Rage Owl Star live a prosperous life in the pre-war era? They relied on selling energy, like those Middle Eastern oil tycoons from Gu Heng's previous life. The Rage Owl Star people mined spiritualized gases to make energy crystals, and they didn't need to work hard to live a prosperous life. The reason Rage Owl Star was abandoned was also because the psychic energy fields were depleted, and the low-energy storms became too difficult to exploit. But Gu Heng found a way to use them. However, he immediately thought of a problem: am I the only smart person? Couldn't others think of using this method to reuse the low-energy storms? Then he realized it wasn't that others hadn't thought of it, but that they weren't willing to do it. The investment was too huge, not cost-effective at all. He looked at it and saw that as an elite-level technology, the black box could directly pull out a production line for making energy compressors, but currently, Rage Owl Star completely lacks the potential to realize it. They don't have the super pressure engines, they lack the fine gold refining and manufacturing technology. These two are the main prerequisite technologies, not to mention some other secondary prerequisite technologies that haven't been developed. Just look at these things and you'll know how expensive it is to make an energy compressor. With that much money, setting up a bunch of energy compressors around Rage Owl Star to collect the dissipated spiritualized energy from the low-energy storms, why bother earning such hard laborious money? It's simpler to invest in planets with psychic energy fields. With the same energy compressor, the output could be many times higher. But Gu Heng is different. A finished black box gave him almost zero-cost implementation of what others would have to invest heavily in to achieve. Since there's no cost, anything goes. Moreover, by being able to steadily produce energy crystals, another big problem was solved. The energy issue of the Wind Falcon drawn from the first 1000 tier lottery was solved. Even a Wind Falcon produced directly by a finished black box needs energy to fly. It was originally supposed to use concentrated energy cells, and Gu Heng was thinking about importing a large batch from Wang Jiarong's trade convoy to store for future use. Producing them in-house would probably have to wait until Wu Jiarong conquered the relevant technology for high-concentration energy cells before truly resolving the issue. Now there's no need to worry. With the energy crystals, what need is there for high-energy batteries? It could even be said that using energy crystals in the Wind Falcon is overkill. In fact, the LR5 series laser guns could also use energy crystals, and if they really did, one block might be enough to last a very, very long time. This would eliminate the need for ammunition and magazines altogether, since one energy crystal could last a very, very long time. However, that would be too luxurious, too high cost, not worth considering. As for the production line of energy compressors, there's no need to think about that either. Like the former, even if you could pull out a production line, you wouldn't be able to make it, entirely relying on the finished black box. According to Wu Jiarong's estimation, she had found some remnants of pre-war technology utilized for collecting spiritualized gases from the ruins of the high tower. In about 2 months, she should be able to produce a prototype. During this time, the finished black boxes should be able to produce quite a few energy compressors, and by then, working together, the first low-energy storm energy unit can be put into use. The 4 technologies Gu Heng had drawn this time included 2 basic-level LR-5 laser guns and land resource detection blueprints, which were quite reliable and faced no difficulties in application. The Wind Falcon rapid attack vessel and compressed energy technology could only rely on the finished black boxes and were not mass-producible. However, the help given by the finished black boxes alone was already significant, enough to begin small-scale production. Besides, just because we can't pull together a production line for now doesn't mean we can never do it. Once the foundation is replenished a bit, these technologies can be scaled up into high-quality industries. After this round, Gu Heng was left with the last 132 points of his grace. He didn't plan to keep these grace points. All these grace points, he poured them into the hero panel, activating heroes. Mainly per buff. He had been present on the hero interface for quite some time. Since he had some grace points left, activating him was done and dusted. Gu Heng spent 10 grace points on him. He was an LV2N card, specialized in military command. Additionally, there was another guy who got activated, Lacroix, the soldier from the Beast Slaughter group. He also required just 10 grace points and LV2SR card, specializing in physical and military technology. The cost of activating a talent discovered by the system on the hero interface is determined by the character's level. Levels 1 and 2 cost 10 points, level 3 costs 50, level 4 costs 200 points, and level 5 costs 500 points. It's roughly the same as the price for Gu Heng to level up on his own. As for rarity, it doesn't affect activation cost but does determine the character's growth potential. Once a character is activated, they will undergo earth-shattering changes within a few days. Ozania was like that. After being activated, she learned a lot about how to manage a department. It must feel like suddenly becoming enlightened, understanding problems that you had never thought of or couldn't understand before. In military command and even in the elevation of spiritual attributes that Gu Heng himself had experienced many times, the process was roughly the same. However, in Lacroix's case, Gu Heng was somewhat puzzled. He was elevated to an LV2SR rarity soldier king with his physical attributes directly lifted to 12 points. This meant that his physical strength would reach about 17 times that of a normal person, which was a very exaggerated number. Having completed their transformations, interstellar warriors in their unarmored status could probably reach about 14 to 15 points. But these were soldiers who had undergone surgery, implanted with genetic seeds, and sprouted a dozen superhuman organs within their bodies, whereas Lacroix's body wouldn't undergo such drastic changes. Gu Heng was quite curious about this. Although he himself had increased his physical attributes, each time he gained a point, the degree of improvement was at most 1.5 times that of the previous instance, and a single perception wouldn't be so intense. Lacroix's dramatic changes indeed made him curious. So, over the next few days, when he had some free time, he called the man, who was actually pretty settled with the war at the front line, and directly asked Lacroix about the recent changes he felt. Lacroix was surprised himself. He indeed had significant changes, ran faster, a lot stronger, more agile in action, ate much more, but never got fat no matter what. This change actually made him somewhat apprehensive. Although it all seemed beneficial aside from eating more, who knew the real reason behind it? Could it lead to even worse consequences? He hadn't even dared to tell anyone else. But how did His Excellency the Governor know? Was he really that omniscient? Confronted with the young soldier's question, Gu Heng just smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and consoled him with a phrase. Perhaps, this is the Divine Emperor's reward for your heroic performance aboard the quintet. Chapter 269. With this latest development, Gu Heng had spent all of his grace points, leaving only 62 behind. But all the tasks had already been arranged, and Gu Heng needed some time to patiently wait for the fruits to ripen. In the following 2 months, Gu Heng did not make any major moves, yet within the territories he controlled, there were still significant changes. The first major event was that the war in the central province had finally almost completely subsided. Under Yan Fangxiu's command, the Central Group Army annihilated the main force of the Anti-Governor Alliance Army and in a little over half a month swept through the entire central province, a land of 1 million square kilometers, bringing 2 million people under the full control of the alliance. As for the leaders of the so-called anti-governor alliance army and the heads of many large settlements, those who surrendered were let be, as long as they hadn't committed war crimes, they were given a comfortable position to enjoy by the government department led by Ozania. A small number who were actually competent were considered for continuing to manage the settlements, becoming bureaucrats, retained if they performed well, or dismissed if not. But for the hardliners, those who surrendered at the very last moment, and those who had committed egregious crimes, there was no room for discussion. Lambert Hodgson, as the Alliance Chief Justice, once again made a show of himself by holding a trial and sentencing over 300 people to death and thousands more to forced labor ranging from 3 to 10 years. Of course, it was no longer like when Gu Hang had just taken control of Revival City, there was no need for too much bloodshed, so there was no form of public execution at the scene. They were simply taken to a shooting range and shot. Yan Fangxiu seemed somewhat regretful about this. He had initially planned to have a triumphal ceremony to present the prisoners to the governor, but it was rejected. As the governor himself put it, did such riffraff even deserve such treatment? Encountering disappointment, Yan Fangxiu was left somewhat embarrassed. However, after commanding the group army in this operation and securing at least a satisfactory record, he was promoted to the rank of brigadier general as a consolation. However, despite Gu Hang's apparent disdain for the insurgent leaders, the pacification of the central province was still of significant importance. The total population of the alliance broke through the 5 million threshold, with the largest contribution coming from the largest and most populous central province among the 3 planned provinces. With this province pacified, it meant that 2 million people were added to the alliance. The population policy of the alliance was consistently implemented. Resources were available, industries were preserved, and larger settlements were maintained and supported for development. The rest were downsized, with their populations integrated into Revival City and Wuxing City to enhance the population scale effect and meet the labor demands for concentrated industrial development. With the population growth and more aggressive laying out of production lines, the resource issues had improved in the Wuxing City industrial area, and industrial production efficiency had further increased. The production of the RN series trucks had risen to a level of 1,000 per month. The production of the Strider series armored vehicle also reached 90 per month. The Iron Bull trucks output over these 2 months, excluding the foreign trade portion, replenished the military. The 2nd Division, which had been reorganized from an independent regiment to the 3rd Beast Slaying Brigade, had completed a full motorization overhaul, and 2 new divisions, the 11th and 12th, were formed following the 2nd Division's standards. A motorized infantry division's full complement was over 9,000 men, capable of fully motorized marches. With 3,000 more than a garrison division, these divisions had greater mobility and more artillery, doubling the overall firepower. These 2 divisions were incorporated into the Central Group Army, under the command of Yan Fangxiu. At the same time, the 7th and 8th divisions were detached. They were to be stationed in various locations in the central province to clamp down on the local area. Meanwhile, the Central Group Army, newly reinforced with the 11th and 12th divisions, together with the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd brigades, moved southward, advancing to the border between the Central Province and the Green Valley region. The Green Valley region was the next main military target for the alliance. More units were planned beyond the 11th and 12th divisions, including the 10th Special Warfare Brigade, the 13th Mechanical Composite Brigade, and the 14th Motorized Infantry Division. The 14th Motorized Infantry Division followed the same specifications as the 2nd, 11th, and 12th divisions. The 10th Special Warfare Brigade was a special unit, which Gu Hang planned to establish around the surviving elite soldiers from the dozens of storm squads, forming a special forces squad for special operations, behind-the-lines missions, and targeted strikes. For the moment, however, it was still just a framework, as the cost of training elite soldiers was quite high. Although equipment was no longer an issue thanks to the LR5 series laser guns, he had the capital to put together an elite special operations team. In the future, aside from the Phoenix Battle Group, Gu Hang would still need a sufficient number of elite troops to carry out special missions. As for the 13th Mechanical Composite Brigade, it was similar to the 1st Extinguishing Wind Brigade, but since there were no more tanks, they had replaced the tank companies in the various composite camps with mechanized infantry companies. In general, aside from the lack of combat experience, the combat strength of the 13th Brigade would not differ much from that of the 1st Brigade. For the 13th and 14th Brigades, they actually had enough personnel. Currently, in the new recruit training base outside of Revival City, there were almost 30,000 new recruits just waiting for the equipment to arrive so they could be formed into new units. Chapter 270 Looking at the current situation, the motorized infantry division is not too bad, it could be fully equipped in a month. The composite division, on the other hand, may take 2 months. However, this is calculated based on the current military industrial capacity. Going forward, the capacity will become increasingly explosive. In fact, in the past 2 or 3 months, the output of walkers has risen from the original 30 or 40 units to upwards of 90, nearly tripling. And the burst in production capacity, or the overall development of the territory, can be seen quite intuitively from Gu Heng's monthly welfare point income. Initially, the month he first came down from the starship, he received 678 welfare points. Last month, the welfare points had already reached 817, and this recent month's income points have even climbed to 1022 points a month. Among these, the largest increase came from Wuxing City, followed by the increase contributed by the 2 million new population after the central province was recovered. Although the latter had a larger population, the welfare points didn't increase as much, mainly because their productivity was too weak. The third increase came from Revival City, whose population also returned to the major milestone of 1 million people. As for the 300,000 people in Jeoda Province and the 500,000 people in Central North Province, the welfare points reward they provided were merely trivial amounts. Mainly because, although their combined populations were not small, their productivity was weak and their living standards poor. They were barely able to satisfy their basic food needs, with almost the entire population living in extreme poverty. Starvation deaths were common, and they could hardly bring any net positive benefits to the entire alliance. In fact, the alliance needed to allocate resources to support them, ensuring people wouldn't starve to death and providing them with funds for development. In the short term, these areas were effectively negative assets for the alliance except for their contributions in manpower. They required long-term investment and construction to improve. Accordingly, the welfare points contribution from these areas was very low. At present, Gu Heng was not particularly clear about the calculation mechanism for his fixed monthly welfare point income. He could only roughly distinguish 4 main factors: population size, living standards, total productivity, and contributions to the whole political body. Moreover, the rise in welfare points was not linear. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why Gu Heng, before even conquering Revival City, could earn several tens of points a month from just a few thousand people at the governor's camp, and yet now, with the 50,000 people in Central North Province, the welfare point gains are nearly the same as the camp scale back then despite the 100-fold increase in population base. Perhaps the rise in welfare points could be tiered and segmented? Maybe after the political body reached a certain scale, further improvements needed to be significantly higher to achieve the same rate of increase as before? Nevertheless, no matter what the exact calculation method was, one truth was indisputable: as long as Gu Heng worked hard to increase the population under his effective control, enhance productivity and improve people's living standards, then this number would certainly rise. And after receiving the income for these 2 months, the welfare points that had been completely spent in Gu Heng's hands once again rose to a rather significant figure, reaching 1901. Since welfare points couldn't earn interest just by sitting around, Gu Heng still chose to spend them on drawing technologies. However, this time he did not go for the 1000 tier again. High-level technologies, while compelling, could not be mass-produced and thus didn't significantly aid in enhancing the overall alliance's productive capacity. With not so many welfare points on hand, it seemed wiser to allocate a portion to draw from the 100 tier and see if he could fill in some basic technological gaps. And indeed, it was effective. He first hit a basic level, and then the probability for the 100 tier became 20% for basic level, a 30% drop, but the advanced level actually rose from 10% to 20%. The chances for hitting a prize in the 100 tier should have only dropped by 20%, yet the basic technology tier had plummeted by 30%, with the extra portion seemingly going to the advanced tier. The mechanism was getting harder and harder to understand, but of course, it was good news. After 2 more attempts, both turned up empty. After all, an overall 40% chance of winning implied that misses were quite normal. Then there was another hit, this time an advanced level. And the overall probabilities turned into 10% for both basic and advanced tiers. After 5 more attempts, he hit an advanced level. At this point, only a 2.5% chance for either remained. Theoretically, one would need 2,000 welfare points to obtain a prize, with the probability divided equally between basic and advanced tiers. At this point, it could be said that the 100-tier technical cards prize pool was essentially depleted in Gu Heng's view. However, Up to now, he had drawn 9 times in total, accumulating 2 advanced levels and 1 basic level. Quantity-wise, drawing from the 100 tier remained more cost-effective than the 1000 tier until the prize pool was exhausted. As for the 3 technologies, the basic level was servo-cranium, and the advanced levels were alloy cerasteel and anti-gravity engine. Seeing these 3 items, Gu Heng was very satisfied. All the prerequisite technologies for the Falcon assault airship were now unlocked. There's no need to say much about alloy cerasteel, as Gu Heng was extremely happy to have drawn this technology. Like alloy plasteel, it is an advanced version of high-grade alloy. With it, the production of bomb guns could be mass-produced, reactors could be mass-produced, and the external armor of the Falcon assault airships, as well as some of the internal components, were now sufficient. In the future, a large number of medium and high-end industrial products would require alloy cerasteel, which was fundamental. While the anti-gravity engine could be directly used for the Falcon assault airships. Also, this type of advanced engine could be applied in some high-end equipment. This engine is the basis allowing some super heavy equipment to be operational. Even for some titans, if the main engine wasn't this kind, they would still need it in some places to reduce gravity. Chapter 271. Otherwise, some equipment is so heavy that its own weight is more than some structures, which are not sturdy enough, can bear. In any case, with these 2 gadgets in place, the Wind Falcon rapid attack vessel could roll off the production line and be mass-produced on its own. Of course, a servo skull is still missing. If there is no servo skull to serve as the fire control system, production is still possible, it's just that the co-pilot or, in other terms, the gunner, would have to aim manually. But clearly, that would reduce combat effectiveness to some extent. Once you have a servo skull, it's like having an auxiliary computer. As for what exactly a servo skull is, it is actually a form of genetic technology that can turn a human with an intact brain and skull into a wetware component. Similar to the way servitors are made, part of the brain is removed, the personality and conscious thought are erased, leaving it to function merely as a type of computer. In many creations by the sect of mechanics, such an object can be found, a human skull connected to some machines by a metal spinal cord, sometimes able to move on its own, floating around. To be honest, Gu Heng didn't quite understand why this was considered a basic technology. In his previous life, this would have been some seriously black tech, dark enough to be considered the darkest of them all. Yet, this was indeed just a basic technology. Like land resource exploration, servo skull technology is also blueprint in nature, it includes the manufacturing process. A finished black box could immediately produce a set of equipment required for a servo skull conversion workshop. It was simpler than imagined. A workshop, a junior commissioner, could produce 1 per day. But Gu Heng's attention was caught by a very important part included in this process: burning incense, praying, 6 hours of scripture recitation. Initially, Gu Heng didn't understand, but he soon got it. To consider this universe as purely materialistic would be foolish. He himself was a wielder of spiritual energy. Clearly, the process that could really produce servo skulls was inextricably linked to supernatural forces. Or rather, almost all technology may have some supernatural element involved to varying degrees, whether overt or covert. Once he realized this, Gu Heng didn't struggle with it anymore. Just use it, regardless of the principle. After all, he himself couldn't make sense of it. However, Gu Heng was still somewhat uneasy about the fact that manufacturing servo skulls required a complete human head. He wasn't obstinately ignorant, nor would he let the strict morals and ethics of the Empire restrict him utterly, since by the standards of the Empire, making servo skulls from living people wasn't really a big deal. But he certainly wasn't going to randomly capture people to use as material. In this regard, he had established certain rules: only convicts on death row and those who had been stripped of human rights, lacking even an E9 ranking, could be used as materials. Only those who had no human rights could be treated as non-human and have their desires ignored. In addition, arrangements could be made with the public, and soldiers could sign related donation documents before death. After death, their bodies could be donated, and their brains would be preserved. Causes of death like a headshot, brain cancer, and the like, were definitely out of the question. Deaths that had occurred too long ago were also unacceptable. However, other types of bodily organ failure leading to death, if the head was preserved by special means within an hour after death, then it could undergo the conversion operation to become a servo skull. More directly, doing it before death yielded the highest success rate. However, Gu Heng had not yet decided whether to open up this option. It could lead to ethical issues, even murder and corruption. For now, there was no need, but if the situation changed in the future and the demand for servo skulls was too great to be met by death row inmates, Gu Heng might actually be forced to propose it. It was unfortunate that the prisoners who had been captured for trial and execution had been shot before Gu Heng could harvest their servo skulls, as they would have been a good source of material. In any case, with this technology in hand, the Wind Falcon rapid attack vessel could now be comprehensively put into production. In the last 2 months, finished black boxes had already churned out 8 Wind Falcons. With the continuation of production, the initial estimate is that 3 can be produced each month. Adding in that the black box can turn out 4 a month, the total would be 7 per month. Of course, this production capacity will increase over time. By the time tax is due a year and a half from now, Gu Heng optimistically estimates that his Star Realm armed forces could be equipped with an Air Force Corps, with around 100 Wind Falcons without much problem. And this Air Force Corps could comfortably meet the standard of 1 million tax currency. Apart from alloy serasteel, servo skulls, and anti-gravity engines, with the Wind Falcon rapid attack vessel now in production, the deep mining operations at the Ruin Mine have also been initially constructed and put into production. The Ruin Mine and Storm Mine in Jeoda Province have both commenced operations as well. Especially the Storm Mine, Wu Jiarong has recently devoted a month's effort to mastering the primitive technology extracted from the ruins for collecting spiritualized gas and has came up with a trial version. A sturdy group of wind towers has been constructed and connected to the energy compressor. According to Wu Jiarong's estimates, in 2 months' time, they should be able to achieve the projected monthly income of 40,000 tax currency in energy crystals. Of course, this is an average, an estimation. The actual amount mainly depends on how often the low-energy storms blow. According to the latest statistics from the Alliance Government's Production Department, in terms of tax currency, the annual output value of the entire alliance can now reach slightly over 2 million tax currency. Chapter 272. This was Gu Heng's 8th month on the planet's surface. Even without the matter of offsetting the imperial tax with the troops of the Star Realm, paying 2.5 million tax currency in 1 year and 4 months wouldn't be a problem. Admittedly, a tax yield of 2 million tax currency per year definitely can't all go to taxes, as people need to eat and drink. But who's to say that productivity won't continue to rise? After all, the current main production capacity of the Union still lies with the population of about 1.6 million in the Twin Cities. The remaining population of over 3.3 million, most of whom are in extreme poverty, contribute very little to productivity. However, given that Gu Heng was able to construct an industrial center like Wuxing City in just 8 months, he certainly has the capacity to create another one. Those over 3 million impoverished people have enormous potential for productive growth. Given a year, he was absolutely confident in boosting the current annual output of 2 million by more than 500%. Paying a year's imperial tax for a single city, no problem at all. Not to mention, he was still expanding. Gu Heng was no longer worried about the imperial tax at all, not the first phase, and even less so for the subsequent phases. He already had too many ways to deal with tax issues, and the pressure brought by imperial levies would become lighter and lighter with development and expansion. Besides, there was always someone to extort. In the sky, the beautiful lady was doing business with Blackbird Heavy Industries. As the planetary governor, Gu Heng approved the request of Blackbird Heavy Industries to engage in interstellar trade with the beautiful lady on the condition that they pay the current tax, as well as the past 2 incomplete tax periods, totaling 7 million tax currency. It was a reasonable demand. Blackbird Heavy Industries, entrenched in the western world of Rage Owl Star, controlled a population of over 10 million directly or indirectly. Based on a tithe tax standard, collecting 2 million in taxes per period was no issue. Adding the past dues, 7 million tax currency was actually on the low side. A month ago, the envoy from Blackbird Heavy Industries had already arrived at Revival City and met with Gu Heng. The two parties had several rounds of negotiations on this matter. In the end, Gu Heng couldn't stick to the 7 million and refused to budge. Clearly, Blackbird Heavy Industries couldn't agree to the 7 million price tag. First of all, they didn't have that much money. Secondly, even if they did, they wouldn't give it, as the value brought by this interstellar trade might not even be worth that much. Why should they give so much to the governor? Gu Heng didn't want to push too hard either. He could have declared Blackbird Heavy Industries as traitors for not paying taxes, but he didn't have the power to quell a rebellion thousands of miles away. He could also block the interstellar trade of Blackbird Heavy Industries, making not only this deal fail but also preventing any legitimate future interstellar trade. But if things really went that far, nobody would benefit. Blackbird Heavy Industries could smuggle, although they would have to face the threat of starships. But after all, starships are only so large and have to run circles in planetary orbits. If the smugglers flew to the other side of the planet, using small ships to enter the atmosphere and fly at low altitudes to evade detection. Although it's troublesome and risky, it's not completely impossible to conduct business. And if Blackbird Heavy Industries was hit, what good would that do Gu Hang right now? Nothing at all. It was better to negotiate a reasonable price and secure the deal. If they didn't agree to 7 million, then negotiations would continue, with Gu Hang's bottom line being 2 million. In the end, they settled on a price of around 3,500,000. Just this amount of money alone was enough to pay the taxes in 1 year and 4 months and still have a surplus. Indeed, Gu Hang was not worried about the imperial tax, having complete confidence. However, not everyone was happy with the negotiations between Gu Hang and Blackbird Heavy Industries. This chapter is also 6000. Chapter 273. Those who were not too happy about the agreement reached between Gu Hang and Blackbird Heavy Industries were Yelazaya and Wang Jiarong. Let's start with Yelazaya. This outstanding young woman from the Fufana family did not have a legitimate stance to oppose the matter, but she clearly hoped Gu Hang would fall out with Blackbird Heavy Industries. Moreover, during several calls, she had explicitly stated that should the negotiations fail, she could completely block the connection between Blackbird Heavy Industries and the Starry Sky. Publicly and privately, she argued that Blackbird Heavy Industries' failure to pay taxes was equivalent to rebellion, a disdain for the governor's authority. Gu Hang brushed her off. Dealing with the Fatches family was a matter for you, the Fufana family, and the Paydesi brothers. Why should I act as your enforcer if you are offering me no benefits? Even if a day comes when Gu Hang must completely unify the entire planet, inevitably facing Blackbird Heavy Industries, that day is not today. There are no eternal friendships, only eternal interests. Future conflicts do not prevent turning a profit now. Yelazaya was thus completely out of options. Gu Hang did not label them imperial traders but approved their interstellar trade. Beautiful Lady was a legitimate member of the Empire Commerce Guild, with merchant qualifications. These two parties conducting legal trade activities, she had no proper reason to attack or sabotage. She could only pinch her nose as Wang Jiarong, representing Gu Commercial Firm, and Blackbird Heavy Industries, representing the Fatches family, exchanged goods ship after ship, fuming with irritation. In their most recent communication with the surface, her anger vented on Gu Hang, questioning him on when he could arrange for a battle suitable for the currently damaged quintet, to earn more merits. She even threatened in a fit of rage. If you don't find some proper military achievements, I might not stay. Facing the peevish Yelazaya, Gu Hang consoled her with a smile, drew a few pie-in-the-sky promises, and finally satiated her, leaving her content to continue waiting patiently. When Yelazaya came back to her senses, realizing she might have been sweet-talked by Gu Hang's glib tongue, she got upset again. She had an even worse thought: could it be that Gu Hang, through this incident, was coordinating with the Gu family to repair relations with the Fatches family? Was the payment by Blackbird Heavy Industries essentially a gesture of goodwill towards the Gu clan? And even, was there some unknown cunning scheming involved? Thinking of all this made Yelazaya even more annoyed. Gu Hang! You're just too wicked. Cousin, you're just too wicked. In their communication, Wang Jiarong complained to her cousin. I'm not, I didn't, stop talking nonsense. Gu Hang denied it in threefold. Wang Jiarong rolled her eyes. Having a closer relationship with Gu Hang, she asked more directly, Cousin, tell me the truth, do you not want to reconcile with the family, feeling it's better to hold on to the Paydesi leadership? I'm not, I didn't, stop talking nonsense. Gu Hang consistently denied it again. But to say he hadn't thought about it, that wouldn't be entirely true either. Blackbird Heavy Industries had spent a large sum, 3.5 million tax currency, which hurt them considerably. And Gu Hang's surname was ultimately unchangeable, he was a member of the Gu family. It was said that the Fatches family was very skeptical if the Gu family had any sincerity in their actions to repair relations. Internally in the Gu family, there was also considerable dissatisfaction with Gu Hang's behavior, and several messages had come through, all of which Gu Hang ignored. Why bother with them? Did sharing the same surname Gu entitle them to point fingers? All things considered, both Yelazaya and Wang Jiarong were overthinking, or rather, Underthinking. Governor Gu didn't plan to cling to anyone's legs or shear anyone's wool. Why should I mix with the Paidesi brothers? They got me a governor's commission which seemed valuable, but in reality, they were trying to use me to drag my mother into the fray. A cruiser was sent as supposed aid, but they didn't provide a single bit of resource for planet construction. Gu Heng wasn't about to feel grateful for that. Dream on. It was the same with the Gu clan, and likewise on my mother's side, cutting ties mercilessly to avoid getting dragged down. Well, if we're cut off, then we're cut off, who needs to rely on you? Gu Heng didn't consider any of them enemies, but there was no need to treat them as insiders either. Fair cooperation, mutually beneficial transactions. If the price is right, let's do business, if not, maybe next time. That was Gu Heng's attitude. Of course, there was no need to say that outright and hurt feelings. With the Gu clan, it was all about keeping it in the family, with the leaders, it was about gratitude for their favor, willing to devote life and limb. No problem. Gu Heng didn't want to discuss this matter further with Wang Jiarong and changed the subject to another matter. By the way, I've got the demand list for those goods on your merchant ship, and I already know how to pay for them. Wang Jiarong rolled her eyes. It's that money Blackbird Heavy Industries gave you, right? Gu Heng also laughed. Yes, exactly. They really are great benefactors. He had no intention of keeping the 3.5 million tax currency promised by Blackbird Heavy Industries, money that lay idle couldn't hatch more money. As for using the tax currency for taxes later, that was not an option either. Wealth has no value if it's not used. Gu Heng would rather invest it all in production, in the development of his territory. As for taxes, he'd deal with it in a year and a half. The bigger the investment, the greater the output of Gu Heng's territory, the less he would worry about imperial tax. As for what Gu Heng wanted to buy, much of it was related to interstellar warriors. First of all, it was the things promised to the interstellar warriors. Chapter 274. He had promised to bring the Phoenix Battle Group a high-quality, advanced genetic workshop capable of conducting genetic implant surgeries. The price Wang Jiarong quoted for this set of equipment was 500,000 tax currency. According to her, this thing wasn't expensive. Some powerful war troops used the same thing. The success rate of the genetic seed implantation surgery mainly depended on the recipient's own qualifications and, secondly, on the level of genetic science of the person performing the surgery. Ordinary battle groups would have a position known as pharmacist, responsible for this task, including collecting genetic seeds from comrades on the battlefield and creating new soldiers to provide fresh blood for the battle group. Currently, the Phoenix Battle Group did not have this position, but it was said that old priest Rizzo had been a pharmacist before, they just hoped his skills weren't rusty now. Additionally, a set of Terminator power armor was needed, this was also something Gu Heng had promised to Maddens. The quoted price for this set of Terminator power armor was 800,000 tax currency. Looking at these prices, Gu Heng could only say that stuff related to the Starfighter was damn expensive. Gu Heng had estimated the value of his troops. Currently, he had 3 types of division and brigade formations under his command, the Composite Division, the Motorized Infantry Division, and the Garrison Division. The most expensive military force was the Mechanized Composite Brigade like the 1st Extinguishing Wind Brigade and the 13th Brigade, whose total production cost, including equipment and manpower, was about 200,000 tax currency. The production cost of a Motorized Infantry Division was only half of that, worth 100,000 tax currency. The Garrison Division was only worth 75,000. One Interstellar Warrior's Terminator power armor was worth the total production cost of 4 composite divisions or 8 motorized infantry divisions, including manpower and equipment. It was outrageous. According to Wang Jiarong, she hadn't made much money on the batch she sold to Gu Heng, basically selling it to him for the same price she acquired it. In this regard, Gu Heng believed her he had asked Yelizaya and received a similar answer. Either of these two women could potentially deceive him, but no matter how good their relationship was when they cooperated for mutual benefit, there was a natural conflict between them regarding securing Gu Heng. Given the chance, neither would pass up the opportunity to one-up the other. With the prices not being an issue, Gu Heng began to doubt the cost-effectiveness of this stuff. An old Terminator warrior killing off 8 divisions? Gu Heng didn't believe it. Pile them up and he would overwhelm them, no matter how thick the Terminator armor was. It was still individual armor. If a 155mm artillery shell couldn't open a can, firing 100 or 1,000 shots, the armored vehicle's machine guns barraging, bomb-carrying machine guns shooting vigorously, sheer firepower could smash the kin open. It just meant more people would die. However, he quickly realized this wasn't the right way to calculate it. Having elite individual soldiers and pitting them against a formal army in head-on combat was the sign of a commander with a screw loose. But at certain critical strategic points, in places where the enemy couldn't deploy heavy firepower, for special combat missions in short, where large-scale military forces couldn't reach, these super soldiers could demonstrate a value higher than an entire army. But regardless, the total of 900,000 tax currency was a commitment Gu Heng had made to the Phoenix, and he intended to keep his promise. After all, with Maddens equipped with the Terminator, he would be working for him. Rounding off, it was practically like buying it for himself. The genetic seed implant equipment was the same principle. Beyond that, Gu Heng also bought 20 sets of unpainted, brand new interstellar warrior-powered armor. They were the 7th generation of tactical power armor, known as Sky Eagle type, the most common, widely used, and cheapest powered armor, with the breathing grates on the helmet as the most characteristic feature. But they were still worth 40,000 tax currency per set. A total of 20 sets of tactical power armor cost Gu Heng another 800,000 tax currency. This made him sigh. Now I understand why a starfighter battle group would need an entire planet as a home, to supply them with resources. A slightly poor planet really couldn't afford it. Wang Jiarong scoffed, this is just the beginning, your current investment in the battle group hasn't even touched on the more expensive levels yet. She was right. A standard battle group not only needed power armor and superhuman warriors but also various vehicles and equipment unique to starfighters, required a large auxiliary army, and even a fleet. Especially at the fleet stage, that's truly a money pit with no bottom. But fortunately, Gu Heng currently doesn't need to worry about such things, and he might never have to allocate a fleet to the Phoenix battle group, as that does not align with his interests. All he had to do was to meet the current needs of the Phoenix. He could certainly afford to sustain the 4 living warriors. Of the 20 sets of tactical power armor Gu Heng had purchased, he only planned to give 5 sets to Maddens. The reason he gave was that these were gifts for the 2 other warriors apart from Maddens and Rizzo, who had special armors, to replace their battle-worn, tattered old power armors. The old armors that were replaced were supposed to be given to Gu Heng to offset the cost. Of course, Gu Heng actually kept them for himself. The other 3 armors were gifts for the 3 incoming starfighters, the new recruits. As for the remaining 15 sets, Gu Heng planned to keep them for himself for the time being. If the Phoenix needed more in the future, then some from these 15 could be allocated to them. It was also possible that Gu Heng would later try to exchange for genetic seeds to create new starfighters, in which case these suits of armor would come in handy. Rage Owl Star was still a long way from being able to manufacture interstellar warrior-powered armor, and Gu Heng didn't even know at what level the technology for manufacturing powered armor appeared in the technology tree interface. Certainly, it was neither basic nor advanced. If he wanted to acquire it, he guessed it was still far off in the future. For now, the only way for him to get power armor was through interstellar trade. So, he shouldn't miss this opportunity. After the beautiful lady left, he didn't know when the next sizable merchant convoy would arrive. Besides these power armors, Gu Heng also bought some other items that Rage Owl Star was unlikely to be able to produce in the near future. Such as thermal melt weapons, powered weapons, and so on. He planned to give part of these items to the Phoenix battle group and intercept a portion for himself. In any case, the 4 warriors of the Phoenix battle group had indeed undergone quite an upgrade. Not only did the group leader Maddens receive a Terminator power armor, their weaponry had also been upgraded. If they faced another heavily armored orc boss or a greenskin overlord, at the very least, they now had some means to deal with them, and wouldn't be as devastated in battle. These weapons and equipment cost Gu Heng an additional 400,000 tax currency. The most expensive among them was a Blade of Honor type powered sword, valued at 200,000 tax currency, which Gu Heng gave to Maddens, replacing his nearly worn-out chainsaw sword. By that calculation, after extorting 3.5 million from Blackbird Heavy Industries, 2.5 million was gone in an instant. There was 1 million tax currency left, and Gu Heng didn't save any of it. He purchased quite a few miscellaneous items, including soilless farm technology, water purification technology, high-quality food crops. These technologies and equipment would help Gu Heng establish 5 large soilless farms, similar in technology to what the Western Desert people on Rage Owl Star used from the pre-war era. With these 5 large farms, plus the synthetic starch production line that Wu Jiarong had already mastered, the self-sufficiency rate of grains for the Alliance could increase significantly. Not much need to be said about the water purification equipment and technology, as the water on Rage Owl Star wasn't particularly clean. Any improvement was welcome. Whether it's wastewater treatment and reuse or seawater desalination, this set of equipment could handle it. Beyond that, a production line for exoskeletons was introduced. This too was quite costly. Gu Heng estimated that it could be considered advanced technology, or maybe among the best of the basic technologies. However, this exoskeleton was far from a real power armor, it was not difficult to achieve, and upon introducing a production line, they could be mass-produced, facilitating Wu Jiarong's subsequent reverse engineering. Once mastered, he could even expand the production line on his own. And thus, the last 1 million tax currency was spent. The exoskeleton is similar in design to what's seen in the movie Edge of Tomorrow, and a picture will be provided later. Additionally, a sentence about the farm was deleted. Are the 4 characters for collective farm really that sensitive? If it must be deleted, why not leave the latter half about the grain self-sufficiency rate? It has been added back now. Chapter 275. Powered exoskeletons are a different beast from powered armor. Even if you welded armor plates onto the exoskeleton to make them look somewhat similar, or even fashioned the steel plates after the Interstellar Warrior powered armor for a cosplay, the reality is far from comparable. Essentially, powered exoskeletons simply provide soldiers with additional load-bearing capacity, making it easier for them to carry heavier loads with less effort, and at most, a few steel plates may be welded on for bulletproofing. Systems like the life support, electronic muscle bundles, tactical systems, and assisted firing systems contained in the Interstellar Warrior powered armor. None of that is included, and it's unlikely to have the same level of protection. But with such a set of equipment, trained elite mortal soldiers can handle bomb guns that would otherwise be difficult to bear due to recoil. Or they could continue to use laser guns or electromagnetic rifles. Strapping on some individual heavy firepower such as automatic rocket nests is also doable. Add a chain sword, and train soldiers to T2 or T1 level. An elite squad like that, with some effort, could barely suffice as a super poor man's version of an interstellar warrior. The key is that it's much cheaper. A suit of powered armor costs 40,000 tax currency, while the cost to manufacture an exoskeleton is only 1,000 tax currency, a 40-fold difference in price. Can a single interstellar warrior take down 40 elite soldiers armed with chain swords and bomb guns, and enhanced with exoskeletons? Perhaps, but there's also a high chance of failure. The genuine interstellar warrior might easily blow away these super poor versions with a single shot, but on the flip side, elite soldiers with bomb guns and chain swords, wearing exoskeletons, also have the ability to threaten an interstellar warrior. Ordinary tactical powered armor can resist bullets and laser gun pressure, but the loyal bomb gun and roaring chain sword won't show any mercy. And when facing ordinary soldiers, fully equipped special forces elites can also enjoy the effect of damage crushing. Gu Heng's 10th Special Warfare Brigade plans to experiment with a few squads like this. It's a long shot from replacing interstellar warriors, but it should suffice for some secondary level special missions. However, the production capacity of this line is average at best, estimated at about 50 sets a month, so it's only enough for special elite use. If there's a plan to produce on a larger scale, production capacity won't be able to keep up, and the cost would be too high. If Wu Jiarong can reverse engineer this technology successfully and expand production, and once the overall productive capacity of Rage Owl Star improves, perhaps Gu Heng could arm an elite division where everyone is equipped with exoskeletons. Hope that day comes soon. After completing the specific transaction, Wang Jiarong couldn't help but ask a question. If it weren't for the compensation from Blackbird Heavy Industries, what were you originally planning to use to pay for that gene engineering equipment you wanted to buy? Gu Heng curled his lips. Rage Owl Star isn't exactly destitute. Even if it was in the past, it's not the case now. Can't our productivity come up with 500,000 tax currency? Wang Jiarong remained somewhat skeptical, but she didn't press further. But actually, Gu Heng never worried about this issue. Without the money from Blackbird Heavy Industries, he would simply have bought less. The gene engineering equipment worth 500,000 could be scraped together after all. Sell 1,000 armored vehicles, 1,000,000 sets of individual equipment, or decommission 2 production lines to the skies, and the money would come. Of course, that would have affected the planet's development. Now, with the windfall at hand, it naturally got much better, and he could buy much more. Once the corresponding items were delivered, some were transferred to the Research Institute and others to the Phoenix Battle Group. The Phoenix battle group was naturally very happy about this. Although, in the nearly more than half a year they'd been on Rage Owl Star, they had lost 3 people, and the already nearly extinct Phoenix now faced even more dire circumstances. But at least, this replenishment was a significant boost for them. The replenishment and upgrade of weapons and equipment wasn't so critical, but the gene seed surgery equipment was a lifesaver. Maddens and Priest Rizzo planned to conduct 3 surgeries in the near future, hoping to bring 3 new members to the group. Gu Hang had his doubts about this. Is there such a rush? He expressed his view, out of the group of young men you've recruited, do you have 3 most suitable candidates? They've trained for less than half a year. Ah! Maddens, the normally resolute battle group leader, showed a look of worry. The governor's concerns are valid, to be honest, their qualifications are the best we could find, but they're still far from enough, and their training isn't up to standard either. But we have no other choice. Before this, we didn't have the technology or ability to properly preserve the gene seeds. Simple preservation methods couldn't maintain seed viability for long. If we delay any longer, the odds will only decrease. We can't afford to wait to find more suitable people or give those young men more comprehensive training. That was indeed a realistic factor. Gu Hang asked, so, what do you estimate the chances to be? Priest Rizzo, who had been silent before, now spoke, the odds are very low, I have no confidence. Can the success rate reach 50%? Maddens shook his head with a bitter smile, perhaps not even 10%. But, if we succeed with just 1, if the battle group gains its first new blood, there's at least hope, everyone can breathe a sigh of relief and not be so desperate. Chapter 276. Gu Hang likewise could only sigh. He patted Martins on the shoulder and said, I hope everything goes smoothly. Gu Hang meant it sincerely. He truly hoped that all 3 seeds for the Phoenix battle group would succeed. Building a battle group wasn't something Gu Hang was ready to tackle yet, he'd let the Star Warriors handle it among themselves. 3 more Star Warriors, then another 3. As long as it was just a matter of tens or dozens, it wouldn't shake Gu Hang's authority. Considering the current sorry state of the Phoenix, reaching that level was a long way off. In fact, without Gu Hang's external help, they might never achieve it. However, things often don't go as one wishes. Just a week later, Gu Hang received news from Martins. The first surgery failed. In the following days, 2 more pieces of bad news came in quick succession. When Gu Hang visited the Phoenix Monastery, which now had a semblance of scale, he couldn't meet Commander Maddens. According to Priest Rizzo, Martin Salas had locked himself in the prayer room and hadn't come out for a long time, nor did he allow anyone to disturb him. To be honest, seeing Martins like this, Gu Hang also felt a pang of compassion. Every time Gu Hang called upon the fallen Phoenix, they responded without fail, and each time they fought desperately with nearly half of them perishing. They had truly lived up to their name, something Gu Hang had to admit. Because of this, he got the surgery equipment repaired, new ones purchased, power swords and Terminator armor bought. However, he still felt guilty, especially about the matter of offering 100 points of grace for a seed. But now wasn't the time to bring that out. As for when it would be the right time, to be honest, Gu Hang didn't know. Despite his compassion and guilt, Gu Hang couldn't risk bringing out the genetic seeds only to be reported to the tribunal right afterward. Reporting to the tribunal depended on the status of the reporter. Random accusations against a governor couldn't prompt an investigation. Even if the tribunal expanded 100-fold, they would be too busy to handle it all. But if a commander made such an accusation, it was entirely different, the weight of the charge would be significant. He had to be certain of his absolute safety after revealing the seeds, otherwise, he wouldn't do it. Privately was another matter. However, Gu Hang noticed something else. Priest Rizzo's demeanor seemed off. Gu Hang turned and stared at Rizzo for a while. Rizzo looked back and asked, "What's the matter?" Gu Hang said, "I find it strange, Your Reverence, that you seem very calm, not saddened." He indeed found it odd. Martins was in such agony he didn't want to see anyone and had locked himself in the prayer room. The other 2 members of the battle group were grief-stricken, aimless, at a loss, and in despair. Their numb expressions could hardly hide these emotions. But Priest Rizzo seemed very calm, with no noticeable change in his interaction with Gu Hang from before. Now, hearing Gu Hang's question, Rizzo even revealed a trace of a smile. Whether the surgery succeeds or fails, it is the Divine Emperor's will. We should learn to accept it. Yes, of course, Gu Hang responded, then asked further, but are you not worried about the future of the Phoenix Battle Group? The smile on Priest Rizzo's face became more defined. Looking at Gu Hang, he said seriously, the fate of the battle group does not rest on the success of these 3 surgeries but on you, Governor. Gu Hang frowned deeply. This charlatan's demeanor made him quite uncomfortable. He spoke cautiously, Your Excellency, Priest, I don't understand what you mean. At this point, Rizzo didn't directly answer Gu Hang's question but simply stated, the Divine Emperor will decide everything. When Gu Hang left the Phoenix Monastery, he was full of confusion. The old priest's attitude really made him somewhat entangled. He seemed to know something. But it was not suitable to dwell on this matter, thinking would be pointless. He didn't even have enough manpower to monitor these superhuman warriors. He could only ask the staff who entered the Phoenix Monastery to pay more attention and report back. The Phoenix Monastery was right next to Wuxing City. Since having come this far, Gu Hang took the opportunity to inspect Wuxing City, his last stop being the Secret Research Institute, overseen by Wu Jiarong. The items bought from the beautiful lady were for either the Phoenix Battle Group or the Research Institute. Gu Hang initially wanted to see how the Research Institute was doing with the technologies they had acquired, but as soon as they met, Wu Jiarong took the opportunity to complain bitterly. This sister from the sect of mechanics was quite dissatisfied with Governor Gu's exploitation of her. Previously, she didn't dare show such an attitude, for fear that after knowing the governor's grand secret, her already mysterious and uncertain life would abruptly end. But with prolonged contact, she found that the governor was actually quite easy to get along with. As long as she did her job well, the governor was generally not too harsh. So she gradually dared to express her thoughts. Gu Hang was pleased with this. It was acceptable for his subordinates to fear him, but Gu Hang did not wish it to go overboard. Loyalty should come from respect, not from fear. This is not to say that fear cannot breed loyalty, but fear, along with loyalty, can also bring hatred, which can quickly turn into betrayal. Respect, admiration, trust, these are much better. Gu Hang hoped his subordinates could dare to express their needs clearly to him, perhaps that would be better. However, what Wu Jiarong said this time still made Gu Hang a little embarrassed. You can't keep piling one research project after another on me, I don't even have a moment to research the black box to improve my own skills, she said. Wu Jiarong's words were not just a complaint, but also pointed out a very practical issue. With all kinds of scientific research projects squeezed in here, many projects are unrelated to one another. I'm not being lazy or complaining about the workload, but with this scattered approach and not enough scientific staff, it's impossible to complete all these tasks. I know these technologies are important in your plans, not trivial matters that you can easily dismiss. That means you cannot accept that many of these things will remain indefinitely queued, with no idea how far into the future they'll be scheduled. Gu Hang nodded his head. He admitted that Wu Jiarong was right. But what's your suggestion? He asked. My suggestion is that, under your command, there must be more people capable of scientific research. I know, under the conditions on Rage Owl Star, it's difficult to find many such people. But the more challenging it is, the more we need to prepare in advance. Just like you established Wind Extinguishing Zongxi Academy, you also need a technical academy, she replied. Of course, that's possible, said Gu Hang, that's already part of my plan, but... Wu Jiarong, are you interested, do you have the time, to serve as a professor at this academy? Wu Jiarong sighed helplessly and said, if this is an order from you, Governor, of course I have no problem. But, you also need to bear a consequence. If I dedicate half my time to teaching students, then the time required to complete all research projects will be doubled. That was the trade-off. Would you hasten the research projects or assign someone to teach in a school? The former, although not rapid, was the most effective at the moment. The technology to synthesize starch needed optimization, the effectiveness of the new production line couldn't compare to the one dismantled from the starship. The high energy in high-energy batteries was a misnomer as it couldn't even sustain laser gun firing, let alone be used by rapid attack crafts, which foreclosed the laser guns from reaching their full potential, forcing the Wind Falcon to use far more valuable energy crystals as fuel, resulting in a tremendous waste. Not to mention, there was a pile of technologies that needed to be reverse-engineered, hydroponic farms, water purification equipment, spirit gas collection equipment, exoskeleton production lines. Without Wu Jiarong, who had effectively reached the level of a mechanical priest, all these projects would grind to a halt. Chapter 277. Gu Hang could not let Wu Jiarong abandon her work. Without her, they could hardly expect those who were, at best, junior technicians to solve those scientific research problems. If Wu Jiarong taught students, all research work would operate at half efficiency. But without teaching students or building schools, Gu Hang's predicament would never end. If it were someone else, there might be no solution at all. However, Gu Hang still had one. "You'll have to hold on for a little longer," Gu Hang said, "the construction of the school will start soon. We may have to sacrifice half our time, but I believe we will soon make up for this lost time." Wu Jiarong said, "Teaching a qualified technical specialist, even a mechanic, is very difficult. It requires many years of study." "I know, but maybe we have a genius in Rage Owl Star." "I hope so." Gu Hang's solution was to first establish a technical academy, then use the construction interface to apply the technical academy I template to it, consistent with the operation plan of Loyal Air Academy. The exchange value of technical academy I was only 500 grace points. And this building had actually two functions. 1 to improve students' learning efficiency. 2 to increase the likelihood of emerging technically talented individuals who could be activated. The former is certainly useful, but what could quickly solve Gu Hang's current dilemma was the latter. Once there was such a technically talented individual who could be activated, the grace points spent on the activation would immediately endow them with attribute points, allowing for a rapid improvement in their technical level. It would definitely not reach Wu Jiarong's current level, but at least it could become a competent assistant or independently handle some research work with a determined direction, even a settled plan. Relieving some of Wu Jiarong's work pressure was also good. And Gu Hang planned to build this academy in Wuxing City. After all, compared to Revival City, which was more geared toward administration, commerce, and light industry, Wuxing City was the production center that needed technical talents more. There was no need for Wu Jiarong to travel dozens of kilometers to Revival City for work. Saving this precious technical talent's commuting time was saving time needed for the planet's development. The rapid development of the entire alliance needed to be healthier, and there were still too many fundamentals to be supplemented. Sometimes, Gu Hang still wished he could stumble upon another expert in technology. That would be great. Sometimes, Hu Kei still wished for a stable life where his son and daughter could grow up healthy and happy. That would be great. At that moment, he was blending in with a group of refugees, holding a pot of thin gruel in his hands. This was according to the food ration allocated for his family of 4. A bowl of thin gruel to last a day. Back in his dwelling, a shabby tent constructed from tattered cloth and building debris that could, at most, measure 3 to 4 square meters, he, his wife, his 6-year-old son, and his 4-year-old daughter lived temporarily. The conditions were undoubtedly harsh, not only in terms of living space but also the sanitary environment. However, Hu Kei was actually relieved. At least, it was better than when they were fleeing previously. Escaping from the southern end of the Green Valley region all the way north reminded him of his experience of fleeing to Rage Owl Star from his hometown over 200 years ago. Of course, when speaking of over 200 years ago, that was in terms of real time, the actual feeling for him was not as long. He came from Changlu Fortress Casting World, and when he left there, he was already an engine prophet, a title within the sect of mechanics, 1 level higher than a mechanical priest. He was a technical expert. As for why he left Kongloi Fort, it was because of war. Kongloi Fort was probably dragged into hell by now, no longer existing in the real universe. In that war, he fled for his life and, in the final moments, boarded a spaceship in a panic and left his homeland. After getting on the spaceship, he drifted in space for a few years and spent some time in the Star Realm Army, but he really couldn't stand the war anymore. He knew that in this turbulent universe, war always existed. But as long as it wasn't happening before his eyes, that was enough. He admitted he was a coward, but he absolutely did not want to return to the battlefield and witness slaughter again. As for those wars still raging, let them be. Although the status of an engine prophet was not low, what could he decide in the vast universe? Tired of everything, Hu Kei only wanted to find a secure, peaceful, and beautiful planet to spend the rest of his life. Indeed, the entire universe was always at war. But that was when looking at the entire empire. Zooming in on individual planets, the situations were different. Among many options, he chose Rage Owl Star. The scenery was beautiful, productivity was fairly advanced, and thanks to the spiritualized gas field energy industry, it wasn't too competitive. The social atmosphere was stable, and more importantly, there hadn't been a war for thousands of years, whether from invaders or internal strife, it was rare, or at least the impact was minimal. It was a place that met his requirements. So, he went there. With his expertise, he applied and joined a gene research institute on Rage Owl Star. It wasn't difficult. He was an engine prophet from the Mechanical Cult Guild and had made outstanding contributions to genetic engineering, though he was slightly less knowledgeable in other areas. Chapter 278. After he was hired, his life began to feel comfortable. He thought this place was truly paradise. Climate, environment, and other physical conditions were countless times better than his desolate homeland, Kongloi Fort, which was essentially one grand factory encompassing the entire planet. Moreover, his work situation had vastly improved compared to the past. Here he was almost the most outstanding genetic engineer. Some projects were quite typical, not too difficult, he just needed to follow procedures and do his job. Not like before, when he used to engage in cutthroat competition over resources and political struggles within the Mechanical Cult Guild. He settled down in Rage Owl Star, found a woman who could soothe his soul, and together they had a pair of children. At this point, he experienced something he had never felt in his previous life. He thought this might be what happiness looks like. But alas, good times are short-lived. Happiness might just be the most luxurious thing in the entire universe. His daughter was only 3 years old, and his son just 2 when war broke out in Rage Owl Star. The war didn't affect his area immediately, but he still sensed the danger sharply. He was, after all, experienced in such matters. Hu Ke immediately joined the evacuation teams with his wife and children, heading to what he believed was the safest place. It was a refuge built to the highest standards. In principle, it was easily defended but hard to assault, its location concealed, and it also had the capability for immediate planetary evacuation. In fact, as far as he knew, the ships meant to evacuate those of high value like themselves should already be en route. However, misfortune sometimes knows no bounds. First, the evacuation ships were shot down mid-journey, then, the very refuge he was in was discovered by the enemy, with a horde of demons charging towards it. In a critical moment, just before the refuge was breached and the commander gave the desperate order to self-destruct, he used the facility's lowest level to freeze his wife and children. Then, after gathering as much backup power as possible, he managed to cryogenically freeze himself inside a hibernation pod just as the self-destruction sequence was initiated. He didn't know if this could help him evade disaster, but as a husband and father, it was the last thing he could do. And as it turned out, he succeeded. When he was unearthed by a former colleague who was also his student, a native of Rage Owl Star named Ge Wajia, he saw his wife and children again. They were all still alive. He wept tears of joy, and couldn't help but pray to the emperor, thanking him for keeping his most precious possessions in this world. At the same time, he learned that nearly 200 years had passed since the war's end. His former student Ge Wajia had lived until now through life extension surgeries. Nowadays, he had established an organization called the Nature Salvation Society, striving to create a paradise on the devastated Rage Owl Star, and from there to expand outward, ultimately aiming to restore the natural ecology of Rage Owl Star and save the entire world. To be honest, Hu Ke wasn't interested in that cause. He had long passed the age where he wanted to save the world. There were too many worlds within the empire to save. Destroying a few didn't really matter. All he wanted was to live a good life for himself. However, on this point, their interests intersected. Ge Wajia needed the technical capabilities of his teacher, while Hu Ke needed the stable order that his student had already established in the southern end of the Green Valley region. It was a scenic seaside town, with no worries about food and drink, and for the time being, suitable for his family to settle in. He was willing to exchange his knowledge and labor for the right to live for his family. But during his work, he gradually discovered some issues. His student seemed a bit off-kilter. Or rather, the town called Chanter Town where he lived was all somewhat off-kilter. His technical level was outstanding enough that through some of the content of the projects he participated in, he saw that Ge Wajia was working on some very new stuff. It was not just ecological restoration that was so simple but filled with extensive genetic and human research. He saw some of the results produced by the Nature Salvation Society, called bioweapons, natural weapons. If it was just that, then so be it. He tried to convince himself to turn a blind eye. What's so terrible about developing bioweapons? In this post-apocalyptic world, one needed something for protection. Even if they had crossed the line of skull purity, he could turn a blind eye. The so-called skull purity is an ironclad rule upheld by the Empire and the Mechanical Cult Guild during human modification and genetic technology. No matter how humans are altered, the skull must remain untouched. The Empire's culture is full of oddities, varying greatly across different worlds. However, some things are consistent throughout. Among them, the Empire itself has three major symbols: the skull, the sky eagle, and the gear. The skull symbolizes sacrifice and also the purity of humankind. Traitors, heretics, and beings with aberrant flesh often deviate significantly from pure humans, especially in the structure of their skulls. For this reason, an unaltered skull serves as a symbol of human purity and the sacrifices made to defend that purity. Throughout the Empire, from the walls of martyrs to the skull badges, from the decorations on interstellar warriors' armor to the purity seals, the image of the skull is everywhere. Moreover, whether it's the research of the Mechanical Cult Guild or theological studies of the imperial state religion, there is solid evidence to suggest that maintaining skull purity is an important means and factor in safeguarding human souls from corruption. Changes in the skull are signs of degeneration, mutation, and betrayal. The Mechanical Cult Guild manufactures servo skulls, creates mechanical servants, alters brains, and performs large-scale human modifications. These are common, but they do not destroy the shape of the skull and typically only modify areas such as the eye sockets, mouth, or ears. But much of Gewagia's research had already crossed this baseline. Even so, Huke could ignore it. However, in the end, he couldn't lie to himself. The source of Gewagia's technology was problematic. First off, the life extension surgeries claimed by his student were suspicious. Such advanced biotechnology, capable of enabling someone to live 200 years, was no simple feat. Even he had not mastered such a procedure, let alone his student. Then, he found traces of supernatural forces in many of the studies. This was not uncommon in itself, as the Mechanical Cult Guild's research also naturally involved spiritual energy, as well as faith in the Emperor as the deity of all mechanisms. Both could yield extraordinary powers. However, he did not believe that the supernatural elements in the Nature Salvation Society's technological approach stemmed from orthodox belief or normal spiritual energy research. As for where exactly this technology originated from, he had his suspicions but dared not speak of them. But even at this point, he remained silent. Despite the extensive preparations he had made in secret, he never brought up these issues at face value. He was very hesitant. He knew the current world had become entirely unsuitable for survival, and he was not alone. Could he ensure the survival of his own family in the harsh wasteland environment once they left Chanter Town? Moreover, the act of escaping was dangerous enough in itself. In the midst of his internal struggle, one final straw helped him make his decision. Gewagia asked him to apply the Nature Salvation Society's genetic modification techniques to his own family, under the pretense of better survival in the wastelands. Many residents of the town had undergone similar modifications, and Huke had even performed them himself. But when these technologies were to be applied to his own family, his bottom line was finally breached. He outwardly agreed, but in secret, he initiated all the preparations he had been making for the past half-year. A multitude of bioweapons rioted, and the mutated aberrant beasts that he had accumulated defended him and his family as they fled the place that seemed like a paradise but was truly a den of hell. Once outside and having initially ensured their safety, he ordered all the beasts to self-destruct. He dared not carry these creatures with him because he knew that the technological origins of these aberrant beasts were not normal and could become uncontrollable at any moment. Then, he and his family endured a hellish escape, heading north until they were sheltered by a coalition. Chapter 279. For Huke, the half-year journey to the north had been even more nerve-wracking than his initial flight from his hometown of Kongloi Fort. The brutality of the battle at Kongloi Fort was far more exaggerated than his current escape to the north. But back then, he was by himself, only concerned with his own life. However, this time, he was with his whole family. This psychological pressure was so much heavier than before. But with his sufficient skills, the aberrant beasts on the road often couldn't pose a threat to him. Sometimes, he could control several aberrant beasts to help him find some food. Of course, he adhered to a principle, not to use the same aberrant beast for too long to avoid dangerous loss of control. With his own capabilities and a bit of luck, he not only escaped the pursuit of the Nature Salvation Society but also evaded the threat of aberrant beasts and the increasingly numerous looters amidst the chaos, successfully making it from the southernmost tip to the northernmost end of the Green Valley region. Here, he heard about the Alliance, heard about a governor arriving at Rage Owl Star, proclaiming to save the entire world. Of course, just that alone couldn't touch anyone's heart. Who couldn't boast? However, based on what he'd heard, in that so-called central province, in the Twin Cities region of the Alliance capital, it seemed they were indeed doing well. Especially surprising to him was hearing that a green Skin Orc tribe had appeared at the ruins of a high tower, only to be dealt with by the governor. The high tower ruins, with only a moment's thought, he knew it was the Biological Research Institute where he had once worked. He could guess why greenskins had emerged there. Part of his job was to research greenskins. If a mere mortal like himself could rely on being frozen to survive to the post-war era, if Gewajia could live until now through life-extending surgeries, then what's so surprising about green Skin Orcs, with their vitality far beyond that of humans, living until this time? Not destroying the research live samples was a grave mistake, but in the face of war's arrival, everything was in utter chaos. Struggling to escape, to resist, to die, it was understandable that they didn't manage this task. But for live samples to survive to this day and evolve into an entire green skin tribe was a huge disaster. Yet, they were taken care of by that governor. This was beyond his expectations. He knew how troublesome greenskins could be once they formed a tribe. Could just 2 cities, 1 province, barely supporting a population of 1 million, really handle a greenskin tribe? And even go to heaven to fight a battle and kill a beastman overlord? This was quite impressive. Furthermore, hearing that Twin Cities were also doing very well in terms of public welfare, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. With his abilities, if he were to reveal his identity, show his knowledge, he was confident that the governor, if he had even the slightest discernment, would provide him with a good treatment. But he was truly scared by his previous experiences. He feared encountering another unscrupulous leader. If it were only the leader's lack of integrity, that would be tolerable, but such a person often posed a threat to the safety of him and his family. With his capabilities, even if he doesn't seek refuge with the governor, he could still make a living by finding a place to settle in seclusion. It's just the quality of life. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look towards his children, who were wolfing down their food, and his wife, who had turned her back and was silently shedding tears, feeling a touch of sadness in his heart. His children had never had a good life since the day they were born, frozen with him till today. His wife, once literate and well-educated, had experienced so much hardship on the escape northward that now, disheveled, she bore no resemblance to her former elegance. He wanted his wife and children to have better living conditions, for his wife who loved beauty and books to continue enjoying her grace, to brew a cup of tea in her spare time and read stories. He wanted his children to have a complete childhood, not to be secluded with him in a hideaway for a lifetime, perhaps never seeing another new person. If there were no choice, of course, life safety comes first. But it's not really without choice. He struggled within himself but suddenly heard a noise outside the door. This is the place. He lives here. Hu Kei's hair stood on end. A multitude of thoughts raced through his mind, and his biggest worry was that Gewajia's henchmen had come knocking. It was possible, in fact, all through his escape he had always been under the threat of Gewajia's Nature Salvation Society. In the Green Valley region, this society wielded great influence. They had extended their reach deep into many plantations by helping them with superior breed transformations, soil environment improvements, and teaching planting techniques. All those technologies had hidden corruptions, even secretly turning many plantation workers into deformed puppets for the Nature Salvation Society. These deformed puppets were very difficult to distinguish under normal circumstances, but they were actually controlled by the Nature Salvation Society. Furthermore, even without the deformed puppets, many plantations grateful for the help were completely blind to the true nature of the Nature Salvation Society. They did not know that the annual exotic tide ravaging Green Valley was the doing of these people. In their eyes, these were good Samaritans, exchanging food for yield-increasing technologies, a wonderful trade indeed. Chapter 280. So, he had experienced many life and death moments. Betrayed, falling asleep only to be surrounded by a horde of aberrant beasts, and struggling to obtain supplies without revealing his tracks. He thought that by arriving here, supposedly on the turf of the Alliance and far from the south, he could settle down at last, but unexpectedly, there came a time when they caught up to him. He saw the gaze of his wife and children, filled with terror and concern, turned toward him. He extended his hand, signaling them to be silent. At the same time, he was also preparing himself for combat. He was not a warrior by trade, but his experience of multiple escapes in the past had forcibly taught him many fighting techniques. Hu Kei might have appeared to be an ordinary person from the outside, but as a biological expert specializing in genetic engineering, his body had undergone many changes. To some extent, it wouldn't be too far-fetched to say he was a humanoid biological weapon. Of course, by the Empire's standards, he was still human. His self-modification had not crossed certain outrageous lines. The muscles in his arms bulged fiercely, and his chest heaved, accumulating strength. When necessary, the power of his punch was not inferior to that of an interstellar warrior. Moreover, the bioelectricity stored within his body could instantly form a high voltage and, through his modified finger bones, pierce the skin and discharge electricity outward. This was a move of desperation. Yet despite being ready, he was still somewhat annoyed. He hadn't thought things through enough, hadn't prepared sufficiently. He thought that once here, he could live incognito and not be caught, but he hadn't anticipated that the Nature Salvation Society's minions would be here too. He heard footsteps coming to the entrance of his shabby tent and then they stopped. Jason Morgan rubbed his hands, then turned to the person beside him and asked, "Are you sure this is the place?" "I'm sure," replied the man, cradling the food that Morgan had given him. "I was deathly ill, starting to develop pus-filled bumps like those aberrant beasts, running a high fever, delirious. And this man, in just a few minutes, cured me. Today I saw him again, his whole family lives here." "Fine, that's all I need from you." Jason Morgan sent the man away, then cleared his throat twice and approached the ramshackle tent. He wanted to knock but found there was no door to knock on. He could only reach out and shake the curtain that served as the only barrier. At that moment, the curtain was pulled back from the inside. An ordinary-looking middle-aged man appeared before him, his expression wary. Jason Morgan tried to glance behind the man, but was blocked from seeing anything. So, he cleared his throat again and said, "I hear you are a skilled doctor, how may I address you?" The man didn't answer but countered, "And who might you be?" His tone was less than polite, leaving Jason Morgan somewhat taken aback. He was now a big shot in the northern part of Green Valley region, having been there for almost 2 months. Especially recently, respect and flattery were all he heard, with hardly anyone speaking to him in such a manner. However, there was no change in his expression, just a slight air of self-satisfaction as he said, "I am Jason Morgan, a D4 level official of the Rage Owl Star Alliance, commissioned to establish the Survivors Mutual Aid Self-Governance Committee in the northern part of Green Valley region. I am currently an observer on the Mutual Aid Committee. In the past 2 months, the Mutual Aid Committee has united over 500 plantations, sheltered a large number of civilians, and provided a temporary refuge for millions of impoverished people who have lost their homes. All this is your doing?" Jason Morgan was taken aback, his expression becoming somewhat unnatural. "Not all of it. It's mainly due to the governor's wise and valiant leadership, and next are the military observers and diplomats of the Alliance, who have gathered the refugees, coordinated with the plantations, and with military aid from the twin cities of the Alliance, helped them establish basic military self-defense capabilities. Then come the civil servants of the department, bringing in vast quantities of living and medical supplies to stabilize the situation. Damn, why am I telling you all this?" As he spoke, Morgan adjusted his conspicuously red cap, and with a solemn expression, he stated, "We are in dire need of manpower right now. We need all the help we can get for the people of Green Valley region to settle down. And you are such a force." "Me? I've heard you're a very good doctor," Morgan continued. "We have a large supply of medicine, but we're in dire need of people who know how to use them. You can help those infected recover without medicine, so imagine what you can do with it." "Are you trying to recruit me?" Morgan hesitated, then said, "If that's how you want to interpret it, that's fine." Huke laughed. He had thought that the Nature Salvation Society was approaching him, but instead, it was the Alliance. How coincidental. Just as he was considering whether to join the governor, someone from the governor's office came to him. "What's in it for me, then?" Jason Morgan looked at the man's smile across from him. It was somewhat inexplicable, and he had no idea what Huke was thinking. He was just doing his best to try to recruit this talent. The benefits are plentiful. He tried to look behind Huke again, and this time he vaguely saw the figures of 2 children. Morgan showed what he thought was a gentle smile to the 2 kids, and then said to Huke, "Let me start with what I can offer you. The shelter is temporary, and we provide basic food supplies to all refugees, but our resources are limited. We are already trying to feed more people with the little we have, but there are still occasional deaths from starvation, and we've done our best. I am sorry I can only offer you and your family thin porridge to fill your stomachs, only to let you sleep in rudimentary tents under such poor conditions. But if you are willing to make a greater contribution to the entire Green Valley region, then I guarantee that you and your family will receive better treatment. A real roof over your heads, ample and varied food, these are all a given. There's more that I can't guarantee, but I believe you have the ability to secure. After a pause, Jason Morgan continued, you might have noticed that in my self-introduction, I mentioned that I am a D4 level employee of the Alliance. If you really are a capable doctor, even after the calamity in the Green Valley region is over, you could move to the newly established Alliance Hospital in the Twin Cities. With your own abilities, you could secure a high-ranking position. For someone like me, a D4 level employee, the food supply is enough to feed the whole family. I still have money left to buy various appliances to improve the quality of life, a bigger and brighter house, a friendly, clean, and stable neighborhood. You can even send your children to school. In short, your life could become very fulfilling. In fact, you see so many people here in the refugee camp, everyone is waiting for a chance to join the Alliance, even just being an E-level employee is enough to live worry-free under the premise of hard work. What do you think? After listening to Jason Morgan's lengthy speech, Hu Kei thought for a while and smiled, I must admit, you've persuaded me. That's good. Morgan also smiled. However, Hu Kei drew out his words, bringing up a question that Morgan had never anticipated, I do have another question, what rank could a specialist in gene engineering, an engine seer, hold in your alliance? Jason Morgan was stunned. What? What the heck is gene engineering? And an engine seer? What is this doctor talking about? Why don't I understand? The update is late today. I've been working overtime a lot recently, and I typically go home after work, have some supper, take a bath, and start writing around midnight until 3 in the morning, then I schedule it to be published the next day. Yesterday, I just couldn't stay awake and fell asleep. Today, I refused to work overtime, came home to finish yesterday's work and wrote today's in advance. I'm going to sleep early tonight, hoping the days of overworked corporate slavery are soon over. Chapter 281. By the time the entire situation was reported up the chain and became known to Gu Hang, it was already 2 days later. The efficiency was not considered low, but Gu Hang still had to be thankful that no information had been lost along the way. The clerk named Jason Morgan had not dismissed the information as nonsense because he couldn't understand it and refused to report it. The Migration Bureau, upon hearing of a peculiar, yet potentially key talent, reported directly to the Civil Affairs Department. Upon learning the news, Ozania sent him a message. When Gu Hang received the message, he had just spent his grace points to establish the Technical Academy. Knowing that someone claiming to be the engine prophet had appeared under his command, Gu Hang immediately laughed out loud. Of course, Gu Hang knew what level the engine prophet was. In the hierarchy of the Mechanical Cult Guild, the progression line was, Junior Commissioner Technical Commissioner Mechanic Mechanical Priest Engine Prophet. The engine prophet was already considered a middle-tier figure within the sect of mechanics. Above that was the dominant bishop. This rank was even the highest in some of the foundry worlds controlled by the Mechanical Cult Guild, with some founding generals being nothing more than dominant bishops. In comparison, Wu Jiarong was initially just a technical commissioner with the skills of a mechanic, sent to the surface of Rage Owl Star. It was only through her intensive study of the black box over the past 6 months that she had made rapid progress, barely reaching the level of a mechanical priest. Yet even so, Wu Jiarong had already been able to provide tremendous assistance on many technological projects. What about an even more formidable engine prophet? His expertise in gene engineering included technologies such as servocraniums, soilless farms, medical technology, and servant modifications, which were his specialty. Even for some non-specialty technologies, given the time to study, he could do no worse than Wu Jiarong, possibly even better. Besides, assigning him as a lecturer at the just-established Technical Academy was another avenue, freeing up at least half of Wu Jiarong's time. Gu Hang would not think that having an engine prophet meant he could replace Wu Jiarong. To Gu Hang, Wu Jiarong's most important duty was guarding the many black boxes that had been produced. This task required loyalty rather than technical ability. She had performed well over the past half-year, and Gu Hang did not wish to replace her. After all, who knew if the newcomer was reliable? Moreover, Gu Hang had yet to ascertain whether this engine prophet had truly reached the level he claimed. However, that did not stop Gu Hang from taking this matter very seriously. Whether he was genuine or not, one would know by taking him out for a spin. On the one hand, he notified Wu Jiarong to come to Revival City to meet the engine prophet with him, on the other hand, he dispatched a Falcon squadron to pick up the individual from the north of the Green Valley region. Several hundred kilometers in the middle, driving here would take a long time. For the Falcon squadron, however, they could make the round trip in less than 2 hours the same day. The Falcon, equipped with an anti-gravity engine and capable of vertical takeoff and landing, did not even require an airport, any reasonably flat area would suffice for landing. Not keeping the governor waiting for long, 2 Falcons landed one after the other on top of the governor's tower. This was his office, which had recently been completed by converting the old Alliance's Parliament building. On the rooftop outside the office hall, a few helipads were added, facilitating the takeoff and landing of aircraft. With the Falcons, not to mention their potential role in warfare, Gu Hang felt that his time had been greatly saved. Capable of supersonic cruising, Falcon allowed Gu Hang to reach any region currently under Alliance control in less than an hour. Especially the trip from Revival City to Wuxing City, which for the Falcon was almost the matter of a single takeoff and landing, only taking a few minutes. This greatly facilitated Gu Hang's travel, allowing him to easily visit multiple locations within a day, to personally inspect the factories in Wuxing City, visit the troops on the front lines, and to check the progress of reconstruction planning in Jeoda Province or Central North Province. It is said that the limits of governance are determined by the speed of information transfer. Of course, within a planet, normal communication methods can basically cover the entire planet, but if Gu Hang, the ruler, could also appear anywhere he wished with great speed, it would greatly enhance his governing effectiveness. The Falcon that landed first brought Wu Jiarong. Gu Hang briefly chatted with her about the progress of the current research projects she was working on, and the conversation had not gone on for long before the second Falcon arrived. An unremarkable middle-aged man, escorted by guards, entered Gu Hang's office. After a brief introduction, with Gu Hang and Wu Jiarong's deliberate guidance, they continued the previous topic. After a brief silence, once the man named Hu Ke understood what they were talking about, he joined the conversation smoothly. The three of them talked for almost 2 hours in the office. In the beginning, Gu Hang was able to keep up with the topic, mainly by stating requirements and inquiring about progress. As the conversation delved into more in-depth technical content, he mainly listened, not fully understanding, but the other two became more and more enthusiastic. Chapter 282. By the final stage, Gu Hang had completely lost the ability to understand, and even Wu Jiarong spoke very little, turning instead to listening and thinking. Mainly, it was Hu Ke speaking, and even Wu Jiarong appeared to benefit greatly from his lectures. By then, even without asking for Wu Jiarong's opinion, Gu Hang knew that the man before him was indeed an engine prophet. In the end, he was the one who ended the conversation. Having no choice, as he could not understand, he decided to leave the technical issues to those qualified to handle them. His Excellency, the Governor, had no need to continue wasting time there. With a light cough, he said, "Mr. Hu, let's talk about your past. I am quite curious, how did a mechanical cult guild's engine prophet end up on Rage Owl Star?" Speaking of which, Hu Ke sighed and shared his past experiences. After listening, Gu Hang also felt quite moved. "War has destroyed the beautiful lives of countless people," said Gu Hang, "but it is also the only means by which humanity has managed to survive in this ever-turbulent star sea." Hu Ke agreed, "You're right, but the cost is high, especially when the cost falls on individuals. But I promise you," Gu Hang stated, "in the future, I will do everything in my power to prevent those calamities from befalling you and your family. I cannot guarantee that such things will never happen again, but at least as long as I can ensure overall stability, you will have a peaceful life. What I need from you is merely your knowledge and your loyalty. I will always remain loyal to the Emperor." The middle-aged man seemed to say more than he meant, but Gu Hang did not mind. "That's enough," he said. "Since we have got this far." Hu Ke knew that he had passed this 2-hour interview, and now it was time to discuss his compensation. "I am quite interested in the rank hierarchy you have established on Rage Owl Star. May I know what rank and treatment I can expect under your command?" C9, Gu Hang answered directly, without beating around the bush, revealing the decision he had made earlier, the highest level of the C tier. "You will have a large stand-alone villa with a yard in Revival City. If you prefer a lively neighborhood, we can arrange a residence in the residential area, where your neighbors will be government officials or researchers. I guarantee your house will be the best in the community. If you prefer quiet, your house can also be located in a stand-alone villa in the suburbs. Naturally, I will not need to mention that you will have no worries about food and clothing. You will have 3 E-level employees as nannies and housekeepers to provide services. Your wife can freely choose a job, and I heard she enjoys reading? The museums, archives, and libraries in Revival City are all in their formative stages. We are dedicated to collecting pre-war relics and striving to restore the once glorious culture of Rage Owl Star. Perhaps your wife would also like to become a C-level employee and contribute to the cultural renaissance of Rage Owl Star. Of course, if she prefers to stay at home peacefully, that's possible too. However, without a specific job, her rank can't be rated too high. Please understand this, as it is the policy of the Alliance and it cannot be broken for any individual, he continued. Your child will receive the most comprehensive education from the Alliance. Perhaps you do not care about these things, as the quality of the education you could give to your child at home during your spare time is probably higher than the Alliance's current educational level. But I believe you would still want your child to have a proper childhood and socialize with peers, Gu Hang said. Hearing this, Hu Ke nodded in satisfaction. Solely from the standpoint of living conditions, he had nothing else to ask for. C9, under the current alliance system, was already very high. It was said that Lady Ozania, who in practice took on the work of the Prime Minister of the Alliance government, was only at B3. Clearly, the governor was intentionally reserving higher levels for future promotions. From this level, he was only 4 sub-tiers away from the current highest rank of the Alliance. With his child and wife properly taken care of, all he needed to do was his job. May I ask then, what exactly will my job entail? Gu Hang provided an immediate answer. Under the Alliance Production Department, a Science and Technology Development Bureau will be planned. Ms. Wu Jiarong will be the director, and you will be the honorary director. You will have an independent research institute in Revival City and I will try to provide enough assistance to help with your work. The tasks you need to undertake are mainly threefold, she began. The first is to take on various scientific research projects either from the Alliance Production Department or directly from my office, that is, the Office of the Governor. The second is to serve as an educator at the Alliance Technical College. Thirdly, you will act as a direct technical consultant to the Office of the Governor, answering some of my questions when necessary. After listening carefully to these tasks, Hu Ke indicated that there was no problem. Moreover, he immediately demonstrated initiative in his work and, in accordance with the third point raised by Her Excellency, reported a situation. It concerned the incidents at the southern edge of the Green Valley, the Nature Salvation Society, and his student Ge Wajia. Upon hearing this, Gu Hang immediately furrowed his brows deeply. Are you saying, the aberrant beasts that are ravaging the Rage Owl Star, which are almost omnipresent, are the products of this Nature Salvation Society? And it's not just simple genetic mutations, biological variants, but also involves supernatural phenomena related to demons from the abyss. That's the general idea, although some details may vary, Hu Ke clarified. The aberrant beasts of Rage Owl Star might not be entirely the work of the Nature Salvation Society. But they have exploited these creatures, employing their filthy, degenerate demonology. They are conducting inhumane experiments in the southern Green Valley, attempting to manufacture and control these aberrant beasts on a large scale. Gu Hang stroked his chin, deep in thought. If it was just the aberrant beasts, that would be one thing. He had not dealt with such monsters before. In the nearly deforested woods surrounding Wuxing City, now the site of the Phoenix Monastery, he had once led a fledgling army, besieged by a group of aberrant beasts activated by dark sorcery from the primordial Wrath Owl sect. Those creatures were a terrifying threat to the average wasteland survivor force. They did not fear death, grew cyclically, were immensely powerful, and with things like the pus spewer, they could almost be considered short-range biocannons. The aberrant beasts of the Green Valley region are generally such creatures. Even if there are occasionally some strange species, on the whole, their numbers are not large. And yet, it was these very creatures that had wrought great destruction upon the local plantations of the Green Valley, one by one laying them to waste. At present, the entire central and southern parts of Green Valley were in dire straits. According to the latest intelligence Gu Hang had seen, the aberrant beasts were the source of the disaster. Aside from the direct destruction of settlements, casualties, and reduced food production they caused, the most terrifying thing was the secondary disasters that followed. People wouldn't just die out, those who had lost their plantations, their food, and their wealth wouldn't just sit and wait to starve. They would spontaneously band together, compete with each other, consume each other, eventually forming larger, stronger, more cohesive groups. And so one marauder tribe after another was born. The most up-to-date novellas are published on Fruitnoelo. They would raid, kill, and loot in order to survive. A significant number of plantations were also destroyed by these marauders. The wave of aberrant beasts led to the emergence of refugees. These refugees formed marauder tribes which in turn destroyed more settlements, creating even more refugees leading to even bigger and more marauder tribes. The vicious cycle, like a rolling snowball, had begun. Chapter 283. The vicious cycle in the Green Valley region was not a first-time occurrence. In past years, every monster wave saw similar events unfold. However, previous waves of beasts were neither particularly long in duration nor particularly large in scale. Once the tide of monsters abated, the source of the vicious cycle would disappear, and things would start to improve. Raiders were either eradicated or, in the territories they occupied, they would whitewash themselves and turn into legitimate plantations. Those who did not whitewash and continued as raiders existed as well, but their numbers would never be too significant. Ultimately, when most people had enough to eat, the situation would gradually settle down until the next wave of beast tides, and the vicious cycle would commence anew. In summary, that's how the people of the Green Valley region got by over the many years. But this year was different, the wave of aberrant beasts too large, not just sporadic, and it lasted too long, nearly half a year now, showing no signs of weakening but instead escalating. With the source of the vicious cycle not diminishing but strengthening, that vicious cycle naturally could not be stopped. Yet, the issues in the Green Valley region needed to be addressed. It is the most important granary of Rage Owl Star, not only feeding the 10 million population of the Green Valley region itself but also supplying food to Central Province and the eastern provinces. If the problem in the Green Valley region is not solved, it not only means a livelihood issue for its 10 million population but will also lead to widespread famine across the entire planet. Ultimately, this is a population loss Guhang could not tolerate. Population is extremely important, both for productivity and for the fixed monthly income in his system. Only with more people can a larger industry be sustained, more armies be maintained, and more merit point income be provided. This grain-producing area, these 10 million people, were definitively something Guhang had to protect. And several months ago, the Alliance had already taken action. The weapons and equipment replaced by the military, from those of the old Alliance Legion to the adventurers of Rubbish Town who were incorporated after being disarmed, were sold in large quantities as military goods to the southern Green Valley region. In need of weapons, the Green Valley region theoretically could have paid high prices for these firearms and homemade artillery, but under Ozania's instructions, the Alliance Commerce Department did not proceed in that manner. When there was a shortage of food earlier, the prices were sold a bit higher, but as soon as the food imports from the Western Desert region increased significantly and the pressure on Central Province's food supplies eased, the Commerce Department even further lowered the prices. Later on, some of the weaponry produced in Wuxing City's armory was sold to Green Valley region. And numerous weapons and equipment were not sold for money but were provided free of charge as military aid. Of course, free of charge essentially meant everything but money was required. Military aid, assistance in all kinds of essential goods, consumer products, definitely all came with an agenda, a strong political attribute. Without such a large batch of military goods, how could the Alliance's diplomats, civil administrators, and military observers establish the so-called Qinggu Mutual Aid Committee? And this so-called Qinggu Mutual Aid Committee was Guhang's preparation for the future and complete control over the entire Green Valley region. Many plantations, refugees, and even raiders willing to lay down their arms and whitewash were brought in. The Mutual Aid Society made the plantations give up grain as a protection fee, ensuring that refugees and raiders would not plunder them. They organized refugees and whitewashed raiders, armed with the aid and sold weapons from the Alliance, into militias and patrol teams to strike at other raiders not affiliated with the Mutual Aid Society. These militias and patrol teams would quickly provide support upon receiving pleas for help from various plantations. If they encountered an insurmountable wave of giant beasts, at the very least, they could ensure the people inside could evacuate alive. The existence of the Mutual Aid Society proved to be highly effective over the course of 2 months. This can be seen from how the Mutual Aid Society, in just 2 months, rapidly expanded from a smattering of initial locations near Central Province, which was under Alliance control, to a massive organization covering nearly 4 million people, almost the entire northern Green Valley region. To be frank, the population under the Mutual Aid Society was already nearly comparable to the Alliance proper. Such rapid expansion was not only due to the effective work of Alliance's external staff and the valuable military goods provided but also because the Mutual Aid Society met the needs of almost everyone in the northern Green Valley region. Refugees found a haven, whitewashed raiders had a stable grain income, and plantations had strong armed support. Gu Heng viewed the Mutual Aid Society as a rapidly growing fruit of victory. Once the Mutual Aid Society expanded sufficiently, the Alliance Army could swiftly move southward, bringing with them the militias and patrol teams of the Mutual Aid Society, to fully regroup and push southward, leveling the mutant beasts that had overrun the central and southern parts of Green Valley. Initially, he had already been capable of annihilating tens of thousands of aberrant beasts with just a single infantry battalion, let alone now. His army had grown in number, and their weapons and equipment had undergone several upgrades, now possessing powerful long-range firepower, armored troops, and even air forces. Chapter 284. Aberrant beasts are at the original level. Even if there are more of them, there's nothing to be afraid of. All he had to do was wait for the Mutual Aid Society to mature, and after that, it was all about reaping the rewards. After one sweep, Gu Heng would have had the entire Green Valley region completely under his control, and it would have seemed as easy as reaching into a bag and taking what he wanted. But now, the news brought by Hu Ke had raised deep concerns in Gu Heng. The biotechnology of the Nature Salvation Society involved supernatural forces and demon knowledge, and with that, these creatures could not simply be treated as a local environmental monster formation. If he considered demons as the hypothetical enemy, Gu Heng felt incredibly uneasy inside. To put it bluntly, even the Greenskin tribe of Jeoda province, which had not fully developed yet, proved to be a tough battle, and if he were to encounter demons or chaos traitors, they definitely wouldn't be easier to deal with than the Greenskin Orcs. At this point, it was Hu Ke who was trying to reassure Gu Heng not to worry too much. The situation hasn't deteriorated to an irreversible point. The C9 employee who had just joined the alliance comforted his biggest boss, and said, "At least during my half-year stay in Chanter Town, I only noticed their technology was related to demon knowledge. I haven't seen any solid evidence of their more significant ties with demons and definitely haven't personally seen a demon. Lord Governor, you don't have to be overly worried." However, Hu Ke added another line after saying this, "But we might need to speed up our actions. After all, no one knows what could happen if we give them more time, even this year's particularly massive wave of aberrant beasts, there's no doubt it's the doing of the Nature Salvation Society. It's just a pity that in the past 6 months, I kept stalling and didn't undergo their so-called sublimation transformation, and that's why I couldn't access many top-secret details or confirm their exact aims. Add latest chapters at Frihognovlo only." Gu Heng nodded and said, "I understand. I'm very grateful for the intelligence you've provided. You've worked hard during this time, and the Civil Administration Office should have prepared your new home for you. Take your family and have a good rest. The future development of the Alliance will rely even more on your contributions. As for the Green Valley region issue..." He paused, then Gu Heng continued, "I don't plan to change our original strategy, we just have to speed up." This was inevitable. Without knowing the enemy's plans, and also finding it difficult to find ways to investigate, the best response was to strike quickly and ruthlessly to completely eliminate them before the enemy's actions fully commenced. Gu Heng no longer bothered with the two technical experts, Wu Jiarong and Hu Ke, but made his own calculations. The best resolution time was within a month. The quintet would remain for another month before leaving. Although the starship had suffered some not insignificant damage, its weapon systems were still relatively intact. The ammunition reserves were no longer ample, but still somewhat sufficient, enough to carry out an orbital strike on the ground without issue. Therefore, the best solution for Gu Heng right now was to resolve the Green Valley problem within a month, while the orbital strike capability was still present, and to thoroughly eradicate the Nature Salvation Society. If things were dragged out past a month and the orbital strike capability was gone, that would be troublesome. Having thought this through, Gu Heng called his secretary, who was also his butler that had come with him to Rage Owl Star, Zhang Chao. "Send an order to Yan Fangxiu, cancel all troop rotations, all soldiers must be ready to mobilize within 3 days. His troops will depart after 3 days, war has begun." "Yes." Zhang Chao instinctively responded, then asked with some confusion, "But, what is the target of the war?" "The entire Green Valley region." Gu Heng replied. Jason Morgan felt that since the establishment of the new alliance, his luck had been particularly good. He had received another commendation for discovering a top-tier talent for the alliance. It all seemed dreamlike. In all honesty, he had just wanted to find an exceptional doctor to help solve the infection and death problem among the refugees. And from that, he stumbled upon an engine prophet. Jason Morgan had since come to understand what an engine profit represented. He now counted himself fortunate for not having been rude at the time, but instead, had shown the appropriate respect to Huke. If the Alliance made any key technological breakthroughs in the future, he could claim some credit for it. Still, this matter was merely an episode to him. Although he benefited greatly from it, and during the recent communication with the leadership of the Immigration Bureau, they even mentioned his promotion by 2 ranks was a certainty. Naturally, he was overjoyed. However, his leadership also reminded him of one thing. Your primary job still needs to be done well. I understand. And what was his primary job? 1. Ensure the success of the autumn harvest. 2. Manage population migration, with the most important task being infectious disease control. Both had been his ongoing efforts. Recently, it was already autumn, and the primary food crops of the major plantations in the northern Green Valley region were nearing the harvest season. Although this year's total yield was bound to be less than stellar, it was crucial to harvest what could be harvested. Chapter 285. According to the instructions from the governor, saving 1 more grain of food now may prevent someone from starving in the future. For this task, Jason was actually running tirelessly between major plantations, just to see how the harvests were going and to sign future grain procurement contracts with the relevant plantation owners. The second task involved relocating populations to the central province, especially to the Twin Cities region, continuously. This was his old line of work, the only difference was that previously, the relocation was from other areas of the central province to the Twin Cities, and now it was from the northern Green Valley region. In terms of the willingness of the population, moving people from Green Valley to the Twin Cities was even simpler than doing the same thing within the central province. Here in Green Valley, most of the people were refugees who longed for the opportunity to go to the Twin Cities region. However, the situation was complicated by the outbreak of an infectious disease. This was a peculiar condition discovered only in the past month. Known as pustule disease, the infectious disease wasn't highly fatal, but those infected would develop blisters all over their bodies causing intense itching. The pus from these broken blisters became a source of infection. Healthy people who came into contact without protection could easily be infected. Therefore, before relocating people to the central province, it was essential to first isolate the individuals to ensure safety before transporting them to the rear. And within Revival City, another round of isolation and observation was necessary, until it was confirmed that the group showed no signs of the disease before they were allowed to enter the city. Jason Morgan's quarantine policies at various refugee settlements were about more than just monitoring people for symptoms of illness. Those who fell ill were quickly transferred to the sick wards, where they would receive care from health workers. Of course, one couldn't expect these health workers to be highly professional. Although the hospitals in the Twin Cities had been established for some time, the level of the doctors there was mediocre, to put it mildly. And in the refugee camps in the northern Green Valley region, one couldn't even dream of having professional doctors. They were health workers conscripted on the spot, equipped with a rudimentary medical manual, administering medication shipped from the Twin Cities to the sick populace. But surprisingly, the results were quite effective. What played the most significant role was the medication itself. The pharmaceutical chemical plants in Revival City, which had been in operation for some time, produced medication that was genuinely effective. For pain relief, 1 dose could truly alleviate the pain, not necessarily curing the disease, but making patients feel much better, and once their mood improved and they were able to eat, their bodies naturally gained more energy to fight off the disease. The drugs for treating skin diseases and immune disorders might not target the exact symptoms, but the barefoot doctors, following the handbook and administering the standard doses, often found success. Humans are sometimes frail, but at other times, incredibly resilient. With enough food and medications that could relieve pain and soothe symptoms, even without a cure-all, most people would ultimately pull through. The current mortality rate of pustule disease stood between 5–10%. This was a high figure, and with the number of infected individuals across the numerous refugee camps adding up to over 100,000, it meant that tens of thousands might die from the disease. It was precisely because he had seen too many tragedies that Jason, upon hearing of an outstanding doctor, took time out of his busy schedule to recruit him, an effort that resulted in even greater benefits, but that's another story. Nevertheless, Jason Morgan was quite optimistic about the future. As the temporarily recruited health workers, the barefoot doctors, gained more experience in treating pustule disease, even the most foolish ones would eventually discern some objective principles, allowing for a further refinement of medication dosage and improving the process of patient care. Soon, a new medical manual bearing the Revival City Research Institute emblem was distributed to his area, detailing how to medicate patients with pustule disease, the symptoms expected at each stage, how to adapt medication plans during phase transitions, specific methods of isolation, and indicators of patient recovery. This manual was far more reliable compared to the barefoot book they were previously using. He knew that this new researcher was none other than Mr. Huke, whom he had recruited. He was very reassured. Though he had initially misunderstood, believing Mr. Huke was a doctor, in reality, the contribution he made was even greater than that of a mere physician. In summary, with more experienced health workers and the new treatment manual from the Revival City Research Institute, the situation was bound to improve. Apart from the autumn harvest and pustule disease, he had just received news of a new task added to his plate. He was to coordinate with the Central Group Army, which had already moved south, and with the military observers from the Mutual Aid Society, to locally assemble militia forces. All militia units were to be placed under the command of Yan Fangxiu, a general of the Central Group Army, and be subject to the unified dispatch of the headquarters. Furthermore, the Mutual Aid Society should mobilize all plantations to supply the army with grain on site after the autumn harvest, as part of the support for the southward moving troops. He had already disseminated the relevant notifications through the Mutual Aid Society's network to various locations. Yet, the implementation was not ideal. The decision-making body of the Mutual Aid Committee was the Committee Assembly. These so-called committee members were mostly the plantation owners who still maintained order, and a minority were reformed former looters turned militia leaders. No official from the alliance held a formal committee membership, they mostly served as observers. This arrangement was made initially to dispel the wariness of the plantation owners and militia leaders when the Mutual Aid Society was established. Originally, there had been time to gradually dissolve the power of the Mutual Aid Society, but the alliance headquarters' sudden advance disrupted their plans. Currently, both the plantation owners and militia leaders wielded significant influence and power. And a considerable number of them opposed the alliance's complete southward move. Now, the Mutual Aid Committee was in complete disarray. It was up to Jason Morgan to resolve this issue. This chapter is 5,000 words. Publishing it now, it's too late when I finished writing, I'll correct any typos or grammatical errors after I wake up. Chapter 286. Crook Plantation can almost be considered the largest plantation in the northern Green Valley region. The surname Crook has been passed down here for 4 generations. They have always been the masters of the plantation, and over time they have grown and expanded so that now, their status in the northern Green Valley region is of great significance. A few months ago, the old master passed away, and now Croc is in charge. The younger generation, as it happens, harbors even greater ambition than their predecessors. Disregarding whether this ambition is reasonable or not, at least Croc believes that he is a man of grand aspirations. He is not content with merely being a local tycoon of the Green Valley region, living off of the land like his ancestors, albeit at the expense of others' labor while he reaps the benefits. Nonetheless, he feels that the Crook family can take things a step further. The current crisis in the Green Valley region and the establishment of the Mutual Aid Society, supported by the Alliance, present a golden opportunity that he values highly. He responded enthusiastically to the creation of the Mutual Aid Society and, utilizing his own influence, persuaded and affected the participation of many other plantations. This was not difficult. Firstly, the Mutual Aid Society was inherently advantageous and mutually beneficial. Secondly, Crook Manor, as the largest plantation, indeed played a leading role in actively responding to the Mutual Aid Society. His goal, in fact, is not at all complicated. He hopes to become the controller of the Mutual Aid Society, transforming it from an organization of mutual assistance formed under the aid of the Alliance into a genuine political entity stretching across the Green Valley region. He has excluded all Alliance-appointed individuals from the Mutual Aid Committee, granting them mere observer status, while the real power structures are under the control of the plantation owners and militia commanders. As long as he firmly occupies the position of committee chairman and leads well, that will suffice. Afterwards, the gradual improvement of various governmental mechanisms will ensure that power is truly implemented from top to bottom. Of course, he is not so naive as to believe that transforming the Mutual Aid Society into a political entity will allow him to stand up against the Alliance or the governor. However, the so-called Alliance is not a centralized government. Ever since the establishment of the Alliance by one generation of governors, we have always been a member of the Alliance and have never left it. Still under the framework of the Alliance, but as an autonomous regional government that maintains a cooperative and mutually beneficial relationship with the Alliance Central, wouldn't that be wonderful? Of course, he is well aware that, given the current state of the Green Valley region, taking a hard stance against the Alliance headquarters is definitely not feasible. What he strives for is political benefits. In his view, the Green Valley region has a population and significant food production, which provides a basis for negotiating with the Alliance headquarters. Even if it is inevitable that in the future the region will be completely absorbed by the Alliance, by then, Croc would need a satisfactory explanation. Becoming a senior official within the Alliance is also not out of the question. But he did not anticipate that the Alliance would not give him time. Croc is somewhat panicked. Has my cunning plan been seen through? Is the Alliance targeting me? He called for a grand meeting of the Mutual Aid Society Committee. The venue was at Crook Manor, which also serves as the headquarters of the Mutual Aid Society. A circular hall, with its center lower and the surroundings gradually elevated. Wooden tables and chairs were arranged on the steps around the hall for the committee members to sit. And in the very center of the circular dais was the podium. Inside the meeting hall, Croc was inciting the thoughts of the other plantation owners. Standing in the center of the conference hall, Croc spoke passionately. I believe many of you have received the news that Commander Yan Fangxiu of the Central Group Army is marching southward. According to the latest orders from the Alliance, we need to provide supplies for this army. Not just food supplies, but also our militia forces, which we have painstakingly established over these past few months, are to be incorporated under the command of Commander Yan Fangxiu. Consider what happened in the Central Province 2 months ago. A large number of settlements were abolished, a large number of survivors were captured by the Alliance, the people who had worked tirelessly to sustain the settlements and protect their people were sent to the guillotine, found guilty. The Alliance is planning to take away everything from us, just as they did to the people of the Central Province 2 months ago. His remarks indeed stirred up many people's minds. The sudden move south by the Central Group Army truly caused panic. The plantation owners are worried that their properties will be confiscated. Under the policies of the Alliance, it seems that fully independent, private properties do not exist. However, even if their thoughts have been provoked, most people are still largely silent at this moment. Worries aside, but, should they really oppose the Alliance because of this? Let's set other considerations aside for the moment and look at the attitudes of the militia commanders. Now, the military force of the Mutual Aid Society completely consists of militias. Among the militia commanders, those elected by the plantation owners are still manageable, and for the time being, they can maintain a stance that aligns with the plantation owners who elected them. But those bandits who have been surrendered and whitewashed are a completely different matter. Being placed under the command of the Central Group Army, to them, it doesn't seem so bad. The bandits who were recruited and whitewashed originally took up that lifestyle out of desperation and the need to survive. The plantation owners show no particular mercy to them, and they have no fixed properties in the Viking Valley region. Chapter 287. Everyone's just trying to scrape a living, aren't they? If they're incorporated into the ranks of the Alliance army, surely they wouldn't let them starve? Who knows, in the future they might even have the chance to become regulars, proud members of the Alliance's formal military. But imagine expecting a militia with this kind of mentality to risk their lives in military confrontation with the Alliance. Don't make me laugh. Besides, it's not just about direct military confrontation. Even without war, the Mutual Aid Society couldn't withstand hostility from the Alliance, let alone its hard measures. A militia of over 100,000, who's going to provide the arms? With just food, could the 4 million residents of the Viking Valley region survive? A large volume of industrial products, essential goods for life, all depend on supply from the Twin Cities, especially important is medical aid. If the support of the Alliance is missing, the Mutual Aid Society itself would collapse. To be frank, there's no possibility of any direct confrontation between the two sides. Croc himself mentioned the Central Province just now, didn't he? At least the Central Province could pull together an army of 100,000 without any help and in total opposition to the governor. Could the Mutual Aid Society do that? Once opposed, it's likely that the order established by the Mutual Aid Society in the Viking Valley region over the past couple of months would fall apart on its own. Moreover, even if an army were pulled together, so what? Would they be able to defeat the grand forces of the Alliance? How many days did that 100,000-strong army of the Central Province last? Everyone was rightfully bitter about the Alliance army's sudden move southward, but if Croc believes such feelings could motivate everyone to hard-headedly confront the Alliance, he's dreaming. No one will join him in such madness. Of course, Croc isn't delusional enough to think he could incite the Mutual Aid Society to do such a thing. Even if he could, he wouldn't. Yet, upon reading the expressions of those around and guessing their mindset, Croc still felt some disappointment. But he quickly adjusted his attitude. He continued, I know you all are scared, thinking has this Croc gone mad, daring to say such words, but I need to tell you, it is now truly a matter of life and death for us, and no one wants to give up the assets accumulated by generations for nothing. Of course, we are not going to confront the Alliance, to confront the governor. I have no such intention. The Mutual Aid Society was established with the help of the Alliance. His Excellency the Governor has helped us a lot. We, the people of Green Valley, will not be ungrateful. We are part of the Alliance, in the past, at the present, and in the future, we will always be loyal to the Emperor, loyal to the Governor, this will never change. As he said this, people finally became interested. He had started out talking as if everything we had would be taken by the Alliance, almost inciting us to confront them, but then his speech took a total turn, speaking of loyalty to the Governor and the Alliance. What kind of schizophrenic statement is this? What in the world is he getting at? Even though his speech had been baffling, when he mentioned that he didn't actually mean to turn against the damn thing, everyone's guard and vigilance significantly lessened. People started to expect that Croc might really have some good plan to keep everyone's assets without causing a direct confrontation with the Alliance. We are loyal to the Governor, to the Alliance, but loyalty does not mean stupidity, we have to consider the way we are loyal, he said. We will show our will to His Excellency the Governor through nonviolent non-cooperation. We will refuse to supply the Alliance Army, we will refuse to transfer the command and organizational power of the militia to the Central Group Army. If there are any direct threats of violence, I allow you to temporarily agree, to promise cooperation, but once the violent threat has ceased, we propose that we will continue to carry out protest actions. As he spoke, Croc's pace suddenly quickened, intensified. Members, this is our way of protest. We will never engage in any head-on confrontations with the Alliance Army, striking, protesting, stopping food supplies. These actions will also not continue indefinitely. We just need a civilized way, a bloodless way, to express our demands, and ultimately achieve the goal of resolving issues through negotiation. This speech stirred the audience. Well done, it's a strategy of nonviolent non-cooperation, right? But upon reflection, it's not unfeasible. Strikes, protests, withholding supplies, if faced with guns, there'd be no choice, but as long as there are no guns, do nothing. How many people does the Alliance Army have? Are they all going to become supervisors in every area? Both sides just drag it out. The Green Valley region has always been a mess, how much worse can it continue to get? But it's different for the Alliance. Can the great endeavors of His Excellency the Governor afford such delays? Creating value in the united front and then at the negotiation table, strive to gain as many benefits as possible. This approach seems really viable. But some questioned, this is a good method, but if the Alliance performs bloody suppression, arrests or even executes the leaders of the protest, that is, us, then how will you respond to that? Croc took a deep breath, that's the risk we face. First, would the Alliance do that? Aren't they afraid of inciting greater resistance? Second, we must protect ourselves. The Viking Valley region is vast, or rather, the whole world is vast, we must hide, in the wilderness, among the people. We must also find a way to ensure that even under such circumstances, we can still wield sufficient influence over the Mutual Aid Society, over food distribution and labor. Chapter 288. Just as Croc was sharing his thoughts, becoming more and more earnest, a creak was heard as the massive doors of the circular council hall were flung open. Croc stopped speaking and turned around furiously. The doors to the meeting hall were located directly behind the podium where he had just been making his impassioned speech. It wasn't exactly a secret meeting today, but it was certainly important enough. He had explicitly ordered that there be no disturbances during the meeting. There was supposed to be someone guarding the doors to the meeting hall, so who dared to interrupt the meeting at this time? However, upon seeing who had arrived, the angry curse on the tip of his tongue was swallowed back. The newcomer was Jason Morgan, an unremarkable middle-aged man with a slight paunch, not very tall, and his face always wore a rather friendly smile, nothing out of the ordinary. Yet he still managed to send a chill down the spine of Croc, who was plotting a big move, feeling full of schemes and knowledge. Of course, it wasn't that Jason Morgan himself possessed any kind of magical power. It was because behind Jason Morgan stood a symbol of an invincible power, one that could only be dealt with in the shadows. And now, the shadowy plotting was laid bare in the sunlight. Croc struggled to come up with a plan, anything at all, but his mind was blank, as if triggering some physiological mechanism had caused his brain to freeze. Jason's face still bore that friendly smile as he took a few steps forward, standing in front of Croc, and said, "The Mutual Aid Congress, hey? Not having observers present doesn't comply with the rules for calling a committee meeting." Croc managed to force a smile. He thought of spewing harsh words and even considered calling people over to arrest the intruding Jason Morgan or even kill him on the spot. However, after hesitating, all he could say was, "We haven't had the chance to notify. Mr. Morgan, weren't you inspecting the disease prevention work in the next park? If we had known you were here, we would certainly have invited you." Morgan waved his hand dismissively, "Ah, I see, but no matter. The timing now is just right. On my way here, I saw quite a few militiamen armed to the teeth. I thought I might encounter some trouble on my way in, but no one stopped me, and quite a few comrades from the militia even followed along behind me." As he said this, he gestured behind him. A squad of armed militiamen entered. Morgan turned his head again, facing Croc, and continued, "Just now, I think I overheard something about non-violent non-cooperation. We must consider ways of loyalty." At this point, that friendly smile on Morgan's face seemed quite sinister to Croc. "What a coincidence, although I'm not sure what non-violent non-cooperation means. I am a graduate from the advanced class at Wind Extinguishing Zongxi Academy, having received direct instruction from the governor himself. I think I'm the most qualified here to discuss what loyalty means. The way of loyalty, in my view, is not up for debate. Even these militiamen comrades behind me, who can hardly recognize a few characters, deeply understand this truth. The best way to be loyal is to remain absolutely loyal. And loyalty that is not absolute is absolutely disloyal." Jason Morgan adjusted the red cap on his head, completely suppressing all smiles, and looked sternly at everyone present. "I'd like to know, just how many people still wish to discuss further the way of loyalty." Chapter 289. The farce ended with the arrest of Croc. In Jason Morgan's eyes, it was just a farce. The things Croc said at the committee meeting, Morgan could only describe as utter nonsense. Could the method of struggle Croc proposed actually work? It might work, but there were prerequisites. Firstly, external support was necessary. Without it, causing trouble out of thin air with no resources at hand, how could that be achieved? To continue the struggle in the absence of the ringleaders, who would be in hiding or on the run, people must be fed and have a way out. Of course, Croc wasn't unprepared for this. During his subsequent interrogation, he admitted to having connections with Blackbird Heavy Industries. But Jason Morgan sneered at this. Blackbird Heavy Industries, thousands of miles away, providing supplies to support the resistance movement in the Viking Valley region? It wasn't just a matter of distance, but also significant geographical barriers. From Viking Valley to the western part of the mainland, one had to cross mountain ranges and the western desert which were impassable. The official trade routes had to go through the central province, which was under direct control of the Alliance. Not to mention the operational capability and cost involved, the Alliance wasn't blind and wouldn't make it easy. Moreover, external support was just one of the elements. The core success or failure of the resistance movement Croc envisioned hinged on whether it could gain support from the local residents. If they wanted to hide, they had to be able to remain hidden. Not to mention whether these landlord lords could endure hardship. Even if they could, people need food to eat and a place to live. If under Mr. Gu's governance, the Alliance was a brutal regime making lives miserable and stirring up widespread discontent, if Croc and the other manor owners were reincarnated saints who had always treated their tenant farmers very well, ensuring they never wanted for food while they themselves had enough to eat. If that were the case, their resistance movement would have a chance. With the support of the 4 million people of the Viking Valley region, they could indeed remain hidden and continuously incite disturbances and provoke the public into resistance. What about bloody suppression? Killing the leaders would only result in new ones emerging. Killing a bunch of civilians would see more rise up. The more they were suppressed, the more resentment and resistance would grow. But that wasn't the problem. The vast number of refugees in the Green Valley region could hardly survive. It was the Alliance that set up the Mutual Aid Society, moving the refugees to the Twin Cities in batches. Even those not yet relocated were at least provided with food, no matter where it came from. As the civil affairs officials of the Alliance kept making their presence felt, there were treatments for those who fell ill. The militia was also organized with the help of the Alliance's military observers, armed with weapons provided by the Alliance to protect the peace. And while the former manor owners might not have been brutal, they were certainly not particularly benevolent. 4 million people of Green Valley were just waiting for a chance to enter the Twin Cities region, who would listen to your call for resistance. Hide? In minutes, someone would report them, and just like that, they might get a reward and become city dwellers. And without going into distant matters, Croc dreamt of being the chairman of the Mutual Aid Society, but he couldn't even control the society itself. When Jason Morgan rushed over from the neighboring manor, he indeed arrived alone. When he reached the gate of Crook Manor, it opened by itself. He randomly picked a militia squad leader on guard, asked where Croc was, and after a moment's hesitation, he was directed there. At the entrance of the meeting hall, many armed militiamen stood guard. A group of people was blocking the door hesitantly. Jason Morgan didn't say a word and just walked inside. The rifles crossed in front of him to block his path, but he simply pushed them aside. And those militiamen didn't lay a finger on him. Even after he walked past, he turned his head and called out in the name of the Alliance, and those guarding team leaders looked at each other for a moment and then really started to lead their people into the meeting hall with him. When Croc was arrested and dragged out, he still thought that Jason Morgan had premeditated the collusion, infiltrated his manor with his own people, and prepared to strike at that moment. Heaven and earth are my witness, Jason Morgan really hadn't planted anyone. He just heard the news, then he came, and then, all the militia switched sides. What could he do? Or is it possible that from the beginning to the end, there were never your people, that these people were all my people from the start? With that level of competence, to conduct a non-violent non-cooperation movement and seek negotiation leverage with the Alliance, that's enough. Jason Morgan's assessment of Croc was that he was a young man who had inherited the wealth of his predecessors, full of ambition but lacking any practical ability, indulging in grandiose but impractical dreams. Of course, Jason Morgan didn't kill Croc either. House arrest, detention, that was enough. If there was to be guilt in the future, let it be for the Alliance court to judge, that wasn't his job. And in the meeting hall, the other so-called committee members of the Mutual Aid Society, when they saw Croc being dragged out by what were supposed to be his loyal subordinates, they all woke up from their dreams. Let's not talk about those who were quite clear-headed and thought Croc was delusional. The others who were truly swayed by Croc's speech and who didn't want to lose their wealth and autonomy were now completely silenced. As for the defection of the militia, no, it couldn't be called a defection. They had always prioritized obedience to Alliance officials far higher than obedience to the Mutual Aid Society committee members. Chapter 290. If the armed forces won't listen, what else is there to say? Now, they could only feel relieved that when Croc spouted nonsense earlier, they hadn't yet started to make a fuss before Jason Morgan arrived. How embarrassing would that have been now? Fortunately, Jason Morgan did not pursue the matter further. He took advantage of the committee meeting convened by Croc to steer the topic towards how to ensure the supply of materials needed by the Alliance Army, including the militia assembled for centralized distribution. The southbound Central Group Army consisted of a total of 7 division-level units, with over 50,000 regular soldiers. The militia gathered in the Viking Valley region boasted a scale of about 150,000. Securing related material supplies was a major issue that required planning supply teams, allocating vehicles, repairing roads, and arranging materials. It was a head full of concerns. Jason Morgan had already set aside the episode caused by Croc and was focused on how to handle the follow-up work. That was what he cared about the most. The committee members spoke enthusiastically, each offering suggestions. One said they could provide a certain amount of food, another said they could mobilize a number of workers for road construction, one offered their manor as a rally point, another suggested their estate was suitable as a logistics hub. With clear minds, the members turned into active participants. Mr. Morgan himself said it, everyone must demonstrate the right way to show loyalty. And now, our loyalty is certainly absolute. However, their loyalty was soon put to the test once again. A militia captain burst in from outside. Initially hesitant upon assessing the situation, but Jason Morgan urged him to speak frankly, so he reported the situation directly. It turned out that an alarm was sent by an outside patrol. A large-scale wave of aberrant beasts was about to attack Crook Manor. It was either a coincidence or something else, but the timing of these creatures' arrival was impeccable. The northern Green Valley region was less affected by the waves of aberrant beasts, but not immune. These creatures mainly resided in the forest. The dense wilderness spread across the entire Great Qing Valley region and was accessible from every direction. The mutated creatures grew and strengthened in the forests and launched attacks from within the woods. In the Green Valley region, dealing with the waves of aberrant beasts was an omnipresent threat, with no distinction between the front and rear. Any place at the edge of the forest, or not too far from it, was in danger. The Green Valley region might boast a population of tens of millions, but on a land of over 6 million square kilometers, that number of people, well, it's really sparse by comparison. Apart from the scattered plantations and the roads that connect them, most of the area is wilderness, untouched by humans. A wave of aberrant beasts could arise from anywhere under normal circumstances. Inside the meeting hall, the committee members who had just been demonstrating loyalty and showing their devotion fell silent. Someone murmured hesitantly, "Shall we evacuate first? Crook Manor has decent defenses, but us staying here won't be of much help, we might as well go home first. Let the militia try to hold the manor, and once support arrives, we'll work together to repel this wave." With someone taking the lead, others followed suit. Yes, Mr. Morgan, you don't have to tough it out here, we can all withdraw together." Jason Morgan simply raised his hand, "Gentlemen, gentlemen." After repeating himself, they calmed down. He continued, "We are not going anywhere today, we stay right here. Our work is not finished. Croc has provided us with an opportunity, and it's not easy to assemble such a complete committee. We must take advantage of this occasion to finalize some upcoming tasks. Otherwise, getting everyone together like this next time will indeed be difficult." He paused, then went on, "As for the enemy we are about to face, we must have full confidence in the militia forces we've assembled. I am full of confidence in the defenses of Crook Manor. We will not let our warriors face the enemy alone, we must stand with them. This is also how we show our loyalty to the governor, and I believe everyone remains unwavering in this belief. Am I right?" The crowd fell silent. "If you want to court death, why drag us into it? That's a wave of aberrant beasts. We also heard the message that the captain came to report. There are at least over 100,000 monsters marching their way here. How many militiamen are at Crook Manor? Indeed, this place is the headquarters of the Mutual Aid Society, and there are 2 refugee camps nearby with a population of over 500,000 in the vicinity. But even so, the Viking Valley region is too vast, and if 100,000 militiamen were to be dispersed to hold their positions, currently, there would hardly be 10,000 militiamen nearby. And the number of militiamen at Crook Manor doesn't even exceed 5,000. To face a wave of 100,000 aberrant beasts, even with walls, it would be very difficult to hold them back. Generally speaking, in such a situation, you would have the militia hold their ground, then evacuate personnel, and continuously call in reinforcements from nearby to respond. If it really can't be held, then whoever can be evacuated will be evacuated, and if this place has to be abandoned, then it will be abandoned. What else can be done? Why on earth is Jason Morgan hell-bent on holding on here? Morgan couldn't be bothered to explain to them. Between Crook Manor and the surrounding 2 refugee camps, there are 500,000 civilians, which is a densely populated area of the Viking Valley region. Evacuating and moving people sounds easy, but what does 500,000 people mean, and how could it be easy to evacuate them? These people are just cowards. The current militia, can they really be the same as the old concepts in their heads? After receiving military aid from the Alliance, their firepower has long been much stronger than the armed forces they had originally organized. There's no need to worry too much. He continued to preside over the meeting, arranging work. This working meeting would not be short, it wouldn't be done in just a few hours. Come evening, everyone went to rest with heavy hearts, estimating that they would have to continue the next day. A couple of days' effort should be about enough to settle the whole affair. However, the next morning, something began to feel off. In just one morning, the front line lost 2 positions in succession. This even forced Jason Morgan to temporarily interrupt the committee session, having those committee members discuss among themselves while he pulled aside a military observer who had just arrived the previous night to discuss the front line situation. In theory, it shouldn't have been breached so easily. However, the military observer's explanation made Jason Morgan, who was somewhat of a military layman, understand a little bit more about the severity of the current situation. This cluster of aberrant beasts cannot be looked at with the old fragmented viewpoint. Apart from their large numbers, they have many advanced variant types among them. If they were just ordinary pus monsters, it would be easy to deal with, but the number of pus spewers among them is very high, and there has appeared a type of super heavy monster over 3 meters tall, the lower half of its body wriggling like a rotting worm, acting as some kind of biological artillery, with a shooting range exceeding 10 kilometers. Direct bombardment brings extreme corrosiveness, and even if people aren't corroded to death, the bombarded area becomes temporarily uninhabitable, which has greatly affected our defensive line. There's also a type of biohunter that's grown to over 1.5 meters long, moving very fast and spitting corrosive pus. In close combat, the militia are finding it very difficult to confront them. After hearing this, Jason Morgan had a headache. He thought for a moment and said, I need to go to the front line to see for myself. Okay, the military observer took him to the front line. Of course, it wasn't too close to the actual front line, observing from a distance of about 2 kilometers behind the 3rd defensive line where the firefight was ongoing. He saw the tragic scene through binoculars. In half an hour, at least 300 militiamen were casualties. Clearly, this defensive line couldn't hold. Jason Morgan couldn't bear to watch any longer, and the military observer pulled him into a car and fled back. They stopped only when they reached the 4th defensive line. This was the last line of defense outside Crook Manor, consisting of trenches, foxholes, and small fortresses made of sandbags. Further back, was the manor's wall. Morgan's mood was very heavy now. Damn it, I just bragged, and now are we actually about to face something big? Chapter 291. Jason Morgan was now somewhat panicked. At the committee meeting, inspiring morale and making those wavering members stay put didn't seem wrong to him. But Crook Manor, as the nominal headquarters of the Mutual Aid Society, was now also the gathering place of numerous committee members. If it were really breached, there would be serious trouble. Without a doubt, the Mutual Aid Society would fall into organizational chaos. Even if the Central Group Army were to come down south later and resolve the issue, it would take time for the Mutual Aid Society to rebuild and function effectively in its logistical role. That would disrupt the entire plan. However, the carnage he had just witnessed through the telescope, and the countless soldiers now retreating from the collapsed 3rd defense line to the 4th, left Morgan speechless. Could he say that the militia warriors hadn't fought fiercely? Obviously not. They understood that their homes and families in the refugee camps were right behind them. Everyone had barely survived the journey to safety here. They were conscripted as militia to defend hope. If they fought, their families would survive. If they defended well, their families might have a chance to get to the Twin Cities and receive proper Union citizen benefits. If they fought, those who wanted to stay in the Green Valley region could have their own land. Their will to fight was unquestionable. However, the enemy's vast numbers and fierce firepower were objective facts, not something willpower alone could reverse. Morgan had personally seen the various new types of advanced mutant beasts that military observers had introduced to him. To be honest, his legs were still weak. Had it not been for his experience in the Green Valley region where he had already seen many aberrant beasts, plus the education he had received at Loyal Air Academy, if he were still the lowly clerk he once was in Revival City, the sight of those monsters would likely have knocked him out cold at first glance. Yet the militia warriors had withstood significant casualties, managing to hold off from yesterday afternoon until now. Just now, 300 men had died before his very eyes. The military observer sighed, actually, that's relatively good. This morning, when the sun had just risen and the enemy launched their first major attack after they deployed many specially mutated high-level biochemical beasts for the first time, we were caught off guard, and lost over 1,000 men at the 1st defense line. Following that, another 500 at the 2nd defense line. Jason Morgan remained silent. Here at Crook Manor, there were a total of 5,000 soldiers, and by now, 1,800 had been lost. The observer continued with a bitter smile, in just one morning, we lost 3 defense lines, there's only one left and then it's the walls of Crook Manor. If this place falls, there will be a clear path to the 2 refugee camps behind, with no defensible position left. He didn't finish his sentence. It was time to consider evacuation, moving people out. Even if they couldn't evacuate everyone, and could only move a small portion, leaving the rest to fend for themselves was better than standing firm here, only to be defeated later, with hundreds of thousands potentially lost. Jason Morgan understood the implication in the military observer's words. However, that was a consideration purely from a military perspective. Jason had to think about the political issues. He had just quelled some signs of unrest within the Mutual Aid Society due to the actions of the Alliance headquarters. But now, the imminent destruction of the Mutual Aid Society's headquarters and the Viking Valley region's largest plantation, along with the tens of thousands in the refugee camps, a full-scale evacuation amidst panic, not knowing how many would die in the chaos. What would be the political cost? The ensuing collateral effects would have a very negative impact on the governor's plans to reclaim the entire Green Valley region. He rubbed his forehead and asked, when will the remaining 5,000 people summoned from the refugee camp arrive? The observer sighed, understanding that Jason Morgan still wanted to defend. He wanted it too. Perhaps it was better this way to be decisive rather than vacillating. He provided an answer, they'll be here before noon. Jason Morgan exhaled with relief, at least we have our first piece of good news. Now, we need a second piece. As far as I know, the vanguard of the Central Group Army heading south is Major Perbuff's troops. Can we get in touch with them? I need to know if they can change their route and head to Crook Manor first. If they can, how long do we need to hold out before they arrive? We've already made contact. The Central Group Army is already aware of our dire situation and has ordered us to hold out as long as possible. Also, the orders for support have been sent to the Wind Extinguishing Brigade. But, upon hearing the first part, Jason Morgan breathed a sigh of relief. That was certainly good news. Support meant that holding out had meaning. But the word "but" that followed made his heart race. True to form, what came after that word was never promising. The Central Group Army just started heading south yesterday. Even if the Wind Extinguishing Brigade is the avant-garde, there's a distance of over 400 kilometers from the southern border of the Central Province here, and at the fastest, it will take them 3 days to arrive. Actually, the order we received from the Central Group Army is to hold out until dark tomorrow. Until dark tomorrow. Jason Morgan pondered, with the 5,000 militia arriving by noon, can we make it? Chapter 292. We can only say we've done our utmost. The enemy won't completely occupy Crook Manor before my death. Okay, I understand. Jason Morgan turned and left. He didn't return to the manor. Instead, he took a megaphone and announced the harsh reality to the nearly 2,000 soldiers guarding the last line of defense outside Crook Manor's walls. The core message, of course, was that the soldiers had to hold on until nightfall tomorrow. He promised them that help from the Alliance would definitely arrive before darkness fell. This assertion had meaning. The morale of the soldiers was tangibly boosted. Winning the battle on their own, beating back the aberrant beasts, might be difficult, but if it was just holding out until nightfall, then, wasn't there a glimmer of hope? The shadow of 3 defeats lifted somewhat. Having a strong will to fight is one thing, but fear of death is another. Suffering over 35% casualties without deserting was already fitting for a militia. The fact that a few words from Jason Morgan could inspire them was partly thanks to the rousing techniques and rhetoric he had learned, but more importantly, it was because the militia really was reliable. However, despite this, the restored morale didn't last long. When the enemy attacked again, the acidic bombs lobbed by biochemical artillery from 10 kilometers away once again exploded upon their position. The militia couldn't help but waver uncontrollably. If facing biochemical gas shells, the soldiers could temporarily wrap their faces tightly with cloth and hide behind fortifications, praying the corroding bombs wouldn't land right on them. Then when biochemical artillery fire temporarily ceased, and the enemy began their frontal assault, their remaining strength was not enough to hold back any longer. Full-fledged pus spewers weren't the ones Gu Hang had encountered at the edge of the forest near Wuxing City, those pulled out early by the primordial Wrath Owl sect with a range of only 50 meters. The pus spewers now appearing in front had the capability to hit targets with a viscous stream within a range of 200 meters. They had negligible penetrating power, but their severe corrosiveness couldn't be blocked by the militia's mere cloth uniforms after contact. Those with quick reflexes, whose skin remained untouched, could save their lives by swiftly stripping off their clothes. Those slower, however, soon found their uniforms corroding and sticking to their skin. Then they faced a pain intense enough to rob them of their combat ability, but not quickly enough to kill. As more undead dogs broke through the lines, the militia couldn't hold back anymore. The 4th defensive line lasted 3 hours after the enemy bombardment began. It held only 30 minutes after the frontal assault commenced. Collapse happened for the 4th time. And this time, it was even more disastrous. The enemy had clearly committed significant forces to the attack. During the rout, the undead dogs that broke through became even more terrifying killers. These quadrupedal beast-shaped monsters were far superior in speed, agility, and flexibility. They'd fall after a couple of shots, but the zombies, quick to hop and swerve, weren't so easy to hit. When overtaken swiftly by these creatures weighing 30 to 40 kilograms, the soldiers were often quickly bitten to death. Jason Morgan, observing the situation from a watchtower within Crook Manor's wall, had his face entirely ashen. Just now, when the enemy launched a full-scale attack, he wanted to stay at the outer defense line to boost morale, but he was forcibly pulled back by the military observer beside him who fought desperately to do so. When necessary, that person would have no problems with such actions. That's the admirable tradition of the Red Hats, lead by example to inspire troops. However, the collapse of the fourth line was not an issue of morale. Never mind whether Jason Morgan staying there could indeed enable everyone to conquer the fear of death and face the battle fearlessly. Even if he could achieve that against all odds, it would be meaningless. It would only lead to the annihilation of all soldiers on that line. Now, by pulling back, they could rely on the stronger defense of Crook Manor's wall to hold a bit longer. That meant Jason Morgan couldn't die on the front line. If he died, it would be a severe blow to morale. Mr. Morgan, having realized this, could only return in bitterness, watching from the tower as the militia outside the wall kept falling, his heart in agony. Except for those who had already fled inside the walls, almost all those still outside had been sentenced to death. Morgan couldn't even open the doors to let the surviving militia in, lest the wave of aberrant creatures might surge straight through. Reinforcements trickling into Crook Manor from the rear were positioned atop the walls to shoot outside, helping to alleviate the pressure on the militia troops below. Those below were instructed to hold their positions and promised that they could enter after temporarily repelling the enemy's attack. Of course, it was despairing. What's this about repelling the enemy's attack? By now, anyone could tell that the aberrant beast's momentum was fierce. How could we repel them? Isn't it obvious they're sending us to our deaths? Many anxious militiamen even started cursing aloud at the foot of the city. But in the end, the worst-case scenario did not unfold. The militiamen below, knowing full well that they had been effectively abandoned, did not choose to shoot at their comrades on the walls at this critical juncture. There was no infighting. Instead, they turned around and fought desperately against the ever-closer enemy. First, they tried to coordinate with the friendly forces on the walls, shooting down the zombie dogs. Later on, they strived to exchange fire with the approaching pus spewers at a distance of 200 meters. During this period, the enemy's bio-artillery unleashed its power once more. The main firepower was still focused inside Crook Manor, but occasionally, bio-artillery shells would land outside, striking the remaining militiamen and causing casualties. More and more people were dying. At this time, even Jason Morgan had no more guilt for the decision that in essence sent the soldiers who hadn't made it into the city to their deaths. He had been pulled down from the lookout tower. A few minutes later, the lookout tower where he had been standing was hit by a bio-artillery shell, collapsing amidst rapid corrosion. It wasn't just there that got destroyed. Those walls, though solid in appearance and even capable of bearing soldiers to fire outward, were essentially wooden structures. Under the bombardment of the bio-artillery, they had begun to breach, with the incoming tide of aberrant beasts becoming more and more visible through the gaps. What was said before? Holding out until tomorrow night? We won't make it through this evening. Forget about evening. If we don't fight well enough, and the militiaman's morale slips any further, we might not even hold until noon. Jason Morgan's heart had turned to ice. Endless pain surged up within him. He did not fear death now, he even longed for it. If Crook Manor were breached, he would rather die right here than live a cowardly life. This wasn't some training that had brainwashed him, it was his own heart, which couldn't get past that hurdle. To watch with his own eyes as the refugee camp he had built with all his efforts over the past 2 months got destroyed, to see the 400,000 Green Valley refugees, who had finally found hope to live because of his efforts, get slaughtered by these aberrant beasts. He couldn't do it. Compared to witnessing that scene, dying here was an easier choice. He pulled out his sidearm and said to the military observer next to him, "I want to go to the front line to fight. If I have to die, I want to die in battle." This time, no one tried to stop him. Instead, they also pulled out their guns. "I'll go with you." The two of them, along with a few guards, started to move forward. And just as they were prepared to die, they both heard a whistling sound from the sky. Looking up, they saw 3 white streaks cutting through the clouds. Squinting for a closer look, it seemed to be 3 green aircraft. Flashes of light appeared, and 6 streaks of light flashed by. Soon after, from a distance that felt far away, a dull boom was heard. The sound wasn't particularly distinct, as they were on a battlefield where the noise of gunfire was endless. However, they distinctly felt something. The enemy's bio-artillery fire seemed to have stopped to some extent. Chapter 293. Ace Pilot, requesting to engage. Enemy spotted at 12 o'clock. Commencing bombing. Cook's excited and sharp voice kept echoing in the flight squadron's channel. Some wanted to complain, but in the end, there was silence on the channel. There wasn't much to say, everyone had long been familiar with what kind of temperament this comrade usually had. The Allied Air Force had just begun construction and had handed over a total of 18 aircraft. 3 aircraft formed a group, making 6 small squadrons, barely constituting an air squadron. 18 pilots, part of whom were picked from the rudimentary ranks of the old Alliance Air Force, and the rest were simply young people selected from the military. The Wind Falcons, equipped with anti-gravity engines and assisted by a primary and a secondary servo scull, were not exceptionally difficult to fly. Of course, not difficult refers to the basics. It wasn't hard to fly the aircraft. Takeoff and landing were not an issue, vertical takeoffs and landings were possible, and with the help of servo sculls, crashing wasn't typical. However, while it was easy to start flying, not falling out of the sky was one thing, but mastering it was extremely hard. The lateral and longitudinal translational capabilities, the extremely high flying speed, the complex fire control systems, the physical endurance under high-speed flight. To fly the Wind Falcon well was indeed not easy, even with the relentless assistance of the servo sculls. Yet, among the people who could barely fly the planes into the sky with the help of the servo sculls, with less than 20 hours of flying experience each, there was an oddity like Cookie. His flying time was not much different from the others, but everyone had to admit, there truly were such things as geniuses in this world. Although his personality was not very reliable, he just flew bolder than anyone when in the cockpit, performing all kinds of exaggerated maneuvers as if second nature. At first, the instructor critiqued him with a manual in hand, but later they gave up. The instructor was a novice as well, with about the same flight time as everyone else, and only had 100 or so hours of propeller aircraft experience from back when he served in the old Alliance Air Force. The many moves that little Cookie, who self-proclaimed as an ace pilot, performed, were simply beyond his capability. Thus, they let him be, at most reminding him not to pull any stunts during missions and to carry out his duties earnestly. At this moment, this was the Allied Air Force's first official mission since its establishment. Except for Cookie, everyone felt a bit nervous. Fortunately, the enemies the Allied Air Force was currently facing probably didn't require them to engage in any kind of air-to-air combat or dogfight, the kind of high-difficulty maneuvers with the aircraft. Following the navigation and with the aid of the servo sculls, they arrived at the target site. They fired the 6 heavy missiles carried by the Wind Falcons, then flew over the enemy, opened the bomb bay, and dropped their bombs, thus basically completing their mission. Those confident in themselves flew the Wind Falcons in another loop, hovering and striking the ground with the aircraft's twin-linked autocannons and laser rotary cannons, conducting direct strikes on ground enemies. Those less confident, worried about hitting Allied troops or making themselves dizzy with the maneuvers, hurried back, rearming with weapons and ammunition, and checking if there were further tasks where they could be of use. The first to arrive at the battlefield and enter the attack range was Cookie. His flight formation, 3 Wind Falcons, rapidly depleted their mounts of 6 heavy missiles. Their targets were the enemy's bio-artillery troops. Those creatures, looking like giants with their upper bodies raised and huge mouths open as if to roar bio-artillery shells into the sky, were caught unawares by the heavy missile strikes. Clearly, these bio-artillery creatures weren't prepared for a bombing. Their formation wasn't very tight, but nearly 100 bio-artilleries were essentially stationed at the same position. 3 Wind Falcons, with a total of 18 heavy missiles, wiped out a third of the bio-artillerists. These living bio-cannons were in disarray. Some still instinctively directed their firepower towards Crook Manor in the distance, but others seemed to cower, beginning to wriggle their massive bodies in an attempt to flee. But they failed to escape. Their mobility and agility were indeed not commendable. What was more, they had encountered an outrageous pilot. Cookie called out, instructing the 2 wingmen in his group to bomb the enemy's concentrated position as planned. As for himself, he reduced the flight altitude and dove toward those bio-artillery troops. The 10 kilometers from Crook Manor to the enemy bio-artillery's position took just 1 minute for the Wind Falcons at their speed. During this process, Cookie dropped his bombs, showering down on the enemies gathering to attack Crook Manor. He also brought those bio-artilleries within the firing range of his cannons. The range of the autocannons and laser cannons was, of course, not that short. However, Cookie, determined to seek a more effective and precise strike outcome, descended to a very low flight altitude. The Wind Falcon he piloted, colored in shades of aqua blue, began to spew flames of death. The red laser cannon fire, along with the roaring autocannons, carved a lethal path on the ground. 3 bio-artilleries were blasted into pulp along a straight line of attack. Chapter 294. The laser cannon melted away a part of their massive bodies, 40mm kinetic cannon shells turned the rest into a mushy mess. The other two pilots in the same flight group looked at each other wordlessly. One of them asked in the channel, "Maybe, we should try it too." The other refused, "You try if you want, I'm afraid of diving at such high speed and licking the ground, a single mistake and I'll be planting myself straight into it." Fair point. The other pilot could only regretfully give up, "Let's just stick to dropping bombs honestly." The two Wind Falcons gave up on performing high-difficulty maneuvers and flew stably high above the heads of the enemy, simply dropping the bombs they were carrying. During this process, they watched with envy as Cookie, who had circled back around, engaged in another round of ground shooting, claiming the lives of 4 bio-artillery soldiers. By now, the whole bio-artillery position had descended into chaos. But his time to show off had come to an end. The other 5 formations of Wind Falcons had also arrived by this point. 30 heavy missiles, with the help of servo-skull-assisted fire control, hit the enemy's high-value targets with relative precision. All the bio-artillery soldiers were history. Cookie pouted, feeling a bit unsatisfied. Shooting at fixed targets on the training ground, what could be more thrilling than unleashing firepower on the enemies of humanity in an actual battlefield? Given more time and a few more rounds, he was confident he could take out the remaining bio-artillery soldiers all by himself with just his Wind Falcon. Unfortunately, his teammates had come to steal the kills. The newly arrived 5 formations, 15 Wind Falcons, started making strafing runs over the enemy's dense positions and dropping bombs. Having exhausted his bombs in the earlier engagement, Cookie could only sullenly aim his machine gun at the enemy for ground strafing. Each ground assault dive was accompanied by a shrieking howl, followed by the bloody baptism of lasers and kinetic cannon shells over hundreds of meters in a straight line. Round after round, Cookie didn't count how many he'd fired, until the squadron leader called him, urging him to keep up with the formation and evacuate. Only then did he stop, still longing for more. On the return flight, passing over Crook Manor, he even flashed a gesture to the soldiers below. He didn't care whether they could see it or not. Jason Morgan, looking up, of course, couldn't see the gesture made by the impressive pilot. It was too far and the pilot was inside the cockpit. But that did not prevent him from saluting him. He was the great savior. He had heard that the Twin Cities were assembling the Allied Air Force. In the past, he had seen airplanes too. To his mind, whether it was the old Alliance's propeller airplanes or helicopters, they were at best, just for show. As for their practical use, he had not seen it. At least, there was nothing particularly noteworthy about their combat records. He had thought that the new Alliance's Air Force would be more of the same, perhaps a bit more impressive, but how much better could they really be? However, today, he had truly realized the power of the Air Force. Under the governor's rule, these types of aircraft he had never seen before were simply too fierce. A single Wind Falcon combined the functions of a missile launch platform, fighter, attack aircraft, and bomber, and crucially, it did all these roles quite well. He had counted, and there had only been 18 that had come, yet their arrival had dealt a devastating blow to that wave of 100,000 aberrant beasts. Death rained from above. Firstly, they had almost completely eradicated the enemy's artillery forces. The biochemical artillery units, with a range exceeding 10 kilometers, posed the greatest threat to the militia troops. The militia's mortars and small mountain guns were not only scarce in number but also lacked the range to hit those biochemical artillery units, making it very difficult to engage the enemy. In the face of limited numbers, even if they managed to cover the distance with their firepower, they often couldn't produce significant battle results, and they would also draw a strong counterattack from the enemy. The pressure from the biochemical artillery was too much, frankly speaking. Since the beginning of the conflict, most of the casualties within the militia troops were caused by those highly corrosive and wide-impact biochemical shells. After eliminating those dozens or hundreds of biochemical artillery monsters, the enemy firepower bearing down on Crook Manor would be significantly reduced. Artillery is the god of war, and this holds true even for the advanced version of the aberrant beasts' armies. Of course, it would be good just to deal with the enemy's artillery, but that might still not be enough. The remaining massive number of enemies were still a terrifying threat. Then, the horizontal bombing by the 18 Wind Falcons, although not very precise, the total of more than 2,000 bombs were capable of carpet bombing the battlefield in front of Crook Manor. More importantly, the legions of aberrant beasts evidently lacked experience and preparation for dealing with an air force. The dumb creatures didn't even know how to lie down when being bombed. Previously, the vast enemy force that had brought them immense pressure had already been scattered. Countless corpses lay on the path leading to the assault on Crook Manor. Up to now, Jason Morgan was completely confident that he could defend the entire manor. At the very least, holding out until dark tomorrow, until the main forces of the Alliance army arrived, would be no problem. Moreover, if needed, the Allied Air Force could come for another round during this process. Having emptied their munitions, they would return for resupply and could come back. Back and forth, a trip of 12 or 1300 kilometers was just a matter of a couple of hours. Just the time for reloading munitions was a bit exaggerated. The ground crew might complain, "I've been loading missiles and shells all damn day, and you shoot them all out in just a few minutes." But all things considered, the problem was no longer severe. In fact, even holding their ground was no longer necessary. After the Allied Air Force squadron made their move, those aberrant beasts seemed to realize they couldn't win. The remaining aberrant beasts retreated like the tide, back into the dense jungle. And here, 3 people in green academic robes gathered together. "The air power of the Alliance is much stronger than we imagined," one of them said. "However, if we hide in the jungle, the power of the Alliance Air Force should be greatly reduced." "Indeed, but that's not realistic. The chairman demands we take the offensive. The plan's start requires time, it needs more people. People won't venture into the jungle of their own accord. But if we're constantly under threat from aerial strikes, we simply can't leave the jungle to take the offensive. I've reported it to the chairman. We must quickly research anti-air, or even Air Force type mutants within the society, otherwise, we can't fight back. But, it's probably difficult to get quick results. To avoid orbital strikes, Chanter Town has been abandoned. The rear is looking for a new hidden location and also dispersing the research facilities to avoid a total wipeout. The defection of the chairman's teacher has had a big impact. That's how it's going to be then, we can only lay low for now. But what will the Alliance do? They've made such a show of moving south. They're definitely heading to reclaim the entire Green Valley region, but all they can reclaim are those plantations, those gathering places. 80% of the Green Valley region is virgin jungle, our kingdom. Does the Alliance army dare to enter the jungle on their own? It would be good if that were the case. What? Take the offensive into the jungle? Jason Morgan's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, Perbuff said confidently, I thought those brainless monsters would continue to besiege Crook Manor for a while, allowing me to eliminate part of their main force before entering the jungle. It's a pity they fled. But never mind, once we're in the jungle, we can wipe out these creatures just the same. But why, how? Jason Morgan asked, puzzled beyond measure. Chapter 295. After the wave of aberrant beasts receded, the dire situation at Crook Manor was completely resolved. Despite the heavy losses of the militia, despite the manor being severely damaged by biochemical cannon fire, with vast areas of corrosion left unresolved, at least the crisis of extinction was lifted. Then, the next evening, Major Perbuffo, now he's a colonel, led his wind-extinguishing brigade to Crook Manor. Jason Morgan and Perbuff were old acquaintances. Before the liberation of Rubbish Town in the eastward advance, during the bandit suppression operation within the 200-kilometer expanse between Revival City and Rubbish Town, he collaborated with Perbuff, who was then a major and company commander. At that time, the gap in their statuses was quite large. Of course, it's not small now either, but it has decreased since then. Although Perbuff's promotion to the most important wind-extinguishing brigade commander and his rank increased by a level, Jason Morgan's promotion speed was even faster. Although his rank isn't high, currently a D4, he has already become the main person in charge of the Mutual Aid Society on behalf of the Alliance. The wind-extinguishing brigade's rapid march and assault required material support, which still depended on him. And after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Perbuff revealed his next plan to attack the jungle. This shocked Jason Morgan, who felt that Colonel Perbuff must be out of his mind, indulging in an impossible fantasy. The main continent of Rage Owl Star can generally be divided into 6 major regions: the Central Region, the Eastern Provinces, the Northlands, Green Valley, the Western Desert, and the Western Continent. Among these 6 places, the Green Valley region is known for having the most population, with over 10 million people. However, for this fertile and vast land, the number of humans is still too few. Far from being the owners, the vast jungle is the true master here. Humans merely opened up one plantation after another on the clearings between the jungles and connected them with roads. The war between humans and the jungle in the Green Valley region has been going on for a very long time. The jungle breeds aberrant beasts. When their numbers become too great within the jungle, they will surge out, attacking humans, trying to expand their territory in the jungle area. This is the so-called wave of aberrant beasts of the Green Valley region. But when humans recover, they will counterattack and reclaim the land that has not yet become jungle. Overall, the jungle is extremely dangerous. It lacks the things humans need to survive and is filled with terrifying monsters instead. In the jungle, humans have no advantage. The numerous thick trees, muddy ground, swamps, these natural environments all form obstacles to human conquest of the jungle. Not to mention the sheer number of monsters bred within it. In the Green Valley region, to venture into the jungle is akin to seeking death. This is a fact that everyone in Green Valley has been taught from childhood. And now, Jason Morgan hears that Colonel Prabuff wants to lead his troops into the jungle to their death. Feeling Jason Morgan's astonishment, Prabuff only laughed after the other man expressed words of dissuasion. Of course, I understand that the jungle of Green Valley is hell. But before I set out, I had already studied it for a long time. No one understands the jungle better than I do. After boasting, Prabuff continued, we have a secret weapon in our hands now. Jason Morgan didn't take the bait. What secret weapon can enable us to easily conquer the jungle? This is the governor's arrangement. Jason Morgan immediately fell silent. Nonetheless, Prabuff could tell that Jason Morgan wasn't completely reassured. He didn't explain further but simply patted the civil officer's shoulder and said, you'll be able to see it with your own eyes soon enough, don't worry. While soon was mentioned, in reality, Jason Morgan waited several days before he saw what that secret weapon actually was. In fact, the Wind Extinguishing Brigade began their operation the very next morning after arriving at Crook Manor. The soldiers, driving armored vehicles and tanks, had come to the edge of the jungle and started their clearing operation. Yes, the cleansing of the entire jungle. Jason Morgan was full of curiosity, wondering how this was going to be accomplished. However, he still managed to suppress his own curiosity. He had many tasks of his own to attend to. Continuing the meetings of the Mutual Aid Society, providing supplies for the Wind Extinguishing Brigade and for other units of the Central Group Army that would later join them, these were his most vital tasks. At the same time, he had also received a directive from the Alliance's Civil Affairs Department to undertake the restructuring of the population in the Green Valley region. The historical mission of the Mutual Aid Society was nearing its end. The Alliance's system would be fully implemented in the Green Valley region. Following the guide materials directly provided by the Civil Affairs Department, Jason Morgan understood what he had to do. He was to transform the Mutual Aid Society into the Alliance's managing agency for the Green Valley region, which would become the fourth direct administered province of the Alliance, the Viking Valley Province. The Manor Lords would become local administrative officers, just as with the restructuring of the Central Three Provinces. They would, subsequently, enter the Wind Extinguishing Loyal Air Academy in batches for training. Meanwhile, their own manors, in a sense, were also thus confiscated. They no longer held ownership over their former properties, instead, they only maintained managerial rights. This was of course not a thorough reform, bearing deep compromises. Manor lords turned Alliance officials were unlikely to change much about the management of their original manors, and the life of the public was not expected to change sufficiently. Chapter 296. Even so, it's foreseeable that when the Alliance turns those manor farmers into agricultural workers and then provides them with varying ranks of E5 E7, will they really be able to receive the corresponding benefits? Won't the benefits they're entitled to be embezzled by the manor owners, who now wield administrative power? But those are solvable problems. Fighting corruption, persistent propaganda to the lower classes, giving them opportunities for advancement. They will know what they ought to receive at E5 or whatever other rank, and if the manor owners don't provide it, they can report it. That said, it's easier said than done. Many people have never left the manor in their entire lives. Where would they go to report? Could the reporting channels also be controlled by those with vested interests? There are many issues. But essentially, all this is making way for another practical factor: the Alliance simply doesn't have the capacity to appoint enough officials to handle this matter. Cleaning up the system sounds easy, but where will the Alliance find so many suitable officials to take on this part of the work? Administration isn't something you can just get right by pulling in any person off the street. Letting these natives take on the work may lead to various problems, but at the very least, the operations in Viking Valley Province can be maintained in the early stages. In fact, the strategy of the Alliance in the Central Province, Central North Province, and Jyotia Province is consistent. Just start working on it. The Discipline Committee of the Alliance will play their role. And later, as more students from Loyal Air Academy and Grammar Academy graduate, these issues will be alleviated. It won't take too long. The Alliance's education department currently has high investment, teachers can easily be promoted, and school buildings are a priority. As for the education system, minors attend school properly. Meanwhile, there are crash courses for adults. However, this so-called crash course is different from the worker education conducted in Wuxing City. Even rapid courses cannot produce administrative officials as quickly and easily as factory workers. But overall, the Alliance's educational endeavors have been underway for some time, and soon enough, suitable students will graduate. At that time, if those manor owners and the old officials in the 3 central provinces are not doing well enough, they will be replaced. The discipline committee will also conduct a thorough screening then, both to purify the atmosphere and to make room for the relatively more ideologically correct new officials. However, dealing with the existing operational plantations is relatively easy. But the large number of homeless refugees present a bit more of a problem. The Twin Cities cannot absorb 2 million people all at once, that's unrealistic. Even if the Twin Cities metropolitan area is going to expand further in the future, that's not now. Urban expansion always requires time. A massive influx of population can't keep up with the expansion of production lines, they'd be out of work even if they moved there. Of course, relocating residents is still a normalized task, a constant work in progress. For the surplus population, they can first go to adult schools, night schools, to learn some industrial technology, literacy that also requires time. Once they are trained and initially qualified as an industry workforce, and the corresponding production lines have expanded, they can then better integrate seamlessly. As for the remaining population, they also have their uses. They are generally assigned to the E3-E4 level. The lowest few levels really need to be discussed. In the Alliance, reaching E1 means you have citizenship rights. But at that level, there are no benefits, the Alliance only acknowledges you as a citizen. E2 will receive half of the minimum living standard, which is generally given to children and those completely incapable of work due to disability, as a government subsidy. E3 entails benefits of a minimum standard of living, from food allocation to necessary medical assistance. E4 begins to provide a stipend, but not much, it is regarded as a trainee level. It is not until E5 that most adult members of the Alliance with jobs are classified. This ensures that beyond securing food and warmth, they may even save some money for improving their lives and can afford some entertainment. A couple at E5 can support 3 to 5 children and both sets of parents, although that would make life quite tight. Although the refugees were mostly classified as E3 or E4, this still filled them with joy and excitement. And by taking these people in, considering them as members of the Alliance, it had taken on a great burden. As a civil officer of the Alliance, and the actual person in charge of governmental affairs in the Biking Valley province, he had to get these people moving. They needed to work to find their own value, the Alliance also needed them to work hard to make back the high investments, to quickly turn the burden into positive profits. Fortunately, what the Green Valley region did not lack was land. The high-yield seeds acquired from interstellar trade had also been sent by the Alliance headquarters. It was now autumn, an opportune time to build one plantation after another, to settle these refugees. By the time construction was completed, it would be about time to sow the seeds. Additionally, a considerable number of people were dispatched to the military to accompany the troops in their operations. The Central Group Army needed a large number of accompanying workers, with the Wind Extinguishing Brigade under Prabhup being the most urgent. His troops had already entered the jungle areas and had requested 30,000 young workers from him, the logistics steward. Morgan had supplied them accordingly. They were sent into the jungles to participate in clearing the vegetation. Then, Jason Morgan began to busy himself with his own affairs. Even though he was putting all his effort into maintaining the mutual aid society system, the introduction of alliance systems locally still left Jason Morgan overwhelmed. There were endless tasks for the workers to do. In the beginning, he could hardly spare a moment away, but after some time, he managed to find time to head to the edge of the jungle. He really wanted to see what Prabhup referred to as a secret weapon. And then, he personally witnessed a large tract of the jungle disappearing. The armored vehicles were equipped with a device similar to a flamethrower, but the purple-red flames that shot out didn't bring about high temperature or combustion. The trees and vegetation burned by the purple flames withered and dehydrated rapidly. This was much faster than actually setting fire to them. After the armored vehicles finished spraying, after a short wait, the walking soldiers and conscripted laborers began to advance. The work they had to do was also simple. The low shrubs that quickly dried up could be reduced to debris with a few pokes of a stick, providing the soil with nutrients. The tall trees became brittle. A strong man could kick them down with a few kicks. Once the tall trees fell thunderously, they were dragged in batches to the vehicles behind. These materials should not go to waste. The dehydrated timber could be used as construction material. While it wasn't particularly excellent, not being as good as wood cut down and processed with the appropriate industrial technology, it was a material that could be obtained quickly when necessary. Conveniently, a large number of new plantations in the rear needed to be built. Houses, fences, all required these construction materials. Of course, not all of it could be used up. At the very least, a synthetic starch factory could be built nearby, and these timbers could still be used as raw material for synthetic starch production. This would generate a significant economic value, something Jason Morgan, as an administrative officer, could see. But what he could see even more, was the pathway to completely solving the Green Valley problem. Ever since he arrived in the Green Valley region, he had been considering this issue, but he had never imagined that the realization would be the complete eradication of the jungle itself. If someone had told him this in the past, he would have thought it was a pipe dream. But now, all of this became a reality before his eyes. Chapter 297. What is it called? After watching a demonstration of the purple flame ejector's capabilities, Gu Heng posed this question to its developer, Mr. Hu Ke. Mr. Hu Ke was rather modest. It doesn't have a name, just a little gadget I tinkered with in the past. By compressing high energy, releasing high energy particles, and special chemicals, it's some of the targeted gadgets I developed during 6 months in the south. If it can be useful and assist Mr. Gu, that would be more than I could ask for. Gu Heng shook his head in admiration. This is not a mere trifle, this is nothing short of terraforming. Mr. Hu Ke waved his hands in dismissal. Mr. Gu, please don't say that. Terraforming is way beyond my reach. Such equipment, such technology, are far from what a small gadget can achieve. In fact, its ability to be mass-produced is all thanks to the production capacity of the concentrated energy cubes you created. Without this exceptional energy support, it couldn't function, let alone be mass-produced. Even so, it's still only capable of dealing with the jungle. True, compared to those legendary terraforming technologies, it's not worth mentioning, Gu Heng said, but it is indeed the best solution we have for addressing the Green Valley issue now. At this point, Mr. Hu Ke sighed, are you truly determined to do this? Eradicate every inch of jungle in the Green Valley region? Why not? It will require a massive amount of manpower and resources, and it will destroy the environment of the Green Valley region. Yes, Gu Heng didn't deny these points, but we have sufficient capabilities and enough time to achieve this. Moreover, this is not merely an investment. Look at the reports coming from up ahead, this project is already generating positive returns. It has solved the unemployment problem for a large number of refugees in the Green Valley region, and the wood produced, although of inferior quality, does have value. The production department has already transferred the latest batch of synthetic starch production lines to the Green Valley region, where factories will be built locally. Once the scale is sufficient, these refugees might not need us to pay extra to support them, their own output will be enough to sustain them, and even generate a surplus. Pausing for a moment, Gu Heng mentioned a second point. As for the natural environment, its weight was too small in my decision-making process. Compared to the threats posed by those monsters and the cult established by your students, the problems caused by environmental degradation are minuscule. And if there really are issues, we will have the opportunity to rectify and solve them in the future. Mr. Hu Ke nodded repeatedly. He was a researcher, a prophet of the engine, who, although having a not insignificant status within the sect of mechanics, never involved himself in actual management and focused solely on his own tasks. In matters of industry and certain political considerations, he was not thorough. Speaking of the environment, that was because he had witnessed many planets ravaged by excessive human exploitation, where the quality of life was far from good. However, what Mr. Gu said seemed reasonable to him. He realized that the per capita resource consumption enjoyed by the inhabitants of Rage Owl Star was by no means considered to be overexploitation. For the planet's development, frankly, they were not in a position to care about such things. Not to mention the added threats of the cult and mutated monsters. Develop first, govern later. Yet, Mr. Hu Ke still had his doubts. Even so, the time required is too long. I understand you have ample time to develop that land, even by using years, or even decades as units of time. And indeed, This is a permanent solution. Eradicating the jungle will deprive the mutated monsters of their environment, and the Nature Salvation Society will have no place to hide. Whatever their plans, they would be meaningless. But isn't that too slow? Do you really want to take 10 years to eliminate the Nature Salvation Society? I can see you are very concerned. Yes, said Mr. Huke, who had been in the Twin Cities for a little while now. In these days, he had seen the state of the city. Some things could be faked, but the living conditions and psychological states of the largest group of lower-level citizens could not be. He had visited many different worlds. The living conditions of these people on Rage Owl Star certainly weren't good, even belonging to the poor category. But that wasn't the fault of the rulers, at least not the current rulers. The conditions on Rage Owl Star themselves were too poor, not to mention the commoners, even Gu Hang, the Governor-General, and the various high-ranking officials of the League he had met, led austere lives. However, compared to the less than abundant living environment, the mental state of the ordinary citizens in the Twin Cities was quite good. Something called hope was brewing in their hearts and overflowing on their faces. They had aspirations for the future and genuinely believed that under the League's rule, they could improve their lives through their own hands and efforts. This might sound mundane, but across the universe, only a few places possessed such vitality. Mr. Huke wasn't infected by this, rather, he could confirm through experience that a League capable of maintaining such a psychological state among its subjects couldn't be a rubbish government. Chapter 298. Flying into the stars to find another home wasn't a reliable option. In contrast, staying in the Union and living a stable life was a good choice. Having made this conclusion, he still wanted to contribute his strength to the entire Union. In his view, the Nature Salvation Society was one of the significant threats to this world. He pondered before saying, I've recently given it some careful thought, what Geewajia ultimately wants to do. When I was in the south, after being thought and released by him, he didn't trust me enough initially, and I couldn't access too many secrets in the organization established by my student. However, since he went to the trouble of saving me, he naturally wouldn't give up on the knowledge I possessed. Some peripheral research projects were placed in my hands. Those projects, I'm working hard to piece together his goals. What's your speculation? I should preface this by saying I can't be completely certain, it's just a guess, with insufficient evidence. That's also why I didn't tell you at the beginning. That's okay, I will make the judgment. Well, I believe that Geewajia and his group are trying to summon demons again. Oh, that's a bad guess. You don't seem surprised? Did you guess this a long time ago? In a sense, yes, Gu Hang spread his hands and said, I have no evidence and not like you, who conducted experiments with them and pieced together fragments of the truth. I am merely guessing. After all, those so-called cult members, individuals tainted by the abyss demons, have this constant thought in their heads, an easy guess reveals their goal. Huke gave a bitter smile and said, what you said, is indeed correct. But simply knowing their goal isn't enough, I hope to know what means they have to achieve it, and how we can stop them. That's exactly what I wanted to talk about, Huke sighed, we can't eliminate the Nature Salvation Society just by destroying the jungle. I'm not against your strategy, but that's meant for exterminating aberrant beasts, and to eradicate Geewajia using this method, by destroying the jungle, it would be too slow. Perhaps, before we succeed, that group might accomplish their goal first. Pausing for a moment, Huke continued, my guess is that they might have gained control of an intact psychic energy field that hasn't been destroyed. If you're aware of the history of Rage Owl Star, you'd understand that in the past, it was precisely because of the presence of enriched psychic energy fields that an ample energy source was formed, used as a means to open the veil between reality and the abyss hell. The primary psychic energy fields of the old Rage Owl Star were on the other two continents, which should have been completely destroyed by now. There are fields on the main continent too, but few, and most probably in a state of destruction as well. The one that Geewajia found should be of a smaller scale. But we can't afford to be complacent about this. Once he truly tears open the veil of the real world, even if it's just a tiny crack, we will be in huge trouble. Gu Hang mused, so do you have any guesses about the location of the possible psychic energy field? None at all, Huke said with a wry smile, in fact, I can't be certain if it truly exists, all of this is just my speculation. But your speculation is somewhat more reliable than mine, Gu Hang stated reassuringly, I'm still very grateful for your information. I was planning to deploy a Special Forces squad to the southern Green Valley to assess the situation there, things like guiding bombings. Now, they might have an additional task. Arrow felt like he had been deceived. He said he didn't want to be an officer, just wanted to be a warrior. His wish had been affirmed by the governor, and he wasn't an officer now, but he still ended up with over 30 warriors under his command. Isn't this just making me a squad leader? Earlier, he was transferred from the Beast Slaughter Brigade to the 10th Special Brigade as a squad leader. He and his 30 new subordinates were equipped with a full set of individual soldier gear, which they had never seen before. Each had an individual exoskeleton, fitted with primary plasteel and a ceramic steel plating that protected the torso and limbs. It was nowhere near as majestic as the interstellar warrior-powered armor but had a slender aesthetic. The full coverage helmet came equipped with night vision, anti-glare, color temperature, and other visual modes, as well as a shooting assistance system. This so-called shooting assistance system was provided by a servo skull that accompanied them in combat. That specific servo skull of his could also help control the 2 drones in his backpack, carrying out tasks such as reconnaissance, supporting fire attacks, and kamikaze strikes. The weapons in their hands had all been switched to LR5 laser rifles. Each person carried 10 high-energy batteries which could support 15 shots before needing a replacement. This firepower sustainability was somewhat lacking, but the power far surpassed that of the conventional G9 rifle. To make up for the firepower, they also carried a short-barreled, stockless tactical rifle, a specialized variant of the G9. Lacroix himself had slightly more refined equipment than his team members. The most significant difference lay in the fact that instead of high-energy batteries, he used crystal-like energy blocks. These things were said to be much more expensive than the laser rifles in their hands. A wind falcon flying high above could operate solely on one of these blocks. As a result, this device powered only his rifle and exoskeleton. The potent energy source allowed his Ranger first-generation exoskeleton to maintain a constant overload mode until it broke down. His laser rifle could also fire continuously in overload mode. Other people's LR5s would waste a high-energy battery with just one overload shot, and according to their training discipline, it was strictly forbidden to do so unless necessary. But his energy blocks allowed him to fire in overload mode almost limitlessly without needing a replacement. All he had to worry about was whether his rifle could withstand the strain without breaking. All of this made him feel as if he were in a dream. People called him Soldier King, and he always felt it was surreal and disliked being addressed that way to his face. But now, it seemed he really was receiving the treatment of a Soldier King. And in the so-called Special Forces Brigade, he was to execute special missions. After completing their bombing mission at Crook Manor, a formation of 3 Wind Falcons prepared for their return journey, carrying Lacroix and his squad straight to the world's far southern end. Their target was to reconnoiter a place known as Chanter Town, reported to be the headquarters of the Nature Salvation Society. There was no specific location, just vague descriptions. After they descended in the Wind Falcons, they continued to search the ground while maintaining constant communication with the 3 fast attack crafts temporarily assigned to work in coordination with them. In this joint air-ground reconnaissance operation, they uncovered numerous potential targets, but all were eventually ruled out. These were merely ruins of villages long deserted, with the jungle slowly extending its reach, reclaiming those places. On the 3rd day of the operation, however, they made a significant discovery. Based on the intelligence description and an accompanying hand-drawn map, they could almost confirm that this was indeed Chanter Town. But this place appeared to be abandoned as well. After an internal discussion, the squad still decided to venture in for exploration. Out of caution, they called Lieutenant Cookie, and the 3 Wind Falcons were ready to provide air support. Lacroix was quite nervous about this. It was still warfare, going into battle, but the approach was completely different from his past experiences. He wasn't sure if he could do well enough and decided it was best to proceed with utmost caution. And his caution saved many lives. Chapter 299. Lacroix and his team members found Chanter Town to be quite a picturesque place. The houses, 2 or 3 stories high, each with its own yard, were scattered in an aesthetically pleasing way. Various kinds of green vegetation surrounded the buildings, and the streets were also very tidy. Compared to the newly built houses in the outer district of Revival City, these could not be matched. Those houses were much taller, with 5 to 6-story apartment buildings, and hardly any greenery. Initially, the Special Operations soldiers were quite tense as they moved through Chanter Town, but they soon discovered that it had been long abandoned. They also entered several houses to investigate and saw signs of habitation, though it had been some time since. When people left this place, the evacuation was orderly, not rushed. Houses were left empty, with nothing of value taken away. After a brief search yielded nothing valuable, they continued with their exploration. Until they found a research facility. It was not easy to find, with a very concealed underground entrance. A few steps inside, a solid steel door blocked their way. But it did not block them for long. Having switched from shotguns to cannons, Lacroix's tactical backpack held several thermite grenades. This type of equipment, not yet mass-produced by the Alliance, was relatively inexpensive if only grenades and not advanced thermite weaponry. Mr. Gu had imported a good number from his cousin, and the special forces, of course, were entitled to be equipped with them. Under the powerful effects of the thermite grenades, no matter how thick the steel door was, it proved futile and was blown open by them. After entering, they indeed made some valuable discoveries. There were no great expectations initially, as the place clearly appeared abandoned. It might have once been the headquarters of the Nature Salvation Society, its core area, but why would they leave anything behind after an organized withdrawal? But they did leave something. There, they found more recent traces of people having come and gone. Certainly, they had been moving things out, but many of the facilities and materials inside the research institute were probably too numerous and cumbersome to move out quickly, hence not all had been transported away yet. According to the traces at the scene, at least until yesterday, there were still people working here. After a short discussion, they decided to explore first to see if there were any high-value items. Intelligence, equipment, samples, research data, anything would do. If there was anything valuable and easy to carry, they would move it out and then call down the Wind Falcon, loading the items to transport back to the Alliance. Then they planned to lie low here for a while. Since enemies seemed to be continually moving items out, they could wait and see if they might catch those moving the goods or find their new hideouts. The operation started off smoothly. They found quite a lot of good stuff, including some documents and even what appeared to be encrypted data storage devices. They transported the items to the entrance to temporarily pile them up and then re-entered the research facility for another search. Then, while Lacroix was searching a room, he heard from a comrade that something indescribable had been found deep in the research institute. When Lacroix went to inspect, it appeared to be a low-temperature specimen layer. There were 6 large glass cultivation tanks, 3 meters tall, standing there. In each of these cultivation tanks, there was a terrifying monster. They looked like upright lizardmen, with 4 arms and a long tail. The most prominent feature on their bodies, like most aberrant beasts, was the boils and deformed flesh. Bubbling pustules of various sizes grew on their skin, often bursting. Their bodies always had unnatural bulges or indentations, indicating some abnormality. We've never seen anything like this in the previous data. Is this so-called Nature Salvation Society cultivating a new type of aberrant beast? That must be it. These twisted cult followers are despicable. Rage Owl Star would be infinitely better off without them. The soldiers communicated among themselves. Upon seeing Lacroix approach, someone turned their head and asked him, Sergeant, what should we do about these? Should we move them? Lacroix was also at a loss. He didn't know what to do. Transferring these specimens back would most likely be very valuable, and the Alliance's researchers could probably gain something useful from them. However, the risk was high. Not to mention whether there might be problems during the transportation by 30 people, there was just one point: they couldn't guarantee they would be able to keep the cultivation tanks operational during the move. If the creatures inside, whatever they were, simply died, that might be fine, and they could only say they had done their best upon return. But if the result of the tanks breaking was that it triggered the creatures inside to activate, that would be a serious problem. Loading these 6 cultivation tanks onto the Wind Falcon, and having them break out mid-flight, the mere thought of the outcome was terrifying. Yet, it seemed a waste to destroy them outright. Lacroix scratched his helmet, his mind in turmoil. Chapter 300. He once again lamented in his heart, he really shouldn't have let himself take on this leading role. His ability was to be a soldier, to do whatever was commanded of him, even if it meant risking his life, but when it came to making decisions, especially those that would bring different but equally adverse consequences, his hesitation would only grow. What happened next left him with no room to hesitate. The sizzling sound, like some kind of air valve being opened, kept resonating. Lacroix and his team members immediately became alert. They raised their weapons and aimed at the source of the sound, which was the 6 incubation pods. A strong sense of danger surged in his heart, and Lacroix had no room for any doubt at this moment. He ordered, "Fire!" He was the first to fire a shot. The black box produced over standard LR5 laser rifle in his hand immediately went into overdrive. The rifle, powered directly by high-density energy crystals, fired a supremely powerful shot. At the same time, his comrades also opened fire. Dozens of dark red beams began flying wildly in the low-temperature sample room. However, aside from the shot fired by Lacroix, which truly harmed his target, the other beams were blocked. At the target point of the laser shots, the 6 four-armed lizardmen nearly simultaneously opened their eyes. In front of them, an invisible layer of energy formed, blocking all the laser shots. The beams stirred up ripples. The largest ripple was caused by the overdriven LR5 shot fired by Lacroix. Although its power was greatly reduced, it still penetrated. Though slightly deflected, it hit one of the beasts in the abdomen, creating a fist-sized through-and-through wound. Struck by this blow, the creature was clearly severely injured. However, its actions slowed down. But the other 5 were not so easy to deal with. The next moment, they all shattered the transparent glass of the incubation pods and lunged outside. Then, a hissing roar filled the narrow enclosed space as they each pounced on a soldier. Every soldier in the Special Forces Brigade was trained to at least a T3 level. At this level, the cost of a single soldier was already significant. Gu Hang had only managed to train 100 such soldiers, forming an elite combat squad. Having reached this level, they were absolutely elite, much stronger than the average soldier. Their performance didn't disgrace Gu Hang's investment. When faced with the pounce of a 3-meter-tall pus-filled 4-armed lizardman, no one panicked, no one tried to run away, they all tried to counter-attack on the spot, making relatively correct choices. Although they didn't understand why their previous attack had been blocked, it didn't stop them from quickly assuming that this might be some special defensive measure. And if it was a defensive measure, then there was nothing unbreakable. They opted for concentrated fire, and a calm, simultaneous round of firing indeed achieved results. Lacroix himself shot one of the beasts dead, while the other soldiers concentrated their fire and killed another. Still, 3 remained alive, rushing up to them and attempting to tear their bodies apart with claws. The soldiers who faced them fearlessly ejected the bayonet attached under their laser rifles, trying to engage the lizardmen in close combat. There was, of course, a great difference in physical strength between the two sides. Even after being elevated to the T3 level, their physical fitness had reached the pinnacle of humanity, but compared to the strong 3-meter-tall 4-armed lizardmen, there was still too significant a gap. However, the exoskeleton armor helped them make up for some of the disparity. In pure strength confrontation, the 3 soldiers only had a slight disadvantage. It was difficult for them to stab their bayonets directly into the bodies of the lizardmen and could only attempt to block. But with 4 arms equipped with sharp claws, the lizardmen managed to tatter the exoskeleton armor's plates in their frenzied tearing. What's more terrifying, during the close-range tearing and grappling, the soldiers suddenly felt as if their bodies were suddenly immersed in a quagmire, making movement very difficult. Seizing this opportunity, the lizardmen began to try attacking the head. One soldier's full coverage helmet was indeed removed, and immediately, his neck was torn open by sharp claws. The blood was swirling everywhere, spraying all over the place. But these 3 remaining lizardmen could achieve no further than this in close combat. The other 2 soldiers, although also tackled and attacked by strange energies, survived the onslaught long enough for focused fire to take down their assailants before the exoskeleton armor could be dismantled. Those 2 soldiers managed to stand up again, with their exoskeleton armors showing many deep scratches. The claws and strength of these lizardmen monsters were not to be underestimated. Even alloy armor plated with ceramic steel was not entirely capable of defending against their melee attacks. Their impact resistance was comparable to the green Skin Orcs. The intensity of hand-to-hand combat could even be slightly stronger than the green skins. What was most frightening, however, was the strange psychic force they possessed. After hearing the description from the 2 soldiers who had been overpowered, Lacroix murmured solemnly, "Could this be spiritual energy?" Compared to ordinary soldiers, he had access to a broader range of information. The protection provided by spiritual energy allowed these monsters to have a vitality and defense comparable to green Skin Orcs, as well as an enhanced capability for offense and defense. Under the protection of their spiritual energy, it took an overload shot from his LR5 to penetrate their defenses. Conventional shots needed over 10 rounds to break through and cause damage. With a standard G9 rifle, it was feared that by the time a magazine was emptied, those monsters would have slaughtered them before they could kill the enemy with kinetic rifles. Fortunately, their spiritual energy intensity was not very high, so their active attacks could only interfere with the soldiers' actions, and they had not yet shown a direct lethal ability. Compared with the terrifying power once shown by the governor, there was still a vast difference. Yet, Lacroix was still filled with worry. The squad he led was one of the most elite individual warriors of the Alliance, but they still struggled against these spiritual energy-powered lizard creatures. What if, in a large-scale war, the number of these creatures reached a critical level, and they attacked together with waves of ordinary aberrant beasts? The thought was terrifying. This intelligence had to be brought back. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly heard an outcry over the combat team's communication channel, followed by his comrades calling for help. "This is Team F, requesting support. Requesting support. We are under attack by aberrant beasts." Lacroix's face changed color drastically. There was also the fact that these lizard creatures weren't only found where they had discovered them, some were hiding in places they hadn't yet explored. Just now, it seemed a mechanism had been triggered, awakening a large number of these creatures. His mood sank completely. He didn't know how many spiritual energy creatures there were in this research facility, nor did he dare to think how many of his comrades who had come here with him could ultimately survive. And at this dire moment, he was able to remain calm. "All units, abort all previous actions and break out towards the entrance, we'll rendezvous there. All combat teams must constantly report their positions, and shout out when you need support. Team F, hold your position, Team E is on their way to you." In Chanter Town, within an inconspicuous ordinary residence, there was a man with a narrow face and wearing a dark green robe, sitting on a chair with his eyes tightly shut. A person who looked like a researcher approached him. "Chairman Ge Wajia, as you ordered, we have activated all the servants implanted with the heavenly gene. The dogs of the Alliance shall be buried underground.